Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest coverage on Hurricane Helene, which is approaching the state of Florida as a at least category 3 hurricane, but we do have reason to believe that this will become a category 4 hurricane before landfall in the Big Bend of Florida tonight. We are going to have tons of live cameras, tons of different storm chasers as well out in the field over the next several hours, and it's going to be a very busy next several hours with a lot of impacts already happening. You can see on the bottom of your screen several different things happening already back over in Tampa Bay, and also back still down in Cape Coral, where significant storm surge just continues to hammer that area. In addition to that, the Big Bend of Florida is where we have tons of different live cameras, and we are going to have several different live shots of the storm surge and hurricane force winds as all of this moves inland. As a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted throughout the rest of this evening and possibly even parts of the overnight hours with the latest on Hurricane Helene. Make sure to like the stream as well, and we will also be using the Radar Omega app today, and there are tons of live cameras and live storm chasers inside the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. All right, we are going to begin first with, obviously you can see the overlay. We don't use this overlay very often, by the way. This is one of the rare times that we use a 3-camera overlay, and we're going to start using this, I think, a lot more as we go into the even into the springtime. But we have lots of different live cameras today. These are just 3 of the ones that we have right now, 2 of which are in the Tampa Bay area on a bridge, and then we also have one back over. Did I tweet Hurricane Francine? Did I actually do that? Wait, I gotta check that real quick. If I did, that's actually bad. Uh-oh. Did I actually say Francine? Hurricane Francine. That's fantastic. All right, well, whatever. All right, well, anyways, this is Hurricane Helene, not Francine. I didn't realize I tweeted that. All right, well, the show goes on. So yeah, we have 2 live cameras currently in Tampa Bay. We got one over in the Malacha Bridge back over near Cape Coral, Florida. Again, you'll notice there is pretty significant storm surge in both areas. The 2 Tampa Bay live cams that you're looking at, those bridges are, that bridge in particular is closed. That is the Howard Franklin Bridge. They've closed that bridge down, and you can probably see why. There's quite a bit of water coming over onto the roadway. Pretty significant storm surge happening there, and it's making it very difficult for travel to happen. So again, we're going to continue to have this. This mic looks delayed. Is my mic delayed? Let me do this real quick. Let's do that. All right, it should be fixed if it's not already. All right, so let me get back to what I was saying. Again, this is currently what we're looking at, though, across Tampa Bay and as well as the Malacha Bridge near Cape Coral. Again, conditions very quickly deteriorating as we are continuing to see Hurricane Helene approach the state of Florida. Now, we are going to go back to the main screen. We'll go back to all those cameras in a moment, but I do want to bring your attention to 2 different tornado warnings that we have ongoing. One of which is just to the south of Tampa near the Northport and as well as Port Charlotte area. Got 2 different, or even 3 different storms, really, that all have hooks on them. Any of these are going to be capable of an isolated tornado threat as they continue to move north and northwest as they eventually approach Interstate 75. We are going to keep a very close eye on these as it is a favorable environment for at least a few tornadoes over the next few hours. We also have storms that are ongoing just to the south of the radar site, south of Tampa. These are on track for Tampa, and I would not rule out either a water spout or even a tornado as they do go towards the Tampa area. So be very weather aware right now. If you're along the west coast of Florida from Cape Coral all the way back up towards Spring Hill, there will be an elevated tornado threat over the next several minutes as these continue to move off to the north. All right, so that's what we're looking at in terms of the tornado threat on the west coast of Florida for the time being. We also have a tornado warning back up in the Big Bend of Florida. There is still a tight couplet of rotation that is currently moving towards Wee Wee Hitchcock. So if you're in that area, make sure that you are staying in your safe place. For the time being, we don't have any debris signature, but this is obviously a tropical type tornado where these can be very brief and they might happen in between radar scans. So it's a good idea to make sure that you are in your safe place no matter what the radar shows. As this continues to move to the west-northwest. And then further up to the north throughout parts of Georgia and South Carolina, the main story today has just been the amount of rain that we're seeing up there. That is leading to several flash flood warnings, and we could even have some flash flood emergencies once Hurricane Helene makes landfall in the state of Florida and eventually tracks up into parts of Georgia. Now, there are some big changes, or not, I wouldn't say really big changes, but there are some big things to talk about, at least, with the forecast of Helene. So Helene has a completely closed eye wall, which essentially means that this thing is going to go bazooka by the time it gets to the state of Florida. It is going to rapidly intensify as it continues to move towards the state of Florida. I have no doubt that this will be a category 4 hurricane upon landfall at this point. The only question I guess remains is how intense will it actually get, and will it maybe make a run? I wouldn't say at a Cat 5, but maybe even a mid-level Cat 4. Is it a possibility? I think it is. We still got about 5 hours or so until landfall, so there's plenty of time for this thing to keep intensifying. We are still seeing more big towers forming around the eye, which means that we are probably going to continue to see intensification as this moves towards the state of Florida. Right now, this is a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. The pressure is currently at 951 millibars. As of now, I think the aircraft recon, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think the aircraft recon is currently in the storm. We have one en route right now. So the next aircraft recon will fly into the hurricane probably in the next 30 minutes or so. So we should have some new details here relatively soon about the intensity of Helene and if it has intensified further. But the big concern is that this is going to continue to rapidly intensify as it approaches the Florida Big Bend. It is very likely, according to the National Hurricane Center, that this will become a Category 4 hurricane before or even upon landfall in the state of Florida. We are only 5 miles per hour away from this being a Category 4 hurricane. In addition to that, as it moves inland, we are going to still be dealing with a Category 2 hurricane as far north as Albany and Ashburn in Georgia, which is insane to say the least. That is not something that you see very often. So again, having a Category 2 this far up to the north into parts of Georgia is just a big rarity, and we are going to see this as a pretty significant hurricane all the way up towards Macon, Georgia, and it will still produce tropical storm impacts as far north as North Carolina and northern Georgia. So this is going to be a big deal as it continues to move inland over the next really several hours. We are getting awfully close to landfall. Now we do have several live Radar Omega mesovorts. If you are a subscriber on Radar Omega, you'll be able to access these cameras during and even before landfall. Again, nothing crazy has happened here yet. It is still chill, nothing big yet, but we are expecting upwards of 20 feet of storm surge in this part of Florida. And so what you see here right now is probably all going to be underwater in about 6 hours from now. So we are going to be talking about substantial impacts from Horseshoe Beach back through areas near Steinhatchee, Florida, which Steinhatchee right now looks pretty calm for the time being, but it's probably going to be ramping up here very, very soon as this eye gets a little bit closer. Dark Island right now looking pretty normal, but again, we are expecting it to be a lot different here in just a few hours. There's also a camera back over near the Live Oak Island. This is a live view there. Again, you'll notice it's pretty calm, but it's not going to be for very long. And then back over further down to the south and west near Carabel and Apalachicola, same thing goes. Again, these areas are calm for now, but they're going to really start to look crazy here in just a few hours once the eye of the hurricane gets a little bit closer. Right now, the hurricane is basically parallel with Tampa Bay. You can actually see the velocities on radar from Tampa Bay's radar site, and they are currently around 120 to 130 miles per hour on the south side of the eye. So that is obviously pretty high when we're talking about intensity of this hurricane. So definitely a lot of concerns when it comes to intensity. All right, we're not going to do the full forecast breakdown like we usually do, but we will do some at least explainers and kind of give you an idea of what impacts are coming. Obviously, most of you probably already know, but we'll go through it real quick and then we'll get into the live footage and all that sort of stuff from the beaches and all that. Beginning with the eye, again, this is a 1 minute by 1 minute loop. Again, this is just crazy to look at. The eye is very well clearing out. It is, again, I personally believe that this is at least on the cusp. If not, it is a Category 4 hurricane, but we should know more within the hour on the intensity of this particular hurricane. But again, this is going to continue to move north. It's going to be going in the direction of the Big Bend. Again, it continues to look very intense. There has been lightning embedded in the eye wall, which does indicate that we are still seeing a very intense hurricane back up here in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. Here's a view on the infrared imagery. Again, that eye is really clearing out right now. Look at that eye. That is clearing out very, very quickly. And we are still seeing convection wrapping around this entire eye wall. So we are going to continue to see intensification, I think, all the way until landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. Wouldn't be surprised if this made landfall as, again, maybe more of a middle grade Cat 4. But at the bare minimum, a low-end Cat 4 is in the forecast. All right, here's the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. This just came out not too long ago, within the last 25 minutes. The tropical storm force wind field is huge. This is the wind field. It literally takes up the entire state of Florida, the only exception being the very far western Florida panhandle. So if you're over in even Miami, Florida, you're probably feeling the tropical storm force winds and the very humid air right now that is coming out of this hurricane. On the flip side of things, as we go into tonight, we are expecting again a Category 2 hurricane to continue into southern Georgia, and then eventually by tomorrow morning this will continue to move through Georgia, and it's still expected to be a post-tropical cyclone, but at least a tropical storm still, all the way up into southeastern Tennessee Tennessee as we go into Friday afternoon. So the impacts are going to continue even into tomorrow, back over in areas like Tennessee. All right, let's jump into the latest HAFS computer model run. Again, this model still indicating that we are going to be looking at a landfall somewhere around 946 millibars or so, perhaps even a little bit lower than that. So this is expected to continue to intensify as it continues to move to the north. Not by a whole lot, at least according to this model, but it is enough for this to at least potentially increase to a Category 4 or even a mid-grade Category 4 hurricane.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, let's hop over to that new tornado warning real quick. This is back over near Arcadia, just west of Arcadia, Florida, north of Port Charlotte. This is an extension on the current tornado warning that we have. So if you are in Port Charlotte, Northport, or near Highway 72, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Again, this is just off to the south of Tampa, where we do have this new tornado warning that is in effect. And again, this storm has had a history of rotating for over an hour now. It's been rotating for quite a bit. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Velocities are very hard to see because the winds are just so high across the board right now, but there is rotation just around and just west of Port Charlotte. That's moving off to the north-northwest towards Interstate 75. And we probably have a fishnado out here well to the west of Port Charlotte, but we'd probably have a fishnado way back out here to the west. So something else to watch for there. All right, let's get back to the forecast graphics real quick. All right, so we already talked about that stuff. Let's go into the wind gusts for tonight and kind of give you a rundown of what you can expect in terms of wind across the state of Florida. We'll go back over to here. So here's what we're looking at in terms of wind for tonight. Again, wind gusts are going to be peaking, especially near Tampa and Sarasota over the next 3 hours. So power outages could be, again, potentially numerous to even possibly widespread back over in Tampa and Sarasota as really strong winds continue to hammer into the bay there, possibly upwards of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So very significant winds nonetheless. By 8 to 9 o'clock, the wind continues to move towards the north. We're going to see that wind field with hurricane-force winds enter into parts of the Big Bend of Florida by 9 to 10 o'clock. And by 11, this is expected to make a landfall somewhere around 11 o'clock. This model has it near midnight. I think it'll be earlier than midnight, to be honest. And then as we get closer to 1 to 2 in the morning, the wind field continues to move north.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So areas like Jacksonville and Gainesville will still be dealing with tropical storm force winds even into the early morning hours tomorrow, and then eventually things start to calm down as we head into Friday. And then back over in Georgia and South Carolina, the forecast is pretty much the same as earlier. We're still talking about significant wind across much of southern and central Georgia, wind gusts upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour, could even see some spots over 110 mile per hour winds near areas like Valdesta. Back through Macon, we're also expecting hurricane force wind gusts, and then eventually by the morning hours around sunrise, the wind continues to stay very strong in Georgia, and we are expecting numerous to widespread power outages across much of Georgia where the winds are the highest, and that will mainly be from Valdesta all the way back through Athens. And the wind will continue all the way up into Virginia, or back up into Tennessee, and as well as western North Carolina, and eventually Friday afternoon things start to calm down quite a bit. All right, once again, we have another tornado warning. New tornado warning just got issued in North Carolina. That is actually a very populated area. This is near Raleigh. So if you know any friends or family near Raleigh, definitely give them a call or text and make sure that they're in their safe place. Strong area of rotation on the north side of Raleigh, North Carolina. This is a very populated area just to the south of Stony Hill, east of Durham, just northeast of Cary, and west of Rollsville. So make sure that you are seeking shelter if you are in this tornado warning. This is a pretty dangerous situation as the rotation is relatively strong. And then in addition to that, this includes 165,000 people. 165,000 people are included in this tornado warning. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is a very populated area. Won't be surprised if we have a tornado on the ground at some point here in the next couple minutes. That rotation does remain pretty strong. Let's go back to, I don't know if we lost our cameras here on the Tampa Bay. I don't know if we lost the Tampa Bay cameras. We'll have to check. Power may or may not have gone out. We'll find out here in a second. There is a chance that the power may have gone out. I'll double check on the live map. Give me 1 second. Try to do this. All right, it's not out. I just got to refresh it. Give me 1 second here. Power is not out on this bridge. It's still intact. There we go. All right. One moment for technical issues. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning just off to the north of Raleigh. We do currently have a tight couplet moving to the north-northwest towards Interstate 540, so if you are in this warning, again, make sure that you are in your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Here's the latest radar scan coming in right now. And that rotation is... That's 527. All right, what? This is the latest radar scan. So again, rotation currently over a very populated area. We're going to go full screen to this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll go with that in a second as well. That rotation is over a lot of neighborhoods right now. So again, if you know anybody near the Six Forks area of North Raleigh, please give them a call or text. Make sure that they're in their safe place. Relatively dangerous situation there. We also have a tornado warning now in St. Johns County, Florida, just off to the southwest of St. Augustine, northwest of Palm Coast, going towards Hastings, Florida. So if you are in this tornado warning, also make sure that you are in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Let's check out these other storms too offshore here, because it does look like these are rotating too. Let's see. Yeah, we got a little bit of rotation just to the east of Daytona Beach right now. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning maybe near the coastline if these bands can come a little bit closer to land, but the problem is Florida's shaped more like, you know, almost like north-northwest, and these storms are basically moving parallel to that, so they might not come inland, but we'll have to keep a close eye on them since they're not really that far away from the coastline. But yeah, we definitely have rotation on this storm just southwest of St. Augustine. There's your circulation right there. So definitely make sure that you're in your safe place. Let's go back down to that other tornado warning here, near Port Charlotte. This is as of 10 minutes ago. So the radar hasn't updated, but the rotation was still pretty strong as of 10 minutes ago. But go back to the other velocities. All right, here, if we have a tornado in Port Charlotte, it is going to be on the north side approaching Interstate 75. There is a pretty definitive hook echo right there. The velocities haven't updated, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have something on the ground or something lowering right now over another very populated area in the north side of Port Charlotte, Florida. So again, make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. This is a pretty dangerous situation. We got, again, 4 tornado warnings right now, and 2 of them are in extremely populated areas. Going back to that Raleigh tornado warning as well in North Carolina. And that Raleigh tornado warning right now, that rotation is on the north side of Raleigh, approaching Six Forks. That is Six Forks community in the north side of Raleigh. This is, again, moving off to the north right now. That'll be approaching Interstate 540 over the next several minutes. It's a very little storm. It's, again, these are, for the most part, low-top supercells. And that basically means the cloud tops do not really get much further past, like, 30,000 feet. It's pretty tiny thunderstorms, but, you know, these are the storms that we expect out of tropical storms and hurricanes. You know, 26,000 feet, that's all it is. It's not very tall. So these are very small little storms, but they are capable of tornadoes, especially with how much spin we have. A lot of shear available with hurricanes like Helene. And this is the latest scan. Again, a little bit broader on the latest scan approaching Interstate 540. And again, this is continuing to move to the north-northwest. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This is still a dangerous situation. There are a lot of people in this warning. 165,000 people in this warning in Raleigh, North Carolina. All right, let's go back down over to... Let's go back down to the Port Charlotte tornado warning. Let's check back in on this one. The storm relative velocities haven't updated yet. Let's go back to regular velocities. Regular velocities have updated. This is just back over, approaching Siddell right now. That rotation has crossed over the interstate, so the good news is if there is a tornado, it's probably going to hit very rural areas here north of Port Charlotte. The Port Charlotte area of Florida, very populated, but just down here around Port Charlotte, a lot more, you know, populated here. Back up to the north, it's a lot more rural. So let's kind of hope that this, you know, just continues to stay in a very rural part of Florida as this continues to move to the north. All right, we're going to go back to, we're just going to stay on this view. Do you guys like this view more than the other one? What do you guys like more? I'm going to say 1 or 2. If we're diving deep into a storm, we'll go to the first one, but I think the second one's pretty good. We haven't used this view since I think Debbie, so we don't use this very often. A lot of people are saying too. All right. We do have more live cameras in this, but these are the ones that are showing the most activity right now, so we're going to stay on these. There's a chance, if any of the cameras freeze, by the way, just let me know in the chat. They might freeze occasionally. We are going to try to keep them up and going here. There's going to be some connectivity issues, especially with how windy it is and whatnot, so it's possible that they do freeze. One camera I do want to show you guys that we don't have up on there right now is one that is very, very interesting, all right? It's a very interesting camera. We haven't shown this one today. It is let me find it. Where did the camera go? All right, it's this one. This is an Osprey POV from Hurricane Helene. From the window to wildlife camera. This is on top of like an Osprey, like, I don't know what they call it, but like, you know, nest, if you will. Very windy here. So this is a pretty interesting camera. We'll definitely be checking into this, but yeah, little nest over here, and I guess we can call this the Osprey camera. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. That's the window to wildlife camera there. All right, we do have an update on the tornado warning back up in Raleigh, North Carolina, just north of Raleigh. This is still radar indicated. Rotation is still strongest, approaching the Six Forks area, and then it's going to be crossing over Interstate 540, and then after that, it's going to be approaching Bayleaf. So if you are in Bayleaf, make sure that you are in your safe place. Just west of Falls, again, just off to the north of Raleigh, is where this particular tornado warning exists. And if we go back to the close-up radar site, still showing that rotation. The strongest, again, right over Strickland Road, approaching Northern Wake Highway. Express Lane. I don't know. I don't even know what that abbreviation meant. EXPY? I've never heard of that abbreviation. We still do have a tornado warning over here, closer to the Panhandle of Florida. This is near Wee Wee Hitchcock, just to the northeast of Mexico Beach. This is an area that we've been dealing with a few tornado warnings already today, so this isn't the first. But this particular area of rotation, currently moving off to the west-northwest. It will be eventually approaching Highway 22. Still have enough rotation there for that to be tornadic. And again, guys, this eye it's getting closer. We are within a few hours here of landfall in the state of Florida, with more than likely a Cat 4 hurricane upon landfall. Currently, this hurricane is approximately 145 miles away from landfall in the state of Florida. And that's getting pretty close for comfort. The latest from the National Hurricane Center is that this hurricane, by the way, this hurricane is a Cat 3 right now. It's moving to the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. If you remember, Beryl moved like west at like 25 miles per hour when it was a Cat 5, and that's like never happened before. So this is a very fast-moving hurricane. And so this is, again, just going to be a big deal, I think, for the Big Bend of Florida. Unfortunately. But yeah, currently we are still seeing intensification, and it's expected to continue to intensify as it approaches the Big Bend of Florida, at least as a Cat 3, but we are thinking that this will be a Cat 4 upon landfall in Florida. Again, satellite imagery, we're only going to have this for maybe another hour or two because of daylight, coming to an end, but as of now, we still have a pretty good view here of the eye of the hurricane. If we go over to the infrared imagery, which is something we'll use a lot more around and just after sunset, you can see that eye is really clearing out now. You can actually see it. It has cleared out the most we've seen it clear out thus far. I think the biggest thing is if that deep convection can wrap around to the east side of this eye, we are going to see this get to Cat 4 levels, I think, very fast. I think it already is at Cat 4 levels, but I do think that it'll be on a exponentially faster track if that is able to close here on the eastern side on infrared imagery with that deep convection. So definitely looking very concerning right now for the Big Bend of Florida. There's no doubt about it. And it looks like the eye has wobbled a little bit to the east, not by much, but just a little bit to the east. The latest cone from the National Hurricane Center is that this is forecasted to make landfall somewhere between about Crawfordville in Florida back towards Perry, Florida. So it is still a pretty large area in terms of where we're expecting landfall, but that is the latest in terms of the basically corridor where we're expecting landfall this evening in the state of Florida. So definitely make sure that you are, again, prepared for landfall with Hurricane Helene. It is going to be a really busy next several hours. Again, we're going to have dozens. We already have dozens of live cameras. We got dozens, or we're going to have about, I think we have 4 storm chasers. We're supposed to have like 7. I think we only have 4. Because Ben Williams basically can't drive his car. And I don't know if Cannon Calton's going to be live, but that was another storm chaser that we might have. But we do have Brandon Kopic. We have Corey Gherkin as well. We'll go over to Brandon Kopic real quick. We'll tune into him. That's not Brandon Kopic, but we'll look at this first. This is the storm surge that we're currently seeing back over near Cape Coral. It is still really windy, and also the water just continues to hammer this little causeway here. I don't know if it's called a causeway, but you can call it a bridge. I know Ben's with Connor and Freddie. I know. I was just saying Ben can't drive his car. His tire kept going flat. Let's go back over to Brandon Kopic. Again, Brandon Kopic currently is he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can watch him inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I think Brandon Kopic, I could be wrong, but I think he is going to be camping out at a hotel in Tallahassee tonight. I could be wrong. That's what it looked like earlier today. So I think his plan is he's going to basically be sitting out in Tallahassee and, oh, he's too loud? Okay. We also just lost connection with him for a second. But basically what he's going to be doing is that he's going to be probably camping out in a hotel, I think. And so we'll actually have a view of the wind and it's surging in Tallahassee. So should be very interesting. Brandon's having issues with his car battery. The white SUV is still here. Yeah, if you guys were here earlier, that white SUV is still on this bridge. We do think it might be some, you know, at this point, I'm almost certain that that car is there for funny business, and I don't think it's going to have much success because this bridge is not getting flooded over. So I could be wrong. Bridge operator? Is that really what you think it is? You guys think it's a bridge operator? Cannon didn't chase. Oh, okay. Okay, apparently it might be the bridge operator. Okay. I don't know. I think it's either that or some funny business, one of the two. Thank you, Courtney, Jay, Sherry, Rainey, Mints, and R Delta for all becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Jules, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jules. Appreciate that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you also to Grayson for the super chat. Could this be a Category 5 hurricane?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I would answer your question, but I keep getting interrupted by the warnings. I still think it's a low chance. It would take a lot. I think that the most this will get to is like a mid-cat 4. So possibly up to like, I don't know, maybe maximum sustained winds up to like, I would say maximum sustained winds probably going to peak at like 145 at the most. And that would be like on the higher end of stuff. All right, we have 2 new tornado warnings. First off, we have one new one back over here in eastern South Carolina. That's back over southwest of Myrtle Beach. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. That is for those near Georgetown, east of Andrews. This is currently moving to the north-northwest towards Spring Gully and Highway 51 and 41. That's your area of circulation. Again, currently moving north-northwest. And we're probably going to see more tornado warnings. We got a few more circulations going towards the McClellanville area. Also, we have a new tornado warning in St. Johns County, Florida. That is back over west of St. Augustine. That rotation actually looks stronger than it did before. That is going to be traveling just to the west of Interstate 95. The good news is that Buc-ee's is, I don't think, in this tornado warning, unless Buc-ee's is back up here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I think Buc-ee's is actually in this warning. So if you, I mean, I've been to this Buc-ee's before. There's a Buc-ee's here, I think. So the Buc-ee's is in the tornado warning. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter as this continues to move north-northwest. We have yet again another tornado warning back over in southwestern Florida. That is going to be back over in Port Charlotte again. Port Charlotte has been under so many different tornado warnings already today. And there's yet another one because we probably have a fish-nado that is approaching Port Charlotte. So if you are in Port Charlotte, Northport, Punta Gorda, make sure that you are getting again to your safe place, as that rotation is right here. You can see the reds going away from the radar, green is going towards the radar. That's your spin. Very possible that we get a tornado out of this, as it does go towards Interstate 75. So again, make sure that you are getting to your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. I love Buc-ee's. There are some really diehard Buc-ee's fans here, I know. There's also a Sam's Club up there, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let me go back to this real quick. Oh, you can actually see the lightning. Look at this. You can actually see the lightning detection here around the eye. That's when we usually have an intense hurricane, is when that happens. We actually have a lot of lightning on the northern side of that eye wall. Thank you, Ice Warrior, Rose Red, and Jessica for all becoming members. Thank you, Jared, for the $10 super chat. Just rain right now east of Atlanta. Thank you, Patrick, for the $20 super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That's going to be just to the north of the tornado warning that we're just talking about. This is an extension to the one we just had. So that's going to be for those near Route 70, going back up near 64, and just to the south of Fort Lonesome. That rotation is beginning to intensify again, moving off to the north. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and again on the lowest floor possible. That is moving off to the north-northwest. We are also seeing some rotation developing on this cluster here that is going to be going in the direction of like the south side of Tampa. So if you're anywhere near Tampa, just stay vigilant. There are a lot of storms right now that are rotating. And I think the most elevated tornado threat that we're going to have over the next few hours will be here in the western section here of Florida, mainly south and west of Orlando. With these outer bands continuing to train inland, they're going to continue to produce several tornadoes, I think, over the next few hours. But we are definitely seeing rotation here as well. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning if that rotation continues, maybe up closer to North Ruskin or even Riverview. So several areas right now under the gun here for potentially a few tornadoes. Rotation continues to stay strong back over west of St. Augustine. We'll have a new velocity scan in a moment. That rotation is still going to be embedded in this low top supercell, again heading towards Interstate 95. If you're at Buc-ee's, back up there, west of St. Augustine, you are in the warning. The bathrooms are clean there, so you might be able to go shelter in the bathrooms or something. All right, let me see what we got in chat here. We will be answering questions, by the way, throughout the stream as much as possible. So if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat. No guarantees on answering everything, even if you super chat, but I'll try to answer some. Most of the stream is going to just be purely coverage. We're not going to do a whole lot more forecasting breakdowns other than like nowcasting what's happening and what could happen over the next like 6 to 12 hours. So just keep that in mind for this stream. But we'll continue to break down stuff, as it's happening and all that. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Thank you, Patrick, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Patrick. Appreciate that. Thank you, Todd, also for the super chat. Thank you, Lizard and Spring, for becoming members. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Thank you, Arethio, for becoming a member. Thank you, Z-Dog, for the $5 super chat. Hopefully $0, but there's definitely going to be a lot of damage. I can't really give an estimate, though. It's a pretty hard calculation to make. Let's just hope it's the least, costliest hurricane that we could possibly have. But obviously, it's probably not going to be. Thank you, Jason and Emmanuel, for the super chats. Thank you, Berzer, for the super chat. Thank you, Rick, for another super chat. Thank you, Luke, and as well as James, for the super chats. Thank you also, California. Pamela, for the generous $20 super chat. Put more W's in the chat for Pamela. Thank you, Charlie, for the super chat. Thank you, Todd, and as well as Austin, for becoming members. And thank you, Lane, for the super chat. All right, I got through the super chats. All right, let's go back to chat here. By the way, I do want to put a reminder out there real quick. For those that are watching right now, you might be behind on the stream. Make sure that the time at the top left is within about 20 seconds of the actual time right now. Because as we go throughout the stream, there is a chance that we do get more tornado warnings and there's a tornado on the ground, and you might not see that until 10 minutes, after. If you're behind like 10 minutes, you might be, really behind in the stream. That happens to some people. So just make sure you click the live button, make sure you're actually, in the live stream. Because we are going to be going into an active period, I think, of potentially a few or even several tornadoes here in Florida. And as well as even potentially other states like South Carolina. And we still got the tornado warning back up in Raleigh, which this one's probably going to continue. That rotation's still going. So the tornado warning just off to the west of Wake Forest near Raleigh is going to probably continue. That rotation is still on the stronger side of things. It's not really like the strongest rotation, but it is, I mean, like the strongest velocities, but it is, you know, pretty tight rotation here. Continuing to move to the north-northwest. That'll be approaching Falls Lake. Creedmoor will also be on the track of that. That's literally the only storm, I think, in all of, like, basically the entire state there of North Carolina. We probably have a fishnado going to be approaching McClellanville, South Carolina here soon. We might get a tornado warning here soon for McClellanville. We still have our tornado warning for Georgetown, South Carolina. And we also have a little rotation east of Andrews. Those are both, again, moving off to the northwest. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon. Let's go back to the tornado warnings here near Tampa. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. All right, rotation is now over the downtown area of Port Charlotte again. So, yet again, if there is a tornado, it's going to basically be right over the center of
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Sounds good, Zach. We have another tornado warning back up in North Carolina. There it is. New tornado warning. That's going to be west of Wake Forest, another pretty populated area just outside of Raleigh. Moving northwest towards Creedmoor and Interstate 85. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Apparently, a few minutes ago, we may have had a tornado. Yeah, we may have, actually. Look at this. Tightening on the terminal radar site near Bayleaf. We may have actually just had a tornado near Six Forks Road, approaching Norwood Road. So if you know any friends or family there, definitely make sure that they, you know, they're okay in case there was a tornado. We also have a little tightening back over here just to the east of Nipper Road and east of Creedmoor Road. So we might have a little handoff happening here, and that might actually end up turning into our new tornadic circulation as this moves off to the north-northwest. That tornado is, if we have a tornado, it's going to be moving again northwest right there. And yeah, that's tightening up. See if there's a CC drop or anything. I'm not seeing a CC drop. There is a tight area of rotation right now, right over near Nipper Road, near Pleasant Union Church Road. Moving north-northwest. So again, if you're in that warning, get to your safe place. Still have a tornado warning back over west of Interstate 95. Again, just west of St. Augustine. It is moving north-northwest. It is not going towards St. Augustine. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. We got several different storms just offshore here of Palm Coast, and if they're able to come inland, there will be a chance for an isolated tornado. Let's look at the velocities here. Yeah, we got a little bit of rotation, not much, but a little bit just off to the southeast of Palm Coast, Florida. That could come inland towards Hammock Beach. So if we get a tornado warning there, don't be shocked. And we are getting, I think, very close to a Category 4 hurricane, but we'll have to wait and see. Back to our 3-camera view while I have to check out... We're going to check out the aircraft recon in a second and see where they're at. Hey, Kobe, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We may have lost our first camera. Possibly. I'm not sure yet. That camera on the bottom left may fully be out now. That might be fully out. So we'll have to flip over to a different camera. We have Corey Gherkin. Alright, we'll fix that camera here soon. Let's try to get a different camera here on the bridge or something for now. There we go. All right, we'll just keep it there for now. We'll get a better camera here soon. Okay, let me check out the recon data, and let's jump into that and see if there's any updates there. Yeah, this is likely to become a Cat 4 hurricane within the hour or two, so they are just flying into the storm as we speak. So this is the latest on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And winds really starting to pick up where the Hurricane Hunters are. They are going to be within the storm within the next few minutes, and we will wait and see if this is closing in on Cat 4 status, which I think it is. By the way, if anybody, any of my mods or whatever, like Hunter and stuff, if you guys have anything, just like message me on Discord. I don't have like a 5th monitor for this, but I will put it up here somewhere. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for St. Johns County in Florida. We're going to go to it in a second. Just trying to organize stuff. All right, yet again, another tornado warning in St. Johns County, Florida. That's back over south of Jacksonville. So it's going to be basically an extension of the current tornado warning that we have. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. That is moving towards Fruit Cove. So if you're in Fruit Cove, you need to be in your safe place, just to the south of Jacksonville. That rotation currently, no CC drop right now, but that rotation just to the west of Interstate 95, it's on track again for Fruit Cove in Florida. It's not going towards St. Augustine, but this is in St. Johns County. And it's moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. And it looks like we have a little bit of rotation here near Marineland, maybe. Yeah, a little bit of weak circulation. Going to be traveling right up I-95. That's going to be more on track probably for right down the interstate on the east coast of Florida. And then we have another little circulation north of Ormond Beach. And then everything else right now not really rotating over there. Where's the tornado warning on this? What was there? Not I could have sworn there was a tornado warning on that storm, right? They may have canceled it. Still looks like there's a little bit of rotation, but they have, I think, gone ahead and canceled this tornado warning. It is still rotating at least a little bit. And this storm north of Tampa might be rotating. Maybe a little bit of circulation there. Not really too convinced, but maybe a little bit of rotation north of Tampa. That's on track for Spring Hill. Back over in the Big Bend, we still have that little area of rotation south of Wee Wee Hitchka, but that one's not warned right now. It's a very small little cell. Right, let's see if the storm surge has started ramping up here yet. Nothing too crazy yet, but the wind is starting to pick up here in the Big Bend of Florida. Out in the distance there, you can see the trees. They are starting to, you know, I guess, move a little bit more. They're swaying a little bit more. So the wind's picking up there near Horseshoe Beach. Again, the eye is still approximately 120 miles away from those areas, but back over there up in the Big Bend of Florida, we are expecting, again, major, potentially catastrophic impacts later today out of Hurricane Helene. Again, we have several live cameras. We are going to try to find a better one in Tampa because that one's just looking at the water. So give me 1 moment. I'm going to look for something. Pull it over to satellite. Thank you, Robin, and also Phenom for the super chats. Thank you also to TSE for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you also, Renji, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. And also thank you to anybody else that super chatted. I'll try to get to them here soon. We're going to probably stop using the satellite imagery. We're probably just going to start only using the infrared because the satellite imagery is starting to go out with the day coming close to an end. So we're not going to have really a whole lot more to look at there. All right, we have a better camera. Let's go and pull that one up. I'm going to have to reposition. This is the Florida cameras. This is the same area. It's on the bridges near Tampa Bay. So all the bottom two are the ones near Tampa Bay, but we are seeing some hefty storm surge there too. What wind speed is Cat 4? That is 130 miles per hour or greater. It is almost definitely a Cat 4. The pressure is down to 946 millibars, I'm pretty sure. That's a 5 millibar drop over what we have right now. This is almost definitely a Cat 4 right now. This is a latest here. Down to 946 millibars from Hunter Hurley. This is the plane flying right through the eye of the hurricane right now. We have hurricane hunters right now flying through the eye. That is happening all in real time. And this is likely now a Category 4 hurricane. Again, categories are based off of wind, not necessarily pressure, but we have reason to believe that the wind is at 130 mile per hour winds near the center. This is over in Siesta Key. Storm surge becoming a big issue in Siesta Key. Look at this. This is a little time lapse. It's on Midnight Pass Road on a traffic cam. It's a big problem right now in Siesta Key, Florida. Storm surge is really ramping up right now. I can't stress it enough. This is going to be a catastrophic hurricane for the state of Florida and even parts of Georgia and even parts of the higher elevations of North and South Carolina. It's not a good thing. I'm retweeting a lot of different videos, by the way, on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you guys want to check them out. We will be retweeting videos and photos and other stuff like that on Twitter throughout the next several hours. Definitely recommend you go follow us on Twitter. We're going to have a lot of stuff over there as well, on top of what we have, obviously, here. All right, quick update on the tornado warnings that we have. Let's kind of just run through those real quick. These are all developing situations, so we're going to go ahead and check them out. We don't have any tornado warnings now anywhere in Southwest Florida. Those tornado warnings have, at this point, been canceled or let to expire. So we have nothing right now in southwestern Florida. That is very well subject to change with how many storms that we basically have rotating across the board. They've also gone ahead and canceled both tornado warnings back up here near Fruit Cove in St. Johns County. So those for now are not currently tornado warned. We still have some broad circulation and actually strengthening circulation now east of Palm Coast. So that's again on track kind of for the St. Augustine area. So if there is a potential for a tornado here in the near future for like St. Augustine, it would be coming out of this little cell here just offshore. That is definitely intensifying. Now there's a chance it stays just offshore because again it's kind of paralleling the coastline, but definitely something to watch for. Wouldn't be surprised with a fishnado back over here near Palm Coast. The only two tornado warnings that we currently have is the one right now near Georgetown in South Carolina. That rotation continues to look somewhat on the stronger side of things. Again, that's currently moving to the north-northwest. And then we also have our tornado warning near Raleigh, which has continued to look relatively strong. So if you're in this warning, make sure to stay in your safe place. Yeah, Pettis, if you're gonna send me anything, just message me. I'm gonna have my messages open on Discord. Hunter, same thing. I have like a Discord tab open now. So if you guys have anything, just do that. Okay, let's see. I think we're gonna have a National Hurricane Center update. We just got one. Oh, okay. This is an interesting update. Actually, I was not expecting this update. I'm making sure I'm reading this right. The National Hurricane Center just came out with their 6 p.m. update. Their 6 p.m. update states that the maximum sustained winds have actually dropped to 120 miles per hour. So it actually went down by 5 miles per hour. I wasn't expecting it to weaken. I mean, I guess maybe for like a temporary time here, it's going to be weakening a little bit. It'll keep intensifying, I think. Maybe eyewall replacement, I'm not sure. That's interesting. I don't think this trend is going to continue, by the way. I don't think it's going to keep weakening. I'm kind of surprised it actually dropped by 5 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure at 950, but from our observations on the aircraft, it's at 946. Let's look at the Hurricane Hunter data real quick. Let's go to Tropical Tidbits and pull that up. I don't really buy the. I mean, maybe there was a small drop, but guys, look at this data. The only thing you really need to look at is that graph at the top left. The pressure has dropped all the way down to 946 millibars. The wind that they measured on the west side of the hurricane was near about 95 knots, but that is on the weaker side of this hurricane. The stronger side of the hurricane will be the east side. So once they go onto the east side of the hurricane, we'll have more details about the wind speed. And let's pull up the hurricane hunters on here so you can actually see them. And you can also pull up this data on the Radar Omega app if you download it with the top link in the description below. Here's what they're looking at right now. Latest data just came in. 134 knots is being measured on flight level. That's like 145 mile per hour winds. Recon just found category 4 winds and they just downgraded this by 5 miles per hour. What is going on? This is like middle grade Cat 4. That would be 154 mile per hour winds. Again, it's flight level, so it's not necessarily ground level, but I mean, I don't know. That's weird. Flight level winds, again, are not always, they don't always translate to the surface. But 134 knots is literally borderline Cat 5 if that was happening at the surface. Typo? I don't think it's a typo. The winds all around this are around 130. I mean, even the other measurements, 124, 130 for knots. Again, knots is lower than miles per hour when it comes to the conversion ratio. I'm gonna pull up that graph again and see. Yeah, look at this graph, guys. Look at this. That's what they're measuring. That's almost 140 knots. That's almost a Cat 5 level winds if, again, this is actually happening near the surface. Thank you, Robin, for the $15 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Trucker, for the $9.99. It was an error. Check again. Are we sure this is an error? I don't see anything about any errors or anything yet. Let me check Twitter. Twitter's always the most reliable place to go. We had a flying trampoline in Panama or Plant City, Florida, apparently today. Thank you, Hillary, for the super chat. Appreciate that. If anybody sees any new information, at me on Twitter. At
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning that is back over again in the same area that we've been dealing with for over an hour, over 2 hours, it feels like, near Port Charlotte, Florida. Guess what? If you're in Port Charlotte, I think you've been in your basement probably 3 times. I know basements don't exist in Florida, but yeah, this is now another tornado warning for the Port Charlotte area. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter. The rotation's going to be right offshore. Again, potentially a fish-nado going to be approaching Port Charlotte. The rotation is right located here. It's over the bay, and it's going to be moving right into the same part of Port Charlotte for the 3rd straight time. Okay, the National Hurricane Center just updated their website. It is still at 125 mile per hour winds. That part was an error. Okay, so the new advisory that they came out with, the update, it has been updated back to 125 miles per hour. That was an error. That was the error. The stuff they're measuring, I highly doubt is an error, unless there's something calibrated, not calibrated right. So 125 mile per hour winds. At the minimum, honestly, it's probably at least 130, though. I think this is probably a Cat 4 at this point, with the winds that were just measured by the aircraft recon. I mean, velocities on radar from Tampa still around 125, 130. This thing is a 100% intensifying. Which is not what you want to see. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I honestly think this has a chance of making a Cat 5 landfall. I won't rule it out. With how it looks right now in infrared imagery, and also from the aircraft data. If those wind speeds translate to ground level, this is a Cat 4 minimum. Which is absurd to think. Now, this just got a lot more interesting. And not in a good way. That's not what you want to see. This is a live shot back over in Matlacha Bridge, Florida. We're only going to have this live cam probably for another hour or two until the sun sets. I don't think we'll be able to see much after that. But again, you can see the storm surge continues to hammer the coastline near Cape Coral, Florida. This is an area that's only supposed to get around 5 feet of storm surge. And so they're just continuing to get hammered there with storm surge. That's been pretty much non-stop all day. We've had very high wave heights here. Again, this is the Cape Weather camera. You can check them out with the link in the description if you would like. You've had this camera all day. It's been pretty much the same story all day, too. There are also other cameras in the area we'll pull up in a moment. We do have the fishing pier as well that we can go ahead and pull up as well. This is what the fishing pier looks like right now. It is actually flooded over again. So the beach is right. The beach is supposed to be like right here. It's supposed to be way down there actually. But water is once again coming over top of this fishing pier. There are birds actually right there right now, and the water is very high. It's not supposed to be this high by any means. This is well above what it's supposed to be. But the birds are chilling there. The birds don't care. There's like at least a dozen of them. I think that was a seagull that just went away too. These birds do not give a crap about this. they're just sitting there. They don't really care. Oh, we gotta get these cameras fixed again. These cameras, if they ever do swirl, just let me know in the chat. It'll take a second to refresh them. I'm gonna go to another camera in a second. It's also... Sorry, just give me 1 second to fix these cameras. Bird merch? I'm not doing bird merch. It's no shot. Yeah, there are all the cameras on the bottom again. We have another camera too. This one's not going to look crazy, but it is interesting. Go back to here. This is the Four Winds Marina webcam. And the other thing I want to point out here is that earlier today, if you guys were here, you might remember the dock was way lower. The dock is actually like above this railing right here. So this dock has actually gone up above this railing, and you can see the water that has come inland now. So the storm surge is actually pretty significant here in this marina. And this is definitely storm surge. So we actually have a little bit of flooding that's gone inland here. Thank you, Marianne, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you again to anybody that super chatted. I'll try to get to them here soon. Are we taking bets on when Max is going to lose electricity? That's not a very nice thing to do. Let's hope I don't lose power. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be live throughout the entire Hurricane Helene coverage. And this is another live shot. Back over in the Sanibel Causeway. And very windy here as well. Storm surge coming inland over into the roadway here. Hey, Marissa, for the 4 months. Appreciate that. What's up with the bench and shed you showed earlier today? Nothing's happening there yet. We're going to see things happen, though, in a little bit. Just a little bit until we start to see things really get crazy there. Very windy here, too. All I'm telling you guys is you guys are going to be seeing some crazy stuff in about 1 to 2 hours. I know it's going to take a minute, but it's going to be a very crazy next few hours. We are on track right now for at least a mid-level Cat 4 with the current observations, and we could be talking about something near Cat 5 upon landfall in Florida. So it's gonna get pretty serious pretty fast with Hurricane Helene. Again, winds that have been measured by hurricane hunters, at least on their first fly through for flight level winds, not necessarily surface winds, but flight level winds were at 155 miles per hour. That means that near the surface, it could translate to like at least 130, but potentially even higher than that. It's again currently a Cat 3, but we do think it's a Cat 4. The next update from the National Hurricane Center currently expected to be at 7 o'clock, which is in about 45 minutes. They're usually doing updates every hour. We are also noticing a lightning uptick on the northern side of the eye wall that does usually indicate intensification. So we are seeing lightning continuing to uptick there on the northern side of the eye. Wow. Well, this is another live. This is that camera that we were just talking about a few minutes ago. This is back over where all the storm surge is happening. This is on Midnight Pass Road. We got a Cybertruck. It looks like a shopping cart right there. Got a Cybertruck driving right through all the flooded waterways here. This happened just about 15 minutes ago. I'm not sure that you want to drive an electric car through this water, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Thank you, Enzo, for the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Imperfectly, also for the $5 super chat. Yeah, that's a weird one. I'll retweet that. This eye wall is becoming very impressive. It is really starting to intensify right now. We're seeing it really, I mean, all this red is just where really the strongest of the winds and the heaviest of the rain will be. And as a reminder, this was a little while ago. This is back over in Siesta Key. I just showed this a few minutes ago. Same camera. But again, there's a lot of storm surge there. Looked like we had a shopping cart there in the middle too. Wait, what is that? Wait, let's pause this. What is this thing that goes across the road? Watch from the left to right. What is that? I don't know when it happens. Looked like a table. What is that? Is that a table? Looks like a table. Just floating across the water. Thank you, Trish, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Interesting stuff. As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. Thank you, Linda, for becoming a member. And also thank you to Trish for the super chat. Thank you, Edith, for the super chat. Thank you also to Heather for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. All right, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, you can see it on the Radar Omega app here. It is taking a turn to the north, and it's going to eventually go right back through this here pretty soon. So we're going to see what the intensity looks like again. Again, the latest observation, flight level winds near 155 miles per hour, just on the east side of the eye. So this is 100% a pretty intense hurricane at the minimum right now, moving towards the Big Bend of Florida. We think this is currently a Cat 3, but we still think this is at least around, if not a Cat 4. So, we'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center in 40 minutes. Let's check out on the Radar Omega Mesovorts. Again, if you are a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you can access these cameras. They got 6 of them back up here in the Big Bend when the storm surge really gets crazy, which it will be very soon. So again, there's all sorts of cameras here in the Big Bend of Florida. We're going to have access to them. Right now, nothing happening quite yet, but the storm surge, again, forecasted to be as high as 20 feet. So what that basically means is Keaton Beach, Florida, what we're looking at right now, this palm tree might literally be, like, the water might be up to the palm tree. Maybe even, you know, close to this, like, you see that, like, deck there on the right side of your screen? Like, there's a possibility that this deck right here, the water's up to, on the very far right side of your screen. This is now officially a Category 4 hurricane, is the word I'm getting in chat. The word I'm getting in chat, it is officially a Category 4 hurricane. It is. It is officially a Category 4 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. So worst case scenario continues to evolve here for the state of Florida and many others. The thumbnail has been changed. Now we got to change all the other stuff over. We're now up to a Category 4 hurricane here in the Gulf of Mexico. It is at maximum sustained winds now of 130 miles per hour. That is 130. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes higher here over the next few hours. I would not be surprised if we get to a mid-level Cat 4 when this is all said and done, in all honesty. All right, Cat 4 hurricane. This could again make a run at a Cat 5. Wouldn't rule it out. It's down to 948 millibars. The latest National Hurricane Center update currently puts this at a, again, Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. And in addition to that, the pressure is currently at 947 millibars. Helene is now an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Hurricane Hunter aircraft again found that maximum sustained winds have increased to 130 miles per hour, and the pressure dropped according to some drop sound data. I do also want to show you guys something that is it's kind of a crazy thing, but this is from the Taylor County's Sheriff's Office back over up in the Big Bend of Florida. This came out a few hours ago. We are requesting that all residents evacuate, you know, basically the general message. If you or someone choose not, let me say that again. If you or someone you know chose not to evacuate, please write your name, birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker so that you can be identified and family will be notified. That is obviously very scary wording from the Taylor County Sheriff's, office there up in the Big Bend of Florida. The last time I've seen wording like that, I'm pretty sure, was from Katrina. So, and Taylor County, if I'm not mistaken, let me find where Taylor County is so I don't mistake it here. Taylor County is where Perry is. So this entire county here. They don't want you there. They don't want anybody in this county at all. As up to 20 feet again of storm surge will be possible. But as, again, this is now officially a Category 4 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's only hours from landfall. And it could continue to intensify as well. It is, I don't think, done intensifying. I think we could see this make a run at a mid to high level Cat 4 before landfall. Thank you, Crocker, for the super chat. I will look at the buoy, actually. Yeah, I forgot about that. We're going to look at that buoy. There's a buoy that's in the middle of the eye. We're going to hop over that. There is some buoy data that we'll probably have in a second. Also, we will have Storm Chaser Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media live in about 35 minutes or so. So we will have Storm Chasers. We're going to have several of them. Corey Gherkin and as well as Brandon Kopic will be out there as well. All right, we're going to check out that buoy data. That's not the right tab. Marine tools. So there's a buoy on the Radar Omega app. You can see it right here. That little green circle. That's a buoy, and that's on the northern side right now of the eye. And it's currently measuring 22-foot waves. I'm gonna go full screen to this. Look closely. Look at that wave. That's a buoy photo. I don't think it's taking photos anymore, but that was a buoy photo right there. That's a wave photo from this buoy about 40 minutes ago. 22-foot waves there currently being observed by that buoy. That is a massive wave. And that's, again, well into the ocean. Like, we're not even close to land, but that's well into the ocean. I don't know if that buoy's going to be there for much longer, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Man, this is going to be a crazy next few hours. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll be live pretty much throughout the entire landfall. As long as my power doesn't go out, I'll just say that. Hopefully, I don't think it will, but you never know. Thank you, Marty, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Oh, actually, let's go to the power outage map. We should start looking at that because power outages are going to ramp up. This is the latest on power outages in the state of Florida, according to poweroutage.us. We are already up to over 250,000 people without power in the state of Florida. That is mostly for those in the, like, you know, Port Charlotte area, all the way back up through approximately Spring Hill, Florida. These are the areas with the most power outages. So Manatee County already has 30,000 without power. Charlotte County, 8,000. DeSoto County, a few hundred. Sarasota and Manatee counties climbing. Pinellas County, already 10% without power. And Pasco County, over 10% without power. And Wakulla County already has some power outages. We have a few other counties that are kind of in random places, like Flagler County with 1,700 without power. Orange County has about 4,500 without power. And then Indian River County, some isolated power outages there. So power outages are beginning to ramp up in the state of Florida. And these hurricane warnings, I think, have expanded more to the north now. They now go all the way up closer to Atlanta. I don't know the last time we had hurricane warnings all the way up here, that far up to the north towards Atlanta. It's crazy. I will be live for and probably after landfall. We're gonna be live for at least, I think, the next 6 to 7 hours. So we'll be here for a while. How does the IR look? I'll show you here in a second. Yeah, here's the latest. Again, we are at a Category 4 hurricane here in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's look at the infrared imagery. I mean, look at that eye. Got really impressive convective towers wrapping around this entire thing. It's been organizing for the last several hours, and it looks like it's going to be doing some serious business to the Big Bend of Florida. But that eye is also a little bit on the east side of the cone of uncertainty, which is normal, by the way. I do want to point out that wobbles with, you know, hurricanes are very normal. So, you know, don't be caught off guard that we have it wobbling a little bit east or west. It is a very common thing. What is right there? What do I have on? Why is there a black line? There we go. It is a Category 4 hurricane. Top left of your screen also says that. It also says it on the thumbnail now. We have thumbnails for every category. We don't have a thumbnail made if it goes Cat 5. I don't feel like it gets to Cat 5, but who knows? It can't be ruled out, in my opinion. It's still, I mean, again, this is still a few hours. I mean, we still got about 4-ish hours until it's really close to the coast and about to make landfall. So I wouldn't rule out that it makes a bit of a run at a Cat 5. I don't know if it'll get there, but I think it does get close. And we're refreshing the cameras. There we go. She is moving. Okay, I was about to say she is moving. The hurricane itself is moving north-northeast at about 23 miles per hour right now. All right, let's quickly go back to radar. We haven't touched base on that tornado warning in a while. We still do have a tornado warning back over to the south of Tampa. This is a pretty rural area now, but north of Port Charlotte. Still got rotation right now, north of Interstate 75. Haven't had any confirmed tornado out of this, but again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're Edgeville or Sandy or Pine level. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another tornado warning for Port Charlotte. You guys have been under like 3 in the last like hour and a half. Wouldn't be surprised if there's another one at some point. All right, let's see. Let's check out South Carolina real quick. So we got a little bit of rotation. This one might get warned.
A new tornado warning has been issued
Soon, but we do have a tight rotation, that area of rotation right now in South Carolina that's not warned. This is near 80, or this is near 51 near Hopewell. So if you're in this area going towards Johnsonville, I would definitely make sure you're staying vigilant. That is really strong rotation for not having a warning. We have a little bit of rotation just offshore, but nothing really too concerning. This one looks the most concerning. I'm surprised there's no tornado warning on it. It's going to be approaching Hopewell and Neesmith in South Carolina. All right, another tornado warning. This one's going to be for those east of Port Charlotte. So Port Charlotte, guess what? You're not under a tornado warning for the first time, and it feels like forever. This is going to be for those near the Huron's Glen Golf and Country Club, east of Punta Gorda, near Interstate 75, going up Route 17, just south of Arcadia. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Rotations in that white circle. Again, it's moving right now to the north-northeast. So please be in your safe place if you are in the tornado warning. This was, by the way, from the Tampa... let me pull this up here. This is crazy. This was about 2 hours ago, but this was on one of the bridges. This is on Franklin Bridge in Tampa. A few hours ago. That's the storm surge going over the bridge. Look how many people are driving on that bridge. This is a few hours ago, though. I mean, it's crazy. Crazy stuff. If you are in Tampa, I would definitely stay off the roadways for a little bit here tonight. I wouldn't even be out there tonight. I would just stay home. Especially if you have to drive over a bridge. I mean, we have cameras on the bridge, like on those bridges. You can see the bridge there, and I think that's the what was that bridge again? Find that. I think it was might have been Gandy Boulevard, or no, that was I-275. Over that was the bridge. I mean, it's crazy out there. Absolutely crazy. Thank you, Will, for the super chat. Yes, Waffle House is closed. I know. Waffle House is closed back up there in Crawfordville, I think, in Florida. That's the only indicator that you need to evacuate. Thank you, Leah, for the 5 gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for Leah. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank her in the chat. We appreciate it. We will probably be changing the bottom left camera here shortly, because that one's not really looking at anything. It's going to take a second to refresh it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in South Carolina, what we're just talking about. That's back over up near Hemingway, Stuckey, Hopewell, and Neesmith. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently moving to the north-northwest. Very strong rotation, pretty tight, over the Cowhead Landing, approaching Rome, Cook, and as well as Chandler's. We don't have any CC drop, but that rotation's very tight. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado here in the next few minutes as that moves north-northwest. Bro, Connor looks ridiculous. Oh my god. This is going to be one of our storm chasers here in just a few minutes. Connor Croft. What is going on with this guy, dude? He has a wetsuit on. He has the max velocity hat on. Yeah, you got to give him props for that. The 250K limited edition max velocity hat on his head. The helmet, the goggles. Dude, this guy is balling out for this hurricane. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Oh, man. That's so funny. All right, the latest radar scan. No CC drop still, so no debris signature, but still strong rotation over Cowhead Landing in South Carolina. Moving to the north-northwest. All right, back to... It's the craziest outfit I think I've ever seen for a hurricane. Somebody needs to go out in this hurricane and just wear like a cheese curd suit or something, dude. That'd be the craziest thing ever. Alright, we'll stay here for a second. Let me, I need to figure out how to, I need to fix a camera here. So just give me 1 second. Do this, gonna go to here. Gonna try to see if I can do this or not. Okay, maybe not. Don't know what I'm supposed to do for that camera. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Thank you also, Anthony, for the super chat. Yeah, this storm is, again, it's gonna go big here near landfall. We're gonna be here for landfall, and it's gonna be crazy. There's no doubt about that. It is going to be a crazy time when it gets close and on landfall. So, buckle up. It's gonna be a busy next few hours, without a doubt. Let's go full cam to our the storm surge camera over here and near Cape Coral, Florida. It is still getting hammered right now. Look at that storm surge. Just keeps on going. Look at those waves crash right along the coastline here. Looks like they are starting to block off part of the road. Maybe. Those cars right now are not even coming. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Is a Category 6 hurricane possible? Now, if you go over to the TikTok world, I think you'll find some interesting answers. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Thank you also, Seth, for the super chat. Landfall's expected at 11, so we're going to probably see a lot of impacts right around 11 and 12 and 10. Basically, all within that 3 to 4 hour window, we're going to see a lot of storm surge, high winds, everything. It's going to be, again, I think a very crazy live stream. It's already a little crazy, but this isn't even close to, I think, what it's going to look like in 3 hours. Like, this is just the, I guess, appetizer to the storm surge that we're going to see in a little bit. Going to get very, very crazy, without a doubt. Thank you, Angela, for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Angela. Appreciate the generosity. Oh, I appreciate everybody's support. We have never had as many views as we did yesterday in a single day on YouTube. We had almost 1 million views yesterday on mostly, I think, just Hurricane Helene coverage and updates and stuff. So I do appreciate everybody supporting the page.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. We're heading back up to Georgia. Just south of Albany, Georgia. Let's go to this screen. Just south of Albany, we have a new tornado warning near Baconton. There's a strong circulation right there. Let me take off the tropical overlays. And that's the area of rotation right now. That's near 19, moving to the west-northwest, going towards Leary, Georgia. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Rotation is looking pretty strong. We also have rotation near Bainbridge, moving towards Colquitt. That is currently not warned, but that could also get a tornado warning here in a few minutes, as long as that rotation does continue to intensify. It's currently moving to the north-northwest. Thank you, Vincent, also for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. The tornado warning here north of Port Charlotte going to be canceled. Still have some rotation north of Interstate 75, east of Punta Gorda. That's approaching Route 17 right now, east of Port Charlotte. Going to be on track for Arcadia. So if you're up in Arcadia, make sure that you are monitoring the storm very closely. And back over in South Carolina, still strong rotation near Hopewell. And moving off to the north, going towards Hemingway and Stuckey. Thank you, James, by the way. Appreciate that. That's actually, I don't know if it's going to be needed, but in case this, for whatever reason, goes to a Cat 5 hurricane, we have now a Cat 5 landfall thumbnail. Apparently, the sheriff driving around in Perry, Florida is telling everyone they are going to jail at 7:30 if they're out on the street. For mainly storm chasers is what I'm talking about. So, it's the latest there. Good old Taylor County. I do think they have a curfew in effect or something. Could be wrong. They have actually, it looks like blocked off the bridge. You can see the police officers at the bottom left of your screen. I think they just blocked off that bridge. I think it's been like that for a little bit, but just noticing that now. We are going to go ahead though and probably find a different camera that does show a little bit more on that bottom right camera. Because they did change the direction, I think, of that camera. Thank you, Mark, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, hopefully it isn't a Cat 5, but, you know, can't really rule it out, unfortunately. Yet. I mean, again, I don't know if it'll make a run at it, but I don't know if it'll get there. I think it'll be close. I could see it getting to 145, 150 maximum sustained winds at this point. Alright, we have another camera that we're going to put up here in a second. Just gotta wait for this other camera to load in. Okay, this is going to be back up here. That one. Boom. Alright. Thank you, Clay, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Julie, also for the super chat. Appreciate it. How much caffeine do I drink on a daily basis? It's mostly just iced tea, so usually 1 or 2 iced teas a day. As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, we are at a Category 4 hurricane now. This just happened about 20 minutes ago. The National Hurricane Center did find recon data at Category 4 level at 130 mile per hour sustained winds, pressure at 947 millibars. This will be the first Category 4 plus hurricane on record to make landfall in the Florida Big Bend. So this would be the first ever, if it does make landfall as a Cat 4, this would be the first ever Category 4 hurricane to make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. Which is, again, never happened before. So you guys are basically witnessing history. If it does end up doing that. I think Idalia was like the same way. We thought it was going to make landfall as a Cat 4, and then it weakened because of eyewall replacement. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado threat is expected to increase through the night tonight. Back over in parts of northeastern Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and as well as North Carolina. Thank you, Just Trish, for becoming a member as well. And welcome to the Velocities. Back over to the tornado warning here in Georgia real quick. Let's check that out. Honestly, this rotation northeast of Bainbridge looks stronger than the northern tornado warning here, but still haven't issued anything on this area of rotation on track for Colquitt. They are looking tighter, at least for right now. Still very tight rotation here. Very strong and tight rotation still in Rome and Hopewell, going towards Hemingway in South Carolina. This is the latest scan. Very, very tight still. No CC drop. Which is interesting for how tight that rotation is. But definitely could have a tornado at any time here in South Carolina on that storm. Thank you, Dream, for the super chat. Appreciate that. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we're going to have extensive coverage here for Hurricane Helene throughout the next several hours as it does approach landfall. Again, the worst of the wind across central and even southern Florida is going to be happening over the next few hours. And then northern Florida, the worst of the wind is yet to come. We are still very far away, I think, from the worst of the wind there. Probably going to start to really ramp up closer to 8, and then after 8, it's gonna be really crazy. We are actually getting pretty close to the northern side here of this really deep convection to reaching Apalachicola. So I think the wind will start picking up there pretty soon. Nothing crazy here yet. Again, we got several different live cameras up there in northern Florida and the Big Bend on the Radar Omega app, and we're going to keep a close eye on those. Thank you, Lisa, for the $10 donation with the donation link. I appreciate it. It's the wrong screen. I don't know what tab it was. This one. Appreciate that. No message, but I appreciate the generosity. All right, gotta fix these cameras. I don't know why these cameras keep going out. They're in synchronized. Like they literally synchronize each other when they go out. It's weird. Were people not evacuated? There are probably people that have not evacuated up there in the Big Bend of Florida. There's almost definitely at least somebody up there. I mean, heck, I think there's storm chasers right along the coastline, but that's a little bit different. They're in a place that they're probably going to be safe in, hopefully. I think Brandon Kopic is going to be in a hotel in Tallahassee, so... Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. What does the severe warning mean? What do you mean, severe warning? We have tornado warnings. We don't have any. Are you talking about severe thunderstorm warnings? That's what that's for. We will not have any of those probably at all in this stream. And Destin's probably gonna be fine. Just some wind gusts. Thank you, Detail, also for the super chat. Appreciate it. And one of the biggest impacts that we are going to be observing over the next few hours on this stream, and probably for the next few hours, but it's really going to start probably about 8 o'clock or so, is the storm surge in the Big Bend. The current forecast from the National Hurricane Center still has up to 20 feet of storm surge from Carabel back through the Suwannee River. For reference,
a new tornado warning
I'm always
has
getting
been
interrupted
issued.
by these tornado warnings. For reference, 20-foot storm surge, if that does actually happen, that is above a 2-story home that would be near the coastline. So we could see a home literally absorbed by water. It would be underwater. It'd be like the Bikini Bottom, essentially. That's how serious this situation is back up in the Big Bend of Florida if we actually end up seeing 20-foot storm surge. So it's a pretty, serious situation. And that camera on the bottom right of your screen that you've been seeing, that is back over in Charlotte Harbor. And so that's like, that's only up to 5 feet of storm surge. Just imagine 20. It's crazy. We do have a new tornado warning just east of Tampa, near Lakeland, Florida. I know we've had viewers from Lakeland, Florida today. If you are in Lakeland, Florida, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Some broad circulation right now heading towards Mulberry and Lakeland, Florida. That's going towards I-4, which I would assume the traffic isn't that bad on I-4 today, but I could be wrong. Thank you, Monique, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Put some W's in the chat for Todd with the $100 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Todd. That is very generous. Appreciate the very generous donation. I'm still here in Tallahassee at home. I mean, if you're in Tallahassee at home, it's, as long as you're like in a safe building and not like a mobile home, you should be fine. Just need to make sure that you're staying weather aware overnight tonight. And, if you have trees in your yard and you're prone to potential trees falling in your home, you want to make sure that you're either in the lowest floor possible or, you're away from windows or whatever it might be, or just be awake overnight, whatever it might be. Well, let's see if anything's really ramping up here yet. And we are expecting the storm surge to really ramp up over the next few hours in the Big Bend of Florida. Does that buoy still have anything? Let's see. Look at the buoy. This buoy is taking photos inside of Hurricane Helene. The wave height that's currently being measured is 25 feet. So 25-foot storm surge is currently being measured. Or sorry, 25-foot waves are currently being measured. Back over near the eye, not storm surge. Waves. Crazy. The temperature and the dew point are basically the same at 81 degrees. That is so oppressive. And the Hurricane Hunter aircraft is currently flying again through the northeast side now of Helene. Currently measuring wind gusts, or wind data currently. The wind speeds right around 120 knots, which again would still be in that low-end Cat 4 level. This is again flight level data. So the winds are going to be a little bit lower near the surface. I think the worst of the wind is just to the south of where that plane went. What's going on the bridge right now? Let's check in on the bridge. Back over near Cape Coral. Not sure what is really going on. Maybe they only have one lane open or something. Thank you, Christina, for the super chat. Thank you also, John, for the super chat. Waves just keep crashing along the shore here. Thank you, Spartan, for the super chat. Yes, yeah, that would increase the storm surge. What time is high tide in I'm gonna look it up. Keaton Beach, Florida. Let's see. What's today? The 26th. High tide is 12:10 a.m. Yeah, that's bad timing because landfall is currently expected to be right around 11 or 12 o'clock. So storm surge essentially will be peaking around that time, and that's not good. Yeah, it being high tide is going to make it that much worse. Granted, tides are only like a foot difference, but still, it would still increase it. I mean, if it was happening at low tide, you'd get basically about 1 foot less of storm surge. Wouldn't be a major difference, but all right, let's check in on those tornado warnings again. So I got a tornado warning for Lakeland, Florida. Again, broad circulation moving towards Lakeland. As of right now, that rotation is approaching Highway 60. Again, it's going to be eventually on track for I-4 in Florida. And we still have rotation down to the south of Arcadia, northeast of Port Charlotte, Florida. That is also moving north, going towards Highway 17. And then we still have our tornado warning in Georgia, just south of Albany. And we've also had strong rotation south of Colquitt that has not been warned yet, back down here, northwest of Bainbridge. So we got some rotation here, but nothing warned on that particular activity. The one west of Baconton still continues to have at least some broad circulation. And then we still have a tornado warning in South Carolina. Rotation still remains pretty strong. No CC drop to this point, but still strong rotation approaching Hemingway in South Carolina. Hey, Joseph, for the super chat. Right now, the forecast is that we're going to at least have a Category 2 hurricane into Albany in Georgia. So, yeah, it's going to be a Cat 2 at least all the way up into there. I mean, it could even be a low-end Cat 3, but I don't know if it'll be a Cat 3 all the way up into that part of Georgia. But with how fast it's moving, it is possible. It is very, very possible. Let's go back to satellite is going out because night time is coming. We're going to go back to infrared imagery. That you opt for the $5 super chat. Wind speeds in Spring Hill are 115 plus. I don't know about that. I highly doubt they're that high. Let's check in METAR data real quick. Do wind speeds. We'll go back to radar. Spring Hill currently measuring winds at 23 miles per hour. The wind gusts might be near like 50. The wind gusts are probably 50 to 60, but 115 would be literally like, you know, doing some serious damage. If you're along the immediate coastline, they might be even higher. And velocities are showing some crazy numbers, but those are almost definitely not that high. All right, we're gonna go to this screen. I'm gonna take a quick 60-second break, and then I'll be back in a moment, so I can go eat. And then when I come back, we're gonna have Storm Chaser, Connor Crop, and Storm Runner Media. So stay tuned. You're back. All right, we are back. Hurricane Hunter aircraft currently flying into the center of Helene. They are literally circling actually right now in Helene. Look at this. The Hurricane Hunter aircraft is actually circling in the eye right now. They're currently circling it. The pressure that they're measuring is down to 944 millibars actually right now in the eye. But this is the plane track. They're currently circling around the eye. Doing a little loop-de-doop. Thank you, Level Up, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you also to Merc for the $50 donation with the donation link. Put some W's in the chat for Merc. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you also, Future Will, for the $10 donation with the donation link. Appreciate the generosity. Okay. Let's see. We have a new, I think, update probably coming in from the National Hurricane Center in a couple minutes. They usually do one every hour now. So we'll probably get a new update here in a moment, would be my guess. The pressure, the aircraft that's in the middle of the eye right now just found that the pressure is now down to 943 millibars. That's another 3 millibar drop here in Hurricane Helene. I'm going to take off the plane tracker just so you can see the actual eye and what's happening right now. It's pretty crazy. All right, let's do this. If you guys want to share the stream with your friends and family, we are posting both a Twitter and Facebook post. If you want to retweet it, share it, whatever. It's on @MaxVelocityWX on Twitter and on Facebook. All right, back to chat and back to probably a new update here, I think, in a few minutes. Thank you, Linear, for the super chat. The Hurricane Hunter airplane is 49 years old. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. That's actually really crazy. We do have another Hurricane Hunter aircraft going in here pretty soon. This is the one that's currently in it, but there's another one en route right now, so we're gonna have another aircraft going into Helene here within the probably hour or so. Okay, let's see. All right, we do have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. It just came out. We'll give you the latest details once I pull it up. They've just come out with their latest update on Hurricane Helene. So this is the 7 p.m. advisory. Extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Helene heading towards the Florida Big Bend. Tropical storm conditions are approaching the coastline of Florida's Big Bend. A weather flow station at St. George's Island just reported a wind gust of 46 miles per hour. And also a wind gust of 71 miles per hour was just reported in Tampa Bay, which bottom left and bottom of your screen, both cameras are in Tampa. So that is pretty high wind gusts, obviously. Maximum sustained winds currently at 130 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped to 945 millibars, so no major intensification, but it has intensified just a little bit. At least on their latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Again, I could see that number continuing to drop, though. I mean, we had an observation about 943 or so for millibars, so it is possible that this does continue to intensify as it moves into the northeastern Gulf of Mexico over the next hour or two. So we could see this still intensify a little bit further before it makes landfall. Again, we are still, I'm telling you guys, I know you guys are probably like, what's happening? Like, we're not seeing any 20-foot storm surge yet. But again, a lot of that's going to be happening between about 9 and like 12 o'clock. So we are really going to start to see that ramp up here pretty soon. So it's going to get crazy here soon. Thank you to Nathan for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. But this is a Category 4 hurricane, again, in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. They are still flying around here in the eye. They'll, the thing will update here in a few minutes. Thank you also to Dominic for the $12 donation. I appreciate it. The donation link in the description. Thank you, Lori, for becoming a member. And our next National Hurricane Center update will probably be at 8 o'clock. Well, it will be at 8 o'clock no matter what. We could have a special update between if something changes, but for right now, our next update is currently at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, which is about 58 minutes or so from now. Category 5 would mean that we'd have to have maximum sustained winds at 156 miles per hour or greater. We are at 130 right now. Sorry, 157, not 156. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll continue to be live here throughout the duration here of landfall, and potentially even after landfall of Hurricane Helene, as impacts are expected even up into Georgia. It's supposed to be a very long next several hours. Thank you, Church, for becoming a member. Let's see if Connor's live yet. All right, they delayed their stream again. They're going to be live in about 25 minutes. We do have Brandon Kopic out there, though. We can go over to him. So this is Brandon Kopic. Again, Brandon Kopic is on YouTube and also on the Radar Omega app. You can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That's the app, by the way, that we've been using this entire stream.
So we're headed
south. It's only $8.99. Tons of features, including live radar feed, tons of customizability, and you can stay ahead of Hurricane Helene. Also, if you are a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, which starts from $4.99 a month, you can also get access to the Project Mesovorts, which are right along the coastline. Those are the ones that are going to have all the storm surge and the high winds tonight. We're going to see them again really soon start to ramp up. Again, this is just the beginning. We're really at the beginning stages. Once this huge area of convection starts to get closer to the coastline, we're going to really start to see the wind pick up and also the surge. So we are going to start to see conditions really start to deteriorate here pretty soon.
Been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning for Charleston, Berkeley, and Dorchester counties in South Carolina. So this right here is your new tornado warning. We actually have one area of rotation right over the town of Charleston. And we also have another area of rotation just south of Charleston. Another one actually just south of Charleston. We got 3 different pockets of rotation, all moving to the north. So if you're anywhere in that pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Apparently, a private jet just flew through the hurricane. A private jet literally went through the hurricane. Excuse me? A private jet went like this through the hurricane. And it's like right here now. It is, I'm trying to find the flight number. It's N610FP on Flight Tracker if you guys want to look at it. That is whack. All right, here's a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado threat is expected to continue through the late evening and probably into the overnight hours. A new tornado watch will be issued soon for central, southwestern, northern Florida, and as well as back through southern Georgia. It's Taylor Swift. All right, here we go. Taylor Swift allegations coming in. It's a flight from Houston to Orlando. Very interesting. Oh, actually, we have another storm chaser. Let me see what they're looking at right now. I want to keep a close eye on that too. All right. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. Thank you also to Eunice Mayo for the very generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Eunice. Appreciate that. The only 2 tornado warnings that we have one in South Carolina and one in Georgia. And the one in South Carolina is just off to the west of Baconton. Let's go back to live radar. That rotation's still looking pretty strong right now. Moving to the northwest. And then our other area of rotation, a little bit broader now, off to the northeast of Donaldson. Yeah, that rotation's still pretty strong right now, back over here near Baconton. Moving to the northwest in Georgia. And then back over in South Carolina, again near Charleston. We still have rotation basically right over the town. If you know any friends or family here, make sure that they're in their safe place. The rotation is essentially right over the west side of Charleston near West Ashley, moving towards Joshua, Hannanhin, and Interstate 26 going towards Mount Holly eventually. So those will be the areas in the track of this particular area of rotation. We also have 2 other pockets of rotation just offshore. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Thank you, Anthony, also for the 2-month membership. Thank you, Linear, also for the super chat. Yeah, Recon found 942 millibar pressure in the center. Right now, it's 945 according to the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, Theme, for the 1 gifted member. It was a Lear jet that flew through the eye, apparently. So that's what just happened. And the Hurricane Hunter's still currently flying around the center of Helene. They often do this, by the way. This is not like unusual for them to fly around the eye when we actually have a consolidated eye. They do this quite often. So this is not like, you know, surprising. But that Hurricane Hunter aircraft just flying around in there. One day we're going to have airplane chasers. Just one day. That'd be kind of crazy, not going to lie. Quick update as well. Back over here in the Atlantic Ocean, we do have a new area of development that has a 90% chance of development over the next 48 hours. Probably going to be our next named tropical storm. Very, very soon. Not currently expected to impact the United States. With that said, we also have an area of development back down here where basically Helene developed. 20% chance of development over the next 7 days. wouldn't be shocked, to be honest, if this did become a tropical storm somewhere, perhaps in the southwestern Gulf if it does develop. So, something to watch for after Helene. So we might have more action coming soon. We're back to the bridge. Again, Storm Surge continues to hammer this bridge back down near Cape Coral, Florida. The blue for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I think we're pretty close to high tide here in Cape Coral. I could be wrong. What about Disney? Everything okay there? It's mostly just wind in Disney. Mostly just wind. 942 millibars on the latest path. Yeah, it's still intensifying. Helene is continuing to intensify. Me, Connor, Freddie, and Stormer Media, we all made predictions about what the pressure and wind speed would be upon landfall. I think it was like yesterday morning. I think mine was 130 mile per hour winds and like 937 millibars upon landfall. I think that's what I predicted. Kind of crazy if that actually happened. I think Ben Williams, one of the other storm chasers, I think he put like 105 mile per hour winds in, I don't know, Cat 2 or something.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. That's going to be for Terrell, Calhoun, Doherty, and Baker counties in Georgia. That's on that tornado warning that's been near Baconton this entire time. So if you are in this new tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Rotation's still pretty strong, as it does continue to move to the northwest over the next several minutes. It is moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. Be heading towards Highway 62 near Leary and Morgan. Those areas will be in the track of it. Quickly, we're gonna just take down the radar for a second. Just gonna refresh my app. It's been lagging a little bit. I have a lot of tabs open, which would explain why. Alright. Velocities on radar estimating around 135 mile per hour winds just to the west there of Tampa. Near that northern side of the eye. Those velocities not accurate, by the way, but that's what it looks like on radar right now. That northern side and eastern side of this hurricane are going to be the most impactful when it comes to wind, and as well as heavy rainfall, storm surge potential. All that stuff is going to be way more elevated with the northern side, and as well as the eastern side of the eye wall. So we are expecting some pretty big impacts out of this as it moves to the north. Thank you, Clash, for the super chat. Thank you, Christine, also for the super chat. Thank you, Jeepers, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jeepers. Appreciate the generosity. So it sounds like... Alright, so this is what it sounds like right now. It sounds like... I think Brandon... I'm not sure what Brandon's doing. Sounds like Connor is going to be staying at a hotel in Perry. So that's their plan for intercepting this hurricane. So yeah, we also have we actually have another... Oh, okay, I see what's going on now. Okay. So we do have... Alright, so on the Radar Omega app, we now have another camera. We have one set up now inside of in Tallahassee. We have one set up inside of a building here. So there's also a camera that'll be able to see the wind. So... in Tallahassee. So there's a camera there. And again, those Project Meso, these are called Project Mesovorts. They are for subscribers on the Radar Omega app, and you can download it with the top link in the description. There's one right here in St. George Island, which again, we're going to see a lot of stuff happening there here very soon. Carabel, Florida as well. And things are going to ramp up there very soon as well. And we also have a few others down the coastline, one near Horseshoe Beach. Which the shed, or whatever you want to call it. What is this called? Does somebody have like a name for this? Call it like a, I don't know, a shed or something? I don't know. Whatever this is. Shack. We'll call it a shack, I guess. The shack there. That might be overtaken by water pretty soon. A gabizo? What's a gabizo? Or gazebo? Oh, gazebo. Okay. This is another camera. We got a lot of people here. This is near Jenna, Florida. There's like there's 1, 2, we have about 4 different cars here just sitting here. Hey, Ryan, for the $20 super chat, but appreciate that. Put some W's in the chat for Ryan. And back up in Dark Island, Florida. This is the other camera that we have here as well. These raindrops will naturally get off the cameras, but for now they're, you know, on it. Yeah, we got tons of different cameras. We also have one more there, actually. We have one on that house in Keaton Beach, Florida. But guys, we're getting pretty close to landfall. It's not far. The eye is about 100 miles from landfall right now from Florida. And with the speed it's going right now, let's do some math. The National Hurricane Center said this is moving north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. All right. If the eye is currently, let's say it makes landfall. I mean, basically it can make landfall anywhere in this area, but let's just say it makes landfall 100 miles from now. Landfall would be around 11:30 or so. The worst of the impacts from the eye wall will begin in approximately 2.5 hours or so. And then some of the more moderate impacts like hurricane force winds and storm surge will probably start ramping up within the hour. So it's the current timing kind of right now what we're looking at. Guys, he's a weather expert, not a pavilion gabizo or gazebo expert. Not wrong. I'm not I don't know. I didn't even know. I've heard of the word gazebo, but never used it in my life. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Wave height in the eye. Near the eye, we are currently looking at wave heights near like 25 feet. There's another buoy shot that just came in as well. That is another photo out there near the eye of Hurricane Helene. One second, gotta fix this camera here. Okay. All right. We do have a rotating storm near Punta Gorda, Florida, again. A little bit of rotation right over Port Charlotte, yet again. A little bit of rotation. It's right over Charlotte Harbor, moving to the north-northwest. It's going to be approaching Interstate 75. So another area of rotation there, moving north-northwest towards Interstate 75 right now. It's probably like the 30th.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for, guess where? Port Charlotte, or just on the east side of Port Charlotte, under this new tornado warning. Going through just the west side of Arcadia, south of Bowling Green, near Zolfo Springs. This is a huge tornado warning. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. The east side this time of Port Charlotte is under this tornado warning. A little bit different from what we've been dealing with. And that pocket of rotation currently moving to the north-northeast. Actually, sorry, it's moving. What direction is this moving? Yeah, it's moving about, sorry, it's moving more north-northeast, not northwest. Moving more north-northeast. Thank you, Big Bud, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Big Bud. Thank you, Nicholas, also for the super chat. Thank you, Min, also for the super chat. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. There are 27,000 of you. I think if every one of you subscribe right now, we would hit 400,000 subscribers. So make sure to subscribe down below if you've not already. Fun fact, we're at 392,389. There's a chance that we could get... I don't think we'll hit 400k tonight, but you never know. It is possible. How many computers do you have? You keep looking around. We have a total of 8 monitors, 6 of them in use right now. And then we have technically 3 computers, but we have like 1 computer and 2 laptops. So the laptops are what run the other stuff on the side. Feel free to share the stream, by the way, with people that you might know that are in the track of Hurricane Helene. Again, we'll be live here for several hours covering Helene as it approaches the Big Bend of Florida. And again, Hurricane Helene has continued to strengthen here in the Gulf of Mexico. It is a Category 4 hurricane, and it will be going right towards the Big Bend of Florida here soon. Our next update from the National Hurricane Center in about 35 minutes or so. Electric meter... Bruh. Thank you, Shane, for the super chat. Thank you, Melissa, for the super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Melissa. Appreciate the generosity. Somebody just said in the chat, I'm riding it out on my boat in Cedar Key. I just don't think that's safe. Gonna be honest with you. I just don't think that's safe. You know what's crazy? In about 1 minute, we just gained like 400 subscribers. After I said that. We almost gained like 500 subscribers in a minute right there. After I said subscribe to the channel. That's crazy. How do I get a ride on a hurricane plane? I don't know, man. It's not easy. You have to know people. And you also have to... I'm not sure exactly how you do it. I'm not going to speak for people that go on it because I don't really know. I know somebody that flies on it. I just don't know how you actually fly on them. Thank you, Sam, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Josh, for the super chat. Lakeland's mostly going to be wind, some rain, and then again an isolated tornado threat. Thank you, Ramblin', for the super chat. Thank you, Sam, for the super chat. We got another super chat train going. We got Lois with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Villages, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Lisa, for the super chat. You guys are going crazy. Let's go back to that Georgia tornado warning as well. So they got rotation on the tornado warning east of Morgan. It's going to be approaching Morgan and Leary in Georgia.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we do have a new tornado warning now for those in Charlton, Ware, and Clinch counties in Georgia. And that is a tight area of rotation. Moving towards the west side of Waycross. Route 82 will be in the track of this. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. It's moving to the northwest at approximately 35 miles per hour, so a little bit faster than the other one. Thank you, Diane, Addie, KJ, Axis, Tech, Ed, and Mike, and Stephanie for all the super chats. That's crazy. Appreciate it. How's the Osprey camera holding up? Let me check. I haven't looked in a while. If there's nothing happening, I won't pull it up. It's still pretty windy there. This is the Osprey camera from the Window to Wildlife. Oh, actually, it went out. That's why. I was about to say, it looks kind of bright. It actually went out. So that camera's now down, unfortunately. Lost power. So maybe it's not holding up all right. Thank you, Pierce, for the super chat. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Do I have a team? Pretty much everything, at least from this end of everything, is me. I don't have like any employees or anything. I mean, we have chat moderators, but that's more on the chat side of things. And then trying to think. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I have some people occasionally make me graphics or stuff, but it's very occasional. So it's pretty much all me. I don't really have people like doing stuff behind the scenes other than chat moderating and stuff like that. I would say the chat moderators are essentially the team. That's, but we don't have anybody like doing graphics or really anything like that. You can Diz, LS, and Feisty for all becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities. Let's go back to infrared imagery. Put back on there for now. What time is it? All right, we have 5 minutes, I think, until Connor is live. Let me double check. All right, we should have Storm Chaser Connor Croft here live pretty shortly. I'm gonna take the airplane off the map so you can see the eye, because it looks weird with that on. There's the eye. And we are getting pretty close to nighttime, so we are going to start flipping back over our cameras to other cameras. We're probably going to start going to the Radar Omega Cyclone ports here, or Radar Omega Mesovorts here pretty soon. Thank you, Elder, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mira, also for the super chat. Let me see if there's anything happening right now. I know Brandon Kopic is currently positioning for this hurricane, so he is currently positioning. Thank you, DBT, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Floral, for the super chat. Thank you, CAD, for the super chat. Put some W's in the chat for CAD. Thank you, Call Sign, for the super chat. This will not be a Category 2 or 1 by the time it gets to Tennessee. This is going to be almost undoubtedly just a post-tropical cyclone up there. It will still be producing wind gusts up in Tennessee. Thank you, Diz, for the super chat. How's Ocala? Mostly just gonna be wind over in those areas, like Ocala and Gainesville. Nothing too crazy there yet. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's any updates here. Friendly reminder, make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We are retweeting lots of photos and videos on Twitter. Again, that's at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. The link is also in the description. Thank you, Dana and Brittany, also for the super chats. Appreciate it. Well, it looks like the Malacha Bridge in Florida, the bottom right of your screen, we'll full cam it to it real quick. It does look like it's starting to calm down a little bit. It's been pretty crazy there all day. And it looks like they actually have a power truck there, so there's obviously power outages, but it does look like it is calming down just a little bit down here in Cape Coral, Florida. This is an area that was expecting the worst of the conditions throughout the daytime hours. So, good news, Cape Coral doesn't look horrible so far. We haven't seen anything too crazy there. Thank you, Boy, for the super chat. Thank you, William and Lady, for the super chat. But yeah, it looks a little bit calmer here, so good news. And we also have Brandon Kopic, who is again on the Radar Omega app and on YouTube. He is currently positioning. He is going down the Big Bend right now. He is currently going through Taylor County. So we'll see how that goes.
Alright, I'm trying to catch up to you guys. I do not like.
So here's a little positioning update. We have, again, many of the storm chasers that we do have are on the Radar Omega app. We have Brandon Kopic and as well as Corey Gherkin right in this area. So again, that's the Big Bend in Taylor County. We also got Connor Croft in Perry. And yeah, those are the position updates for right now. And again, we got all of our live cams here on the Radar Omega app, kind of up and down the coast here on that little Big Bend. Do we have a hurricane aircraft camera? That would be kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. If we had a hurricane aircraft camera, that'd be wild. We have a tight signature right now, approaching 84 in Georgia. Wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado here in the next few minutes. Thank you, Old Guy Gaming, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Old Guy Gaming. Appreciate the generosity. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Marty, also for the super chat. Panama City, mostly just going to be tropical storm force wind gusts. I guess like the sort of good news about this hurricane for at least Panama City is that the landfall is going to be up here in the Big Bend. So Panama City is really going to be on the outskirts of what we're going to see out of this. It'll be mostly just some rain and then, tropical storm force wind gusts. But Panama City had a possibility to be having landfall there today, but good news, it doesn't look like that's happening. So otherwise, that could have been bad. Thank you, Bradley, also for the $50 donation. Put some W's in the chat for Bradley. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you. By the way, I have some good news for you guys because I was kind of concerned I might not be able to go live tomorrow. I probably can go live tomorrow for that tornado threat, if needed, back over in the East Coast region. So the Carolinas, essentially. That threat, if we do go live, it would be from like 10 a.m. until like probably 2 p.m. It would be more like a little afternoon stream sort of thing. Thank you, Aaron, for becoming a member. Thank you, Cora, for the $5 super chat. W to my professor. I had one professor that I like have to attend that class, and doesn't seem like I have to. So good news. WW. All right. All right. Connor's live. We'll go to him once there's something happening. They're literally just chilling in a hotel room right now. It's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Yes, Connor is live, but he's in a hotel room. I don't feel like putting 3 people in a hotel room up on my screen right now. I'm gonna be honest. People will be like, what is going on the stream? How am I doing? I'm not doing too bad. Not doing too bad for right now. Let's check out the power outage map. We haven't done that here in a fat minute. Let's go to power outages and check in on that. Power outages are continuing to climb in the state of Florida. We are now up to 346,000 people without power in the state of Florida. So that number just continues to climb. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I just gotta do... I'm trying to add the cameras onto here really quick. Let's see if this works. Not sure if it's going to. Boom. All right. We got Radar Omega cameras that we're going to be able to have on screen as well. So that'll help for later. All right, cool. But again, power outages continuing to increase across Florida. Almost 500,000 without power now, mostly in the western tier of Florida. But we also have in Okeechobee County some power outages. Up and down the East Coast, looking fine for right now. Hendry and Collier County, some isolated power outages, but the majority of them have really been in Sarasota County. A little over 15% without power right now. Thank you, Deb, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Nocturnal, for the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. W's in the chat for Radar Omega. We're able to... So, the great thing about what we have today for this stream, and you guys will see it in an hour or two once, things actually ramp up, but we're going to be able to have at least 3 different cameras on the bottom of your screen, all showing you storm surge and high winds at the same time, up in the Florida Big Bend. So, it should be a very interesting landfall stream for sure. I'm kind of glad we have this layout now. We didn't have this layout until, I think we introduced this with maybe Beryl. We introduced this with Beryl. We didn't use it for Debbie. We're going to start using this 3-camera overlay more in the future for like multiple storm chasers too when we're doing severe weather coverage too. So this is definitely going to help for when landfall happens. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know how to read your name, 5, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Heather, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Heather. Appreciate the super chat. No problem at all. I appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Grogu, also for the super chat. Saying thank you before you lose power in Georgia. Hopefully you don't lose power. Let's hope. I know a lot of people are going to lose power in Georgia, but we can only hope that, you know, the power outages aren't as bad as, you know, currently, you know, forecasted to be. Let's just hope, like Adalia had rapid intensification, or had an eye wall replacement right before landfall. Let's hope that happens, because if that happens, this thing will be it'll be a lot weaker. We have strengthening rotation west of Arcadia in Florida. Again, this is moving north, going towards the Wauchula area, just north of Port Charlotte. So continue to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Again, we have 3 tornado warnings right now. 2 in Georgia, 1 in Florida. And then again, the eye of Hurricane Helene is still moving towards the Big Bend as a major Category 4 hurricane. We are expecting landfall in just a few hours. There are currently over 20 different sheriffs apparently stationed, and Florida Highway Patrol stationed in Perry, Florida. Alrighty. So they're, again, just keeping storm chasers out. Again, it's a mandatory evacuation area, which is why they have it like that. Okay. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. Thank you, Feisty, also for the super chat. Thank you, Roadkill, also for the super chat. Thank you also to Steven for the $50 donation through the donation link. What is the worst case scenario for Gainesville? I think the worst case scenario for Gainesville... Look at the storm surge, by the way, in Tampa Bay, bottom left of your screen. It's getting kind of crazy there. That water's going over the road. It's kind of hard to see now, but that's really going over the road now. I think worst case scenario for Gainesville is like hurricane force winds up to like 80 miles per hour. That would probably be worst case scenario at this point. And that would cause probably at least some scattered power outages, but potentially numerous. Thank you also to Addie for the $50 donation. Guys, you guys are going crazy. Appreciate the generosity. How's Atlanta gonna look? The whole apartment is watching you right now. The whole apartment. How many people are in this apartment? Are we talking about like a whole party? Is it a hurricane party? I mean, I think overall Atlanta is going to be picking up probably around 4 to 8 inches of rain, so flooding will be possible tomorrow, and then wind gusts will probably be around 60 to 70. Thank you also to Jacob for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jacob as well. You guys are going crazy. Appreciate the generosity. What's the millibar on the storm right now? The hurricane hunters have been observing around 940 millibars for pressure in Hurricane Helene. Go over to the tropical, go to the hurricane hunters. Not to John. Let's get John off here. So hurricane hunters have been flying around. Looks like 943, 942 has been kind of the general consensus near the eye. So that's currently what it looks like for pressure. And the Hurricane Hunter was the Hurricane Hunter aircraft here was flying around the eye for quite a while, and now they are flying out. It looks like. Thank you, Cindy, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Addie, also for the super chat. 10 people here. We're drinking hurricanes. That is crazy. Got an apartment of 10 people watching me right now, and they're drinking hurricanes. That's some crazy work. Thank you, John, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. The Tampa terminal radar site is out. I think it's been like that, though, all day. The other radar site still showing the worst of the eye wall right now on the north and east side, currently, of Hurricane Helene. So, again, the worst of the impacts will be felt right up in here in a few hours. We're going to start to see some storm surge and everything like that really increasing. This is one of the radar omega cyclone ports, or mesovorts. Again, this camera will be on until it might get knocked out when the storm surge ramps up. Again, up to 20 feet of storm surge will be possible in this location that we're at right now. We are starting to at least see some puddling. I'm not seeing anything crazy, but there's a little bit of puddling over here. There's something happening there. The water is rising. You can see the water. It's actually getting close to like the edge here. So we are going to start to see some storm surge here, I think, within the hour. So it should be getting interesting here pretty soon. Thank you, Marty, also for the super chat. And thank you to Matt for the super chat. Are you single? I've been single for my entire life. Thank you. My best friend lives just outside Disney. I don't think Disney's gonna be that bad. Again, it should be mostly just wind. I want to go... I kind of want to go to Connor, dude. He looks ridiculous. This is Brandon Kopic.
Hopefully
dude, Connor, this is Connor right now. He's in a hotel.
I do not think it will.
This guy looks like
he's
like
what I'm
going into
here,
like a fight or something.
I don't see how it's
He's got a helmet, glasses, and a wetsuit on.
I don't see how that...
He looks ridiculous. We'll see him later in the stream when he's actually out in the hurricane. But yeah, it's kind of a crazy fit, not gonna lie. Thank you, Greg, for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Greg. This is what he looked like earlier. He has khaki pants on or something. Like, this guy is... almost looks like he's gonna go into like a sumo fight or something. Got the max velocity hat on though. That's the biggest part of the build. Max velocity 250k hat. Sheesh. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, if every one of you subscribes right now, we might hit 400,000 subscribers. So make sure to subscribe if you're new to the channel. It's the red button down below. It's free to do. And again, we'll be live throughout Hurricane Helene. And also make sure to like the stream. Thank you, Tunichi, for the super chat. How's it going, Fernanda, David, Kevin, and Maria in St. Petersburg? Hope you guys are staying safe there. Thank you also, Todd, by the way, for the $20 super chat. Is Connor gonna swim into the eye? I don't know, man. He might. Maybe he's getting a boat. Get a yacht out there. Imagine. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. All right, Horseshoe Beach. Horseshoe Beach is probably gonna be the first place that we see getting impacted, so we're gonna have that camera ready to go. Let's go over to here. We're gonna go back to this screen. We're gonna go ahead and paste this thing in here. I'm doing some like background stuff because I wasn't ready for this, but all good. Put that thing there. And that eventually will go over here. Maybe. Oh, right there. Oh, right there. Okay. Coolio. Alright. Just doing some stuff. Alright, thank you, Deb, for becoming a member. Thank you, Jacob, for the 10 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Jacob. You gotta get to membership. Make sure to thank Jacob in the chat. Alright, our next National Hurricane Center update within the next 15 minutes. So we'll have a new update from them in 15 minutes. We'll see if the intensity has changed at all in just a moment. Oh. Okay, we're getting a report. This is breaking. This is breaking news about the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I'm relaying a report on Twitter. I'm not sure if this is true yet. If this is true, that's pretty bad. But apparently the report is that the NOAA aircraft that was flying into the hurricane was hit by an extreme updraft in Helene's eye, causing possible mechanical issues, and that's why they were stuck in the eye. Possibly. I'm not confirming that because I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but that's what I just saw. I'm not 100% sure on that report, but if that is true, that was why they were in the eye. But I've seen them in the eye before, even without tech issues. Like, they sometimes just fly around in there. But right now, the aircraft is all the way out here, so I'm assuming that it's fine now. But Okay, I am not going on it now. When were you ever going to go on a Hurricane Hunter aircraft? There's no shot you would have gone on a Hurricane Hunter aircraft ever. Let's go back to infrared imagery. Actually, let's go back to the tornado warnings. The one over here in southwest Georgia has been canceled. The other one over here north of Argyle, that one's pretty much weakened out. The only tornado warning that we had any meaning for was the one in Florida, and that one's now gone. So that one's done as well. So the only tornado warning left is in southeast Georgia, and that one's not looking that concerning. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on it, though, in case anything does change. Thank you, Jacob, for the 20 gifted members. Appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for Jacob, and if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Jacob in the chat. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Bruh, there's no way, right? Is this the same place? I'm telling you guys, Port Charlotte is like a hot spot for tornadoes right now. It's crazy. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one is southeast of Port Charlotte and east of Punta Gorda, going towards Arcadia. It's like basically a copy and paste of the last tornado warning. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. You should already know the drill because you've already been under at least one warning. So there you go. Thank you, Pierce, for the becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right. All right, satellite is completely gone.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I can't get a word out sometimes with these tornado warnings. The satellite imagery is completely gone, so we are now down to infrared imagery and water vapor imagery for tonight. So that's the latest there. All right, new tornado warning again. New tornado warning just southeast of Arcadia, this new area that we haven't talked about really today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we now have 3 tornado warnings all in the same area. So this is going to include DeSoto, Hardee, and Charlotte counties in southwest Florida. One near the Wauchula area, one south of Bowling Green. That circulation's moving to the north. Latest radar scan showing it as a pretty decent little signature there. We also have some circulation near Route 31 moving to the north. And that'll be going towards Highway 70. So if you're in any of these tornado warnings, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's 3 different tornado warnings in southwest Florida. Just to the north and east of Port Charlotte. Thank you, Alex, for becoming a member. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. Thank you, Christy and Kristen, also for becoming members. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. Thank you, Pierce, for the becoming a member. And also shout out to Brenda for the $10 donation through the donation link. I appreciate that. Our next National Hurricane Center update will come out in 10 minutes. We are expecting an extreme flooding event back up into North and South Carolina, and as well as back up into Northeast Georgia tonight and tomorrow. So get ready for that. We do have a new tornado watch that was just issued as well, which will go until 6 a.m. That is the big 6-0 a.m. So new tornado watch in effect for Florida, for the most part, and Georgia. So that's Palm Bay, Cape Coral, Sarasota, Tampa, Spring Hill, Orlando, Ocala, just east of Tallahassee, Gainesville, Palm Coast, and southeastern Georgia, all included in this new tornado watch until 6 a.m. Several tornadoes are likely, which that wording is obviously pretty big. That means that we're probably going to see multiple tornadoes here over the next 10 hours here in Florida. So again, make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place. Have a, you know, if you have a weather radio, make sure that's ready to go. But have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts for tonight. Hey, Jen and Matthew for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. The Bonnie also for the super chat, and thank you. Where I can't read the full name, but thank you. Where for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Waco, also for the super chat. All right, let's answer some questions while we have a little bit of time before landfall. I do want to point out that bottom left camera, the storm surge is really coming over right now. It's really gotten more intense. We're gonna go to that camera full cam. Actually, I'm gonna have to find it though. Thank you, Found, for the super chat. Hey, you're good, man. I appreciate any generosity. Really goes a long way. Thank you, Vest, also for the super chat. We're gonna pull up that camera full cam though, because that storm surge is coming over the wall. I just need to find where it's at. Okay, so as of the report, the recon did get stuck in the hurricane, but now they're good. So that was actually true. I thought it was. I just didn't know 100%. All right, let me go over to what is the tab for cameras? Is it this one? That one? It's that one. All right. We're going to pull up that camera that has that crazy storm surge right now. This is it right here. I'll pull it up full cam. This is in Tampa Bay. Once again, Tampa is getting hammered right now with storm surge right now. Thank you, Butterfly, for becoming a member. All right, we're gonna full cam this. This is again right along the bridge. That's live. Look at that water coming right over onto the roadway there. Thank you, Ivar, also for becoming a member. Water's really crashing over right now, and this again in Tampa Bay. So this is like on one of the bridges there. Yeah, it's nighttime, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to see, but you can clearly see the water coming right over onto that highway. Thank you, King, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for King. Let me look at Twitter. If you're just tuning in, this is live in Tampa Bay right now at the storm surge. Very crazy right now in Tampa. This is actually unbelievable. We're still, I mean, this storm surge doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. It just keeps crashing here along the bridge onto the roadway. This is why this particular bridge is closed in Tampa Bay. So it is closed because of all the water coming over. Those waves just keep crashing over. And we'll go back to this camera. It'll be bottom left of your screen just for reference if you want to keep watching that for now. We're going to gander and see if we see anything else as well. Was that a fish? I have no clue. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a fish, though. If you saw a fish on your screen, it wouldn't be surprising. I mean, that's the ocean. We have a new National Hurricane Center update. As of now, the 8 p.m. update is coming out. The latest update on Hurricane Helene has just come in. Extremely dangerous Hurricane Helene is nearing the northeastern Gulf Coast. Catastrophic storm surge and life-threatening winds expected in the Florida Big Bend area. As of 8 p.m., it is currently a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour. The pressure is currently at 942 millibars. So it continues to steadily drop here in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. And then the latest on the cone of uncertainty, I'll show you in a moment once it comes up, but it's basically the same. Let me get rid of the red cone here on the screen, though. Oh, cameras went out. Let me fix those real quick. All right. Thank you, Dave, for the super chat. Is Disney World closing? I think Magic Kingdom closes at like 8 tonight or something. I think that's like the only like closure or anything that they have, but they're pretty much open like normal hours. Wow, the water is coming over as well on the bottom of your screen. That camera, that's going crazy too. That's a different camera. We are seeing some big storm surge right now in Tampa Bay. And again, this is what we're going to be seeing up in the Big Bend here pretty soon, but even worse than that by a lot. So it's going to get pretty crazy here soon. It's not closed, just left. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing the lines weren't very long at Disney today. There probably weren't that many people out there. You think it will get to Cat 5? I don't think so. No, not this rate. I mean, landfall is within 3 hours. I highly doubt this gets to a Cat 5. I don't think it's going to get even close to that. There's the eye. Again, approaching the coast of Florida. Let me take off the Hurricane Hunters. And that eye of Hurricane Helene is really going more towards Perry, Florida. It looks like this is going to be a direct landfall probably for Perry. Very close to it, at least. Unless it wobbles back to the west again. Honestly, looks like this is going to probably go in that direction, though. The buoy? Yeah, the buoy is crazy. This is the buoy camera right inside of Hurricane Helene. Look at the waves. These are photos being taken on the buoy right now. I'm going to full screen it so you can actually see the extent of it. It's crazy. Wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour measured on this buoy. Wave height 25 feet. And these are literal photos being taken. That's inside of basically the eye of the hurricane, or at least in the eye wall. It is scary. Look at that stuff. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, 25-foot waves right there on the west side of the eye. And your eye is currently pretty much on trajectory here for Perry, Florida. A lot of storm chasers all kind of throughout here in the Big Bend. Looks like Brandon Kopic is getting pretty close to the coastline. We're going to keep a close eye on Brandon. He's getting pretty close to the coast there. See what happens. Thank you, Easily, for the super chat. The eye wall is exploding with convection. Yeah, it's been like this for a while, but yeah, it continues to look very impressive. The east side looks a little bit deteriorated, but I think it's going to wrap around again and just keep going as an intense hurricane. Thank you, Scott, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Let's jump back over to the tornado warnings here in Florida. We still have 3 all in the same area. One expires in a minute. We got the other one just south of Arcadia. That's your rotation moving north. Still nothing on the ground on any of these, and then the northern one also doesn't look very impressive. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in a tornado warning. If it looks concerning enough, we will obviously jump to them, but so far a lot of them have been, not anything too crazy. As of 2:33, we had a tornado sighted on the ground near Highway 268. So there you go. Have a little bit of rotation also near Dawson in Georgia. That storm's been rotating for a while. Nothing really too crazy though, just a little bit of circulation. Nothing imminent though in terms of a tornado threat. All right, let's check out. Let's go back to here. check out that camera on Horseshoe Beach. And relatively soon, Horseshoe Beach is going to look a lot different. It's going to look a lot different. Relatively soon. Thank you also, Eric, for becoming a 4-month member. Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member. Yes, this is a Cat 4. Alright, let's see how far this eye is. The center of the eye currently still about 90 miles from the coastline. The eye wall is about 70 miles away. So again, the worst of the impacts will begin for that Big Bend region within about 2.5 hours. So we're getting pretty close to the worst of the impacts beginning. The gazebo blew away? Did it? It's there, I think. We don't have really any lighting shining on it, but I think it's there. The one problem with nighttime hurricanes is sometimes we can't see everything. Thank you, Eric, for the 5 gifted memberships. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Eric in the chat. Appreciate the generosity. How's everybody holding up? I don't know. How's everybody holding up in the chat? Anybody lose power or anything like that yet? Curious to hear what you guys are currently experiencing in either Florida or whatever state you might be in. Maybe Georgia, South Carolina, perhaps, North Carolina. What are you guys feeling or seeing out there? Feel free to put that in the chat. Just got off work. Nice. Let's go back to this screen. Greenville, Tennessee is flooding right now. Okay, this chat's going too fast. Let me read this. All right, still got power in South Venice. Naples is just windy. Lights flickering a bit. In Tampa, haven't lost power. That's good news. Light rain, Tallahassee. Thank you, Bradley, for the super chat. Tampa here, power is luckily staying on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning in South Carolina, north of Beaufort. That's for Charleston and Colleton counties, with a little tightening right now heading towards Walterboro and Round O. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is moving off to the north-northwest towards Walterboro. That's what we're watching. It's going to be moving north towards Walterboro over the next several minutes. Thank you, Sam, for the generous for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Sam. Appreciate the generosity. All right, let's refresh the cameras again. For some reason, these Florida cameras do this. I don't know why. West Palm Beach is not really in danger. Just some gusty winds tonight. Wouldn't be too concerned otherwise. No, I mean, we would need a massive Category 4 hurricane at this particular area for this to be a major factor over there. Thank you, Richard, for the $10 super chat. I mean, this is already a large hurricane to begin with in terms of size. Again, it's 2.5 times larger than Idalia was. So, you know, when you think about it, it's already pretty large. This is like one of the top 10%, you know, largest hurricanes that you'll ever see. Thank you, Hayden, for the super chat. Thank you, Richard, for the super chat. No problem, Julian. What about Daytona Beach? Mostly just wind tonight. Potential for maybe an isolated brief tornado. Can't be ruled out tonight. The eye of Hurricane Helene is getting closer right now to making landfall up in the Big Bend of Florida. It's getting closer. We're going to start to see some pretty big impacts here very soon up in the Big Bend. Now, Actually, let me check this. Okay. Need Elena for the super chat as well. Am I safe in Port St. Lucie? I think you'll be alright down there. Yeah, it's mostly just wind around the Treasure Coast, and then Space Coast, it'll be a little bit more windy. A little bit more of a tornado threat, but that's about it. Thank you, Lynn, for the super chat. Appreciate that. The clearing of the eye is about 20 miles wide. It's a pretty wide eye. Pretty wide. Will it be a Cat 5? I don't expect this to be a Cat 5 at this point, no. There was like a low chance initially, but it doesn't look like it's intensifying much. We'll see what the latest aircraft recon shows. I'm going to look and see if they have any new data there. Let's put up the aircraft recon. Plane is still flying through right now. They are still measuring winds. We'll see what they end up looking at here, but this particular aircraft is still flying through. We have another Hurricane Hunter going into the hurricane right now, so we'll see what they have as well here pretty soon. Hey, Robert, also for the generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It's the red button down below. It is, again, free to do. We'll keep you posted with the latest on Hurricane Helene. If all of you subscribe right now that are not subscribed, we might hit 395,000 subscribers. We're currently 900 away. We're pretty close. Make sure to subscribe. If you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you see any reports or photos, you can also at me on Twitter. I will definitely make sure to check those out. And we might even show some of them. Again, conditions are going to begin to deteriorate here over the next hour in the Big Bend, and we are going to start to see some crazy stuff. So it'll get interesting here very, very, very soon. Okay. Let's see. Let's do tropical. I'm going to take off the Hurricane Hunters again. How populated is the Perry area? I would say probably, just looking at it, probably like 5,000 to 10,000 people. I don't know if anybody has the exact number, though, in the chat. If you have the exact number in the chat, feel free to put it there. Our next National Hurricane Center update will be out in about 50 minutes. So we'll have some new information then. But for the time being, again, we are really within 3 hours of landfall. Like, we're going to start to see things really get crazy here over the next few hours. And again, this hurricane's moving very fast for reference. So I do want to point out that since this is moving so fast to the north at almost 25 miles per hour, it's like one of the faster moving hurricanes that you'll ever see. You know, it's going to be moving really quickly. And so the impacts are going to really ramp up in a really fast manner. So just keep that in mind here in the Big Bend of Florida if you're still there, because the impacts are really going to get crazy here very, very soon. But we are going to keep a close eye on these cameras. Storm surge expected to really ramp up over the next hour, especially on that southern camera. The other camera's probably going to take a little bit more time. Currently looks like it's raining back over in Carabel, Florida. Again, these are the Radar Omega Project Mesovorts. You can watch these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. With the top link in the description below. If you are a subscriber inside the app, you can watch these. And the app's only $8.99. Comes with tons of features like live storm chasers and live cameras across the country. You can watch all these storm chasers inside of the Radar Omega app. Also, you can look at the live radar feed. Connor's leaving his hotel. All right, we'll keep tabs on him. We'll probably go to him here pretty soon. Storm surge is not going to happen in Atlanta. That would be almost impossible for that to happen. The only way that happens is if we get like a 1,000-foot storm surge or something crazy, which that's not possible. The wind speed right now is at 130 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, and then the pressure is at 942, I believe, on the latest update. Then our next update's in about an hour. Okay. When is the storm surge for Tampa? It's happening right now. If you go to the look at the bottom of your screen, it's already happening. Like, the worst of the storm surge will be happening over the next few hours. You can see the water going up over the bridge and the road there. Like, that's all just water hitting the bridge and going right over. So, storm surge is happening as we speak. But Tampa's not expected to get the worst of the impacts. I mean, you're down. You are getting the wind going into the bay, so that's why a lot more water's pushing in now. But like, this is going to be basically around the peak of your storm surge. So it's happening as we speak, though. Miami's not going to get much other than just the wind that we've already seen, because this is going to be making landfall. It's literally moving away from you as we speak. So. Top over to
in the outer band.
That's Connor Croft. This is Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on YouTube and also on the Radar Omega app. Again, he's currently back over near the Buckhorn area of Florida.
At the loop, it honestly looks like it's just
raining. Nothing too crazy yet, but we are expecting the impacts to really ramp up here over the next hour or so. We're expecting the potential for some trees falling, huge storm surge, and all that sort of stuff. He's within about a mile or so from the water, actually, so he's pretty close.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, back over to live radar. We do have a new tornado warning in North Carolina. That is northern North Carolina. This is moving away from the Raleigh area. This is possibly the storm from earlier. So this is going to be for those in Yanceyville. Little tightening there, going towards Yanceyville in North Carolina. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Thank you also, Emily, for becoming a member. Thank you, Spartan and Gabriel, for the super chats. Thank you, Lady T, for the 5 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Lady T. Appreciate that. And also, where is this? Thank you to Jenny, also, for the $5 donation through the donation link. I appreciate that. All right, let's go back down to the tornado warning in South Carolina. Rotation still seems to be on the broader side of things as it moves towards Walterboro and Round O, and eventually Interstate 95. So if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place as it continues to move to the north. Thank you, Palmella, for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, guys. We're getting closer. I know everybody's kind of waiting for stuff to really happen, but we're getting closer to this making close landfall in Florida. Very close. Obviously, impacts are really being felt in Tampa Bay right now. That's where we've been seeing some of the worst action here over the last little while, but the storm surge is really going to ramp up here very soon back over in Big Bend. I'm going to go and full screen the... full screen one of these cameras over here in Tampa to give you an idea of that storm surge and more of a full screen view. Thank you, Jacob, for the generous $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jacob. I appreciate that a lot, Jacob. Appreciate your generosity. All right, we're going to pull up one of these storm surge cameras here. So again, this is back over in Tampa Bay, right along the bridge. This is live. Water is really getting over now. The storm surge here keeps getting higher. Like, the water is actually flowing onto the roadway now. Waves are just crashing. A lot of water going into the bay. This is the opposite of what Ian did. Ian brought water out of the bay. It was very interesting. This bridge, for reference, is closed. There's no cars on it, for a good reason. I'd be slightly concerned if we had anybody on the bridge. There might be a fish there somewhere. You might see a fish go flying. You never know. Also going over to, we'll go to Storm Chaser, Connor Croft real quick. They're currently over near Perry, Florida. Again, wind is starting to pick up in Perry. Again, we're really early stages, but wind is beginning to pick up there.
Yeah, it does suck. The only light we're gonna have is from our cars. Yeah. Later,
Hey, no problem, John. Appreciate you tuning in.
Running.
Appreciate that.
I should help her stream out. It should look better now.
Thank you, MP, for becoming a VIP Velocity
Jack,
member.
I still don't know what Ben's doing.
In the chat for MP.
Where you going, Ben?
Tiered membership on the channel.
Where is
Thank you,
Ben?
Andy, for the
We
super
don't really
chat.
know what Ben's doing right now, guys. He's
I don't know where
he's
that
going
is,
on
Andy.
his own. He's
that
walking
is.
into the hurricane, guys. He's gone.
He's trying to go find it.
He's gone.
He's already bored. He's just gonna go for the eye wall.
Rip Ben. See you later, Ben. Let's get some RIP Bens in the chat.
All right, back over to Brandon Kopic as well. Again, they're kind of in the same area within about 20 miles of each other. Brandon's currently positioning for this hurricane. Again, this is back over in Tampa Bay with the storm surge that we're seeing right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Brunswick, Georgia. That's a very populated area. If you know any friends or family in Brunswick, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're in their safe place. We have a tornado warning moving to the northwest. Area of circulation right now is just offshore. Potential for a fish-nado that will be moving inland over the next several minutes. Again, that's going towards St. Simons and Brunswick and Country Club Estates. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Actually, potentially, I would say there's probably a water spout right now just offshore. Moving to the northwest. And Brunswick will be in the track. Thank you, Darius, for the super chat. Thank you also, Jace, for the super chat. All right, what was I about to do? I was about to do something, and I forgot. Oh, yeah, all right. We have another video. This is from Burning Peep WX on Twitter. He's posting a clip from one of the cameras here in Tampa. So, storm surge covering one side of the highway. Is that what this is? Apparently the storm surge has covered one side of the highway. I guess the other side of the highway is over here or something. I could be wrong, but apparently storm surge has gone over one side of the highway here. That's over on SR 60, State Route 60. By the way, that tornado warning in Georgia currently includes 80,000 people. So if you have any friends or family here, feel free to share the stream with them, and we'll keep you posted if anything does end up being on the ground. As a reminder, we are expecting at least somewhere in the ballpark of 5 to 10 feet in the Big Bend, but right now the current forecast from the National Hurricane Center is that we could see up to 20 feet of storm surge. And again, this graphic made by James Pettis gives you an idea of what we could see in terms of storm surge. And again, the forecast has a peak of 20 feet tonight back over in parts of the Big Bend. And so, but what that basically means is that the water level on a standard two-story home right on the coastline could literally go over the house. So that's how crazy it might get tonight in terms of storm surge. So again, very significant storm surge expected there in the Big Bend tonight of Florida. Look at that eye. That northern eye wall looks pretty feisty. The northern eye wall looks feisty on Hurricane Helene right now. Thank you, Jacob, for another 20 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Jacob. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Jacob, again for another 20 gifted memberships. You are crazy.
This is an
Okay.
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a tornado on the ground in Caswell and Rockingham counties in North Carolina. So if you are in this warning, get to your safe place. This is now officially an observed tornado, which is that right there. We actually have a debris signature right now. So that is a radar confirmed, I think, tornado here. Yeah, radar confirmed tornado now approaching Anderson and Baines and Jericho and Fitch up here in northern North Carolina. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, that's moving right now to the northwest. Please get to your safe place. That is a debris signature on radar. That has hit at least a few homes, it looks like, near State Highway 119. And it's going to be approaching 62. So that is your debris right there being lifted up into the atmosphere. Hopefully it's just some branches or something, but there is a tornado in progress. See what the next radar scan shows. Our northern North Carolina, again, for this confirmed tornado. Thank you, Flash, for the super chat. Thank you, Tough, for the super chat. Thank you, Stephanie, for the 5 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Stephanie. You got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Stephanie. Thank you, Andy, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Andy. I don't know what state. Does anybody know what Elgin is? I don't know what state or place that is. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado on the ground near Anderson and Baines, approaching Jericho and Fitch. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. That's Illinois, South Carolina, Florida. Okay, I've got Ohio. Okay, I've got a lot of different answers for where that is. Elgin Air Force Base comes up first. I'm not sure. Okay, Florida. Are you talking about the Air Force Base? Yeah, so basically that area. You're not really going to see much other than just some tropical storm force wind gusts. That's really about it. And maybe a little bit of rain. But you're like really on the west side of the hurricane. And usually the west side of hurricanes isn't really that impactful. Appreciate another $20 super chat, by the way. Thank you, Kendrick, also for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we've been live a ton this week. And we've had 2 videos a day and 2 live streams a day for the last 2 days. Today is a little bit different. We had 1 video today, but still. Thank you, JD, for the super chat. All right, CC radar has not updated, but if there's still a tornado, it will be approaching Anderson and Jericho here in northern North Carolina. We will have another radar scan, hopefully in a moment. I think I-275 is starting to get flooded. If the video works, I'll show you guys. It looks like it might be getting flooded over. I could be wrong. Looks like I-275 in the Tampa Bay area is also closed. If I can get a good video shot of it, I'll show you guys. There's a lot of different cameras. I'm trying to see if any of them work. Looks like the videos aren't loading. How bad will Jacksonville be hit? It's mostly just going to be wind up in Jacksonville. It'll be mostly wind up there. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible. This is the main concern. Hey, Cindy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thanks also, Jen, for the super chat. Thank you again, Cindy. I'm just looking to see if we have any views of anything right now in the Tampa area. Tampa Bay continues to seemingly continues to get hit pretty hard. It's been getting hit pretty hard all day. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. What time is landfall? We're expecting landfall right around 11. Give or take a little bit of time on that. Again, give or take like an hour. It could be, I don't think it'll be 10, but I think 11:30 is probably pretty reasonable for landfall. CC just updated? Okay. Yeah, we still have a tornado on the ground near Anderson and Baines in North Carolina. Again, that's going to be approaching Locust Hill, Ruffin, and Yanceyville. It's currently, again, moving to the northwest in this pink polygon. Thank you, MNB, for the super chat. Thank you also to JQR for the for becoming a member. All right, while we wait for another radar scan here in North Carolina, this is back to Tampa on that storm surge. It's still going crazy there right now. With that said, I really have to pee. I'll be back in 60 seconds. You guys want me to go to Connor? I'll just go to Connor real quick since he's out there in the hurricane. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
We're gonna go back in for a second, take a look at satellite and see if recon updated.
Never mind, he's going back inside. All right, we're going back to this screen. All right, I'll be back in a moment. All right, we're back. Absolutely chugging water right now. It's going crazy. Thank you, Buzz Lightyear, for the super chat. It's fantastic. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the storm surge here in the Tampa Bay area. Still pretty significant as we speak. Let's go over to infrared imagery. This is a pretty eerie sight that we're seeing on infrared imagery right now, as we are approaching landfall in Florida. Unfortunately, I don't think Tropical Tidbits is working, so I don't think this is actually going to work. Let's go. We'll use the... Let's go back to Radar Omega. Let's go ahead and go put on satellite, put on infrared. This is what it looks like right now. We're going to have to put on mesoscale. Do 50 frames. It's a pretty eerie sight here as we approach landfall in Florida. The eye is still very much intact. And it's, again, really deep convection on the northern side, too, just developed. But it's very close to landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. Very, very close. I wonder when extreme wind warnings will go up. They're going to go up here pretty soon. I mean, once we get the eye wall gets closer, they're going to go up. Extreme wind warnings are something we do not have very often, by the way. They only happen when we have hurricanes like this. Thank you, David, for the generous $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for David. Thank you to anybody that's donated. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, JQR, for the gifted membership. Thank you also, Zach, for the super chat. Thank you, Janet, for becoming a member. And thank you, Dog, for the super chat. Any chance of a Cat Lot 5 landfall? I highly doubt it. Unless there's something that we don't have on here that we don't know of, like in terms of intensity, I highly doubt it. The Hurricane Hunters are still flying through, I think. Let's check out the latest Hurricane Hunter data. We do have a new Hurricane Hunter aircraft that just flew through. For some reason, there's no data here, but it's actually observing... Look at the winds here. Flight level winds near Cedar Key right now are upwards of 105 knots. Near Cedar Key. So the winds that are currently hurricane force are actually already approaching the Horseshoe Beach area. So this live camera on the Radar Omega app on the Project Mesovorts will probably start to see wind really pick up here soon. It looks like it's already starting to pick up. It's a little bit dark, but we're going to start to see some crazy stuff there, I think, here really soon. And then this is in Jenna, Florida, just north of there. So the eye wall is getting pretty close here. So we're going to start to see some stuff here in the next probably 30 minutes. Right in these two cameras. And then the northern cameras will start to see stuff as well pretty soon. Thank you, Blonded, for the super chat. I was going Weidler from Chicago. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you also, Miranda, for the super chat. Did I eat? No, I ate at like 3-ish. So we'll probably need something here soon, but... Yeah, buckle up, guys. It's going to be a busy next few hours. Again, the eye is... If we put it into perspective here, the eye currently is 48 miles from that camera, and it's currently about 60-ish, about 60 to 70 miles away from landfall in the Big Bend. So we're getting pretty close. People are asking about my subscriber count. That's what the subscriber count looks like right now. 250 more people to subscribe, and we'll be at 395,000 subscribers. There is a chance, again, that we hit 400,000 subscribers tonight. So again, if you know any friends or family that need weather coverage, share the stream with them. Subscribe if you're new here. Would appreciate it. Might hit 400k tonight. Thank you, Dusty, for the super chat. What's the power situation? Let's do a little update on the power outages. All right, we're up to now to 500,000 without power in Florida, so that number keeps climbing. So 500,000 people now without power in Florida. Pinal County is currently the most. That's near Tampa, with 143,000 now without power. And then back over in Hendry County, 35-ish% people are without power there. Lee County, Charlotte County, DeSoto counties, Manatee, Sarasota, Hillsborough, and Pasco, and Hernando counties all have power outages. Levy and Dixie counties are starting to lose power as well. And then Wakulla County and Franklin counties are starting to lose power. So it is starting to ramp up in terms of power outages. And we just skyrocketed to 395,000 subscribers. That was crazy. Thank you, Kara, for becoming a 2-month member. Thank you, Miranda, for becoming a 4-month member. Thank you, BF, for the $20 super chat. How many subscribers have we gained since yesterday? 10,000 today. 10,000 subscribers just today. That is absurd. The winds could still be increasing, but I think we're going to probably hold pretty steady in terms of wind speeds up until landfall. I don't know if we're really going to see any more rapid intensification. But we'll see. Again, hurricane hunters are flying through right now, so we'll know more here soon. Thank you, JB, for becoming a member. Thank you, Chris, for the 5 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Chris. You guys are way too generous. Let's go back to live radar. Got a lot of lightning right now on the north and west side. Again, this is still a pretty intense hurricane. Lightning is a good indicator there of intensification. Velocities are picking up on winds near 155. I mean, again, that's probably happening well above the ground level, but something notable there. Rain and wind is starting to pick up now over in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Thank you, Jacob, by the way, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Jacksonville's mostly going to be wind. Again, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind's the main concern up there. We still do have a tornado warning for Brunswick, Georgia. That rotation has now just moved inland. It does look like that rotation's broadened out quite a bit, but if you're in Brunswick, just continue to stay in your safe place. Still have a tornado warning north of Beaufort. Broad circulation near Walterboro, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. And then back up in northern North Carolina, we did have a tornado on the ground. I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore, but if you are in that warning, just continue to stay in that safe place. All right. Back to the purple color. Holy cow. Thank you, Colton, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Sticks, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Jen, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ellie, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Justin, for the super chat. You guys are literally insane. I mean, this is like the most super chats I think that we've ever had. Again, like last night was crazy. Tonight is even crazier. Thank you, David, for becoming a member too. Goodness gracious. We have 126 new members today. That is insane. Let's see if there's any... Okay, things are starting to ramp up a little bit. Let's hop over to Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on the Radar Omega app and on YouTube. Again, if you want to check him out on Radar Omega, you can download the app for $8.99 with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Highly recommend it. That's the app we've been using this entire stream. He is currently right around Perry, Florida, and so, again, the wind is picking up quite a bit. Rain's obviously going right now as well. Things are starting to deteriorate a little bit here. Again, these are like the outer bands right now, so nothing too crazy yet. Thank you, Luke, also for the super chat. Thank you, Miranda, for another super chat. Thank you, Bad luck for becoming a 3-month member. Some W's in the chat for Miranda with another $20 super chat. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Maximum sustained wind speed right now is at 130. And our next National Hurricane Center update is in 25 minutes. Let's go ahead and put, we'll put Corey Gherkin at the bottom right. I don't know what camera it is. That's the problem. There we go. All right, we got Corey Gherkin. I think we have Storm Intermedia, too. Storm Intermedia is there as well. Start putting Storm Chasers there now. Thank you, Morgan, for the super chat. Thank you, Spartan, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ty, for the super chat. I think it's strengthened over the last 30 minutes. I think, I mean, again, I would say it's kind of steady. I don't know if it's really intensified, but again, we'll know more here pretty soon from the National Hurricane Center in their next update. There is still lightning, so how's that for it? Thank you, Craig, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Craig. Thank you, Easily, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Aiton, for the super chat. When's the next update? 25 minutes or so. A little under 25 minutes from now. Thank you, Sandy, for the super chat. Thank you, Brent, for becoming a member. Thank you, Love, for the super chat. I cannot keep up anymore. I'm talking more about super chats than I am with the weather. It's literally insane. Back over to the infrared imagery. Thank you, Martin, for the $20 super chat. More W's in the chat for Martin. Goodness. Literally a train. Thank you, Brent, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Where is Landfall? Landfall's going to be up here in the Big Bend of Florida. Again, near Perry, probably. And that's going to be around 11 o'clock or so tonight. But the impacts are going to start to be felt here very shortly. Thank you, Vicky, for the super chat. We had a gritty last night, actually. Thank you, Joe, for becoming a member. All right, if we hit 400,000 subscribers in this stream today, we will do a gritty. That's the goal. So 4,000 of you that aren't subscribed, you need to subscribe. All right, and then we'll do the gritty apparently in today's stream. Thank you, Ken, for the super chat. Let's go back to 50 frames on here. Thank you, Darlene, for the super chat. Thank you, Andy, for the super chat. Thank you, MP. Thank you, Rondi. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Spirit. I cannot keep up with these super chats. It's literally going insane. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. Thank you, Emily, for the super chat. Oh my goodness gracious. This is insane. Can you do Atlanta? Atlanta should be mostly wind gusts, and then potential for 4 inches of rain will exist tomorrow. Thank you, Steve, with the 50 gifted members. What in the world is happening? Some W's in the chat for Steve. Thank you, Kalito, for the super chat. Thank you, Corey, for becoming a member. Goodness gracious, it's going crazy. You got to gift a membership. Make sure to thank Steve in the chat. This is just bananas. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Wind is starting to pick up here in the Big Bend a little bit. We get more intense here soon. Thank you, Jennifer, for the super chat. I'm good. I'm good right now. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat. Thank you, Alex, for the $10 donation with the donation link. Appreciate it. From Ohio. Appreciate you tuning in from Ohio. Thank you, Sonny, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Nicole, for the super chat. Thank you, Riker, for the super chat. Chances of the Ohio Valley flooding tomorrow. The only area that has a potential, I'd say, for flooding, I'll put up the map here. But really the only area that I'm thinking for flooding tomorrow in like the Ohio Valley would be mostly just like maybe Kentucky or Tennessee, but like it should be pretty localized for tomorrow. But the most significant and the most historic flooding event that we are going to see is going to be back up in North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and northeastern Georgia. So that area will have the basically the worst of the impacts when it comes to flooding. And we are talking about the potential for historic flooding up there. Again, there is a very large high risk for excessive rainfall. This is the highest risk you can get. That's for tomorrow across, and also today across Florida, Georgia, and also the higher elevations there of both North Carolina and South Carolina. So it's going to be pretty significant. Thank you, D, for the super chat. Thank you, Nick, again for the super chat. Thank you, Big, for the super chat. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the super chat. Thank you, Kale, for the super chat. I can't even keep up anymore. Thank you also. Yeah, I think D for the super chat. All right, I got that one. All right. By the way, tomorrow is a possibility for a live stream. We're obviously going to be live for several hours tonight, but we may go live again tomorrow morning for that tornado threat in the Carolinas and Virginia. So something else to watch for. We have another 10% tornado risk tomorrow. So if that does appear concerning enough in the morning, I will go live, probably. Thank you, Penelope, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Or sorry, thank you, Penelope, for the super chat. And Mike. And Spit. And Marine for becoming a member. All right, let's go over to Brandon Kopic again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is near where the worst of the impacts are at least beginning to pick up. Again, nothing crazy yet, but here over the next little while, we're going to start to see some crazy stuff from Brandon Kopic. Again, you can watch Brandon Kopic on both YouTube and also on the Radar Omega app. And he's on Radar Omega. You can download that with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Thank you, Con, for another super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Zeus with the $100 super chat. And thank you, Teresa, for becoming a member. Oh my goodness. We've gained like 70 members here in the last like 5 minutes. Thank you, Melissa, for another super chat. Guys, you guys have got to chill out. Thank you, Frog, for gifting 5 members.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning for Savannah, Georgia. If you're in Savannah, Georgia, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is another very populated area. So Savannah, Tybee Island, Skidaway Island, and Pooler are all included in this warning. And Hardyville. Hardyville is where I got my only ticket of my life, by the way. Fun fact. But again, this entire area under a tornado warning. So again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. Rotation, again, is just offshore. It's another, situation where you have several areas of rotation. We even have actually one going towards Hilton Head Island. Kind of going through the bay here. But several different areas of rotation, all moving into the direction of Savannah, Georgia.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning for McIntosh County in Georgia. That's going to be near Darien. Strong area of rotation. Currently moving up to the north. This is, again, radar indicated rotation. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you know any friends or family in Savannah, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they are getting to their safe places. Again, you can feel free to share the stream with them as well. You'll be live here covering this, and if something does drop, we'll let you know. But it is currently a radar-indicated area of rotation on both warnings. By the way, the tornado warning here in Savannah, that currently includes 313,000 people. So it is a lot of people included in that warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in North Carolina. That is back up in northern North Carolina, the same place we were talking about earlier. That's going to be for Yanceyville. So if you're, again, in Yanceyville, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Karen, for the 5 gifted members. Thank you, Jacob, for the 50 gifted members. Put some more W's in the chat for Jacob. You guys are literally out of control. Thank you, Easily, for the super chat, and Ben. And anybody else. I can't read them anymore. They're just too many. But I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Bruce, for becoming a member. You guys are literally insane. We might break a record today for the most members ever in a stream. I don't know how many we had in our most, but we're at 253 new members today. I think our record was like 350 or something, or I don't remember, but it was in the 300s. Thank you, Darcy, for the super chat. All right, we got Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen now. Again, we'll go full cam to these storm chasers once things really start to ramp up. Wind is picking up though there in Perry, Florida. Thank you, Landscape, for the $50 super chat. Put some more W's in the chat for Landscape, and Scooter with the super chat. You guys are literally out of control. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't even know. It's crazy. Guys are literally insane. All right. We are now within approximately 2.5 hours from landfall in the state of Florida. 2.5 hours or so until landfall. The eye of the hurricane is still about 65 miles out, so maybe about 2.5 hours still. I mean, it's going north at about 23 miles per hour, so it'll be pretty quick moving. Let's go to Connor real quick. Light is starting to flicker here in Perry, Florida.
That one is flickering.
Wind's picking up.
Yeah,
it's going to get crazier soon, but this is just the beginning of what we're going to be seeing. Thank you, Bobby,
Yeah.
Kitten, and Jamie for all becoming members, and Donald.
Yeah.
Although Freddie wasn't a fan of those last time. I don't know if you heard about that when we were in whatever that town was before we hit New Orleans.
Yeah.
He rolled up next to me and like.
Pettis, we're within 3 hours for sure. Once this thing slows down, it's going 23 miles per hour, and the eye's like 68 miles or so. So it'll be about 3 hours.
400 lights are bright. Let's see. So
I
the
went back and looked at his stream. It was great light.
Thank you, Alex,
see
for the
anything.
$10
So if that eye
donation
comes
through the
on shore,
donation
which
link.
way is the wind going to be coming from?
I think I already said
Or
that.
in like the
appreciate it.
east, the northeast eye wall.
earlier. Thank you, Urban, for the super chat. Thank you, Andy, for another super chat. Thank you, Tryon and
like-
Allie, for the super
Yeah,
chats.
like pretty much over
Crawfordville is
there.
gonna be Crawfordville is gonna get pretty hard by this. Again, we're still expecting big impacts in Crawfordville. They literally
it's
closed the Waffle House, guys. The Waffle House in Crawfordville was boarded up. You don't ever see that. That's like an emergency situation for a Waffle House. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat, and as well as Smiley, and Mason for the super chat. All right, let's see what Horseshoe Beach is looking like. Should start to pick up in intensity here pretty soon. Again, the eye wall here.
A new
Moving off to
tornado
the
warning
north.
has been issued.
And we have yet again another tornado warning in Georgia. That is for Wheeler and Montgomery counties near Alamo and Lumber City. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's again moving northwest at about 45 miles per hour. It is a fast-moving storm. All these storms that are tornado warned are capable of producing tornadoes. Again, they're going to be kind of hard to cover because, again, sometimes these tornadoes are really brief, so they don't always pop up on radar. But, again, if you're anywhere in these tornado warnings,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
make sure that you are in your safe place. We have our other tornado warning near Darien, still strong rotation, moving towards State Route 57. We have another tornado warning for Candler, Bullich, Evans, and Tatnall counties in Georgia as well. That's back up near Statesboro. And a tight area of rotation near Claxton, moving to the northwest. So if you're in that tornado warning, going towards Metter, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Amelia, and DeBear also for the super chats. And thank you, DeLynn, for becoming a member. And again, Savannah, Georgia is still under a tornado warning. The worst rotation still offshore. We do have a little couplet approaching the White Marsh Island. So we may have some sort of tornado trying to go towards the Savannah, Georgia area. That couplet will be moving inland here over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning
Wow.
has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. And that's going to be for Glynn County, Georgia. That might be this right here. I'm just going to wait until it pops up. All right, that's actually back down in Brunswick. So Brunswick, Georgia, under yet again another tornado warning. This is like the third one today. If you're in Brunswick, St. Simmons, seek shelter. We got another area of rotation coming from offshore, moving inland. Gonna be going towards Interstate 95. Thank you, Stephanie, for the 10 gifted members. Put W's in the chat for Stephanie. Thank you, William, for the $20 super chat. I don't sound like Buzz Lightyear. I'm glad. All right, let's check out the Hurricane Hunters. Apparently, there's some new data coming in. Let's go to Let's check that out. All right, wait. If you guys are looking at the bottom right of your screen, it's all fake. Just an FYI. All right, back to the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data. Currently, Hurricane Hunters are indicating, with the latest data observations, that wind speeds are still around 135, 140 miles per hour at flight level, and then pressure is currently apparently down to 939 is what I just saw. I could be wrong. I saw that somewhere. Hey, Lisa, also for the super chat. All right, I'm gonna look at some updates here. Give me 1 second here. All right, let's see. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, I'm not seeing any like new updates. But pressure might be down to 939. So it's pretty close to its like peak right now in terms of intensity. And we're getting pretty close to eventual landfall here in Florida. Water's starting to rise. This is in Steinhatchee, Florida, on the Radar Omega Mesovort. Water is beginning to rise. There's a rock wall right here. The water is definitely rising now. So we are starting to see the beginning of the storm surge. Again, we're going to see it much worse in a couple hours, but it is beginning to rise now. Thank you, Vlad, for the super chat. Let's get to 400k. Well, if everybody subscribes that's watching right now, we might hit it. Need 3,800 subscribers. 3,800 of you to subscribe to hit 400k. We hit 400k tonight, I'll do a gritty. Thank you, Frog, for the super chat. Eyewall replacement is very unpredictable, I'm gonna be honest. Like, the odds of us knowing if it's gonna do that is I would say, relatively low. So, it's pretty hard to predict eyewall replacement. Thank you, Buck, for becoming a member. Yeah, Italia was pretty unpredictable. It had eyewall replacement literally right before landfall, and that's why it weakened into a Cat 3 on landfall instead of a Cat 4. It weakened really fast. Thank you, Zachary, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, I don't think there will be eyewall replacement either. I was talking to like Ben Williams last night about it too. I was kind of like, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. Adalia was a little bit stronger earlier on too. So, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's going to happen. But again, it's hard to predict. It's not like really that predictable. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a member. How's Orlando? Orlando's pretty much done with the worst of it. I mean, there will be a potential for a couple of tornadoes overnight tonight. We got some of these outer bands moving inland now, so Central Florida, be vigilant for tornadoes. Wind gusts are going to still remain high, though, so we're still talking about tropical storm force winds even overnight. Let's check out power outages. The latest from the power outage data from poweroutage.us. We're now up to over 500,000 still without power. 545,000 people without power in the state of Florida. The worst of it really hitting the west coast and also up into the Big Bend now. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter
we have a new tornado
immediately.
warning for Liberty, Bryan, and Chatham counties in Georgia. Bring our total to 7 tornado warnings now. once the new warning pops up. Thank you, Laura, for becoming a member. Thank you, Julie, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Finally, for the super chat. We don't have a bench cam, I don't think. We have tornado warnings essentially lining up the coast of Georgia. And it is a confirmed tornado, by the way. So this is a confirmed tornado here in Georgia. So if you are anywhere near the Georgetown area, Richmond Hill, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is probably going to be an observed water spout is my guess. Yeah, so a confirmed water spout was located over St. Catherine's Island. So we have a potential for a tornado as that moves inland. So a fishnado moving essentially inland right now, going towards Fancy Hall. And then eventually towards 144 Richmond Hill and Georgetown, just to the southwest of Savannah. That rotation's very tight, too. That's not surprising to me. So that's definitely a fishnado. That's about to move right inland. And again, we're going to be dealing with the tornado as that moves towards Richmond Hill and Georgetown. That is a confirmed tornado. Here's the latest radar scan. Showing that rotation. The tightest still offshore. I don't know what happened to the colors, but the strongest of the rotation is just offshore. So it's moving inland as of right now as a confirmed water spout. That'll be a tornado moving inland. An extreme wind warning is pretty likely here pretty soon in the Big Bend of Florida. So again, a graphic from James Pettis near Tallahassee. Near Perry, Florida, we are likely to see a extreme wind warning very soon for Hurricane Helene as the eye wall gets a little bit closer. Again, extreme wind warnings are only issued when we have Category 3 winds or greater that are associated with a hurricane, and that's what we're going to be seeing up here in the Big Bend of Florida very soon. And the eye wall is where that worst of the wind will be. Thank you, Bouncer, for the 5 gifted members. Some W's in the chat for Bouncer. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Julie, also for the super chat. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Justice, also for the super chat. And hurricane hunters are still flying through this. Our next update from the National Hurricane Center is within the next few minutes. Or it should be, at least. They are probably going to do hourly updates, I think. So we should have an update here. Yeah, we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. Whoa! All right, we have a big update from the National Hurricane Center. This hurricane has intensified even further. We are now up to a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. So we are now at a middle ground Category 4 hurricane. And I just posted that on Twitter if you want to retweet it. Again, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter and Facebook. We are now up to a middle ground Category 4 hurricane. It's almost at a Category 5. Moving towards Florida. So we are now officially up to a middle grade Category 4 hurricane. It just continues to intensify in the Gulf of Mexico. And we officially have our first fatality from Hurricane Helene. A highway sign fell onto a vehicle on Interstate 4. The pressure is at 941 millibars still, but this is up to a now almost a middle grade Cat 4 now. Maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour, supported by the winds that we've been seeing observed by the hurricane hunters, by the way. You need 157 mile per hour winds for this to be a Cat 5 for reference, so we would still need a major increase. I don't see this getting to Cat 5 still, but again, really basically at our forecast here for the last couple days. We've been thinking low-end Cat 4. It's actually middle grade now, but still, we're about to see really catastrophic impacts to the Big Bend of Florida. So, again, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of lives impacted over the next few days. Obviously, the immediate impacts tonight, but, you know, when people come back to see what's left, it might not look pretty in the Big Bend of Florida, as catastrophic impacts are currently expected. So again, if you're just tuning in, this is now a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. That is an increase over before. So this has continued to intensify. We're gonna have to start setting up the radar Omega cameras so we can have like 3 of them on the screen at the same time. I'm not gonna do it yet, but we'll do it here pretty soon once the cameras start to pick up some more activity. It's starting to pick up a little bit, but probably within the hour it's gonna really ramp up. So we'll definitely start to do that here soon. Also, quick view of Brandon Kopic. He's starting to get hit by some stuff. Brandon Kopic again live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can download the Radar Omega app and watch lots of storm chasers inside the app that are chasing Hurricane Helene with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's only $8.99.
They just put out the extreme wind warning.
The wind's starting to pick up here near the eye, or at least near the Big Bend of Florida near Perry. Thank you, Peter, for the $25 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Peter. Thank you, Ralph, for also becoming a member. The wind and rain is also starting to pick up there in Perry. A lot of storm chasers up in here, again, in the Big Bend. And we got several tornado warnings right now in Georgia. We got 7 total warnings. Majority of them currently near Savannah. Got a water spout moving onshore towards I-95 towards Richmond Hill. Same thing goes just south of Savannah. A water spout, probable tornado right now moving towards Richmond Hill. This is a confirmed water spout that's moving inland. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter. Again, if you're in any of these warnings, seek shelter. There's a lot of them. Again, we're going to be focusing a lot on Hurricane Helene, but if there's anything that pops out that we need to be covering in terms of tornadoes, we'll obviously be on it. But, yeah. James, what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by EWW. Our extreme wind warning? Oh, we have an extreme wind warning? Is that what it is? We might have our first extreme wind warning. I think it just got issued, our first extreme wind warning. Do I even have that on overlays? I think we got our first extreme wind warning. Yeah, we got our first extreme wind warning. This is the first one of the day. So, first extreme wind warning of the day was just issued. This is a large area. You need to be in your safe place if you are anywhere in this area. That is for Monticello, Asheville, Greenville, Madison, Hanson, Deckle Beach, Perry, Tennelle. Over 74,000 people in this warning. Many of them probably evacuated. But if you are in this area, make sure that you are, again, getting to that safe place, especially if you're closer to the coast. What this means...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What this means is that Category 3+ winds are expected in this area. So again, extreme wind warnings are only issued with hurricanes. So, please make sure that you are in your safe place if you're in those areas. I'm trying to figure out, I don't know why it's not on here. Is it somewhere else? Is extreme wind warning on Radar Omega? Or am I tripping? I might just be tripping. Thank you, Gavin, for the super chat. We've never been live for an extreme wind warning, to be honest. Usually we're not, at least. Last time was Ian. That was back in 2022. Thank you, G's, for the coverage, or for the super chat as well. Under non-precip, thank you. Okay. I've never had to turn this on before. Extreme wind warning. Alright. Alright, extreme wind warning is on now. It's in orange, but... This is the details on the extreme wind warning. The National Weather Service Doppler radar indicates extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Helene were moving onshore at Carabel. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation, all in caps. So if you are in this warning, again, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. as hurricane force winds are now moving inland here as we speak. All right, we got to do some little maintenance here real quick. It's going to take a second, but once we get everything set up here, it'll look good. I think. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to fix our cameras. All right, for some reason, that's not working. All right, that's not good. Probably a different thing here. We're gonna have to do a little bit of oh, there we go. All right, we got back. All right. Gotta do a little bit of like quick setting up here, because you guys are gonna have, we're gonna have a lot of views of Hurricane Helene. I just gotta set some stuff up. This should have been set up earlier, but I just didn't have time for it. So we're gonna have several different cameras all along the beach on the Radar Omega app with the mesovorts. So we're just putting them all in the view so you can see everything. I do appreciate the patience. Let me zoom out here. Actually, let me just do this. Let's do this. Let's go to this screen, and I can do it this way. Let's just do that. All right. Friendly reminder, if you are just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, it is completely free to do. So make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the stream. And then if you are just tuning in, this is, again, Hurricane Helene coverage. We're going to be live here throughout Landfall. If you are new to the channel, definitely recommend that you subscribe down below. Okay, we got that one good to go. We got this. All right, the next camera that we're going to get is Horseshoe Beach, I think, maybe. We got Steinhatchee. We're going to do Steinhatchee. I think we're going to do Keaton Beach. Probably do both of Keaton Beach's cameras. Or at least one of them. That's Keaton Beach. And then we got Dark Island. All right. All right, we're going to check into Storm Chasers in just a moment. I'm very locked into trying to fix this. One moment. Okay. All right, let's go to let's go over to let's see.
That we won't be able
All right,
to
Brandon
clear all by
Kopic.
ourselves.
Again, he's currently on Radar Omega and on YouTube. This is Connor Croft's POV right now. Again, the rain is starting to pick up. The wind is beginning to pick up. Again, in the extreme wind warning that was just issued here in the Big Bend of
I don't know
Florida.
what that means, Andrew. But thank you.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, this is now officially a Cat 4 hurricane. It has been for a while, but it is up to 140 mile per hour sustained winds. It has intensified further.
Tropical Tibbets is tripping out.
Dude, I don't understand. Yeah, I can't. Half the people on.
Corey's got one. Vince
We also have Storm Runner Media, which that's their stream hasn't updated. All right, I have to fix that. But that's Connor Croft.
I didn't think about that either.
Keep it on Connor here for a second.
There's a bunch of new crazy storms firing in the eye wall. It's all in the western eye wall now. All those new storms.
I still think
that might
base.
wrap back around, and maybe it'll close off again or something.
I don't
We
know.
still have an hour,
Hard to say.
Yeah.
right?
Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted
still have an
members. Put
hour?
some W's in the chat for Mike.
Yeah,
Got a
should
gifted
still
membership.
have
Make sure to thank Mike in the chat
Yeah, I'm
as
gonna
well.
put you guys back on the split screen, but
Appreciate that.
They're definitely.
Hey, anybody
trying.
that super chatted as well. I'll try to get to a few of those super chats in a second. I'm just trying to.
That's why
We're
there's
trying to
so
set up
much
all the
lag.
cameras. They'll be
That's
set
why
up in a
there's
second. I'm just making sure that we got everything good to go here.
maybe I won't actually. It's
So
not even
we're
like-
good for landfall. We don't have to worry about this
I mean, the
when it's
strongest
making
winds are still
landfall or
clearly
impacting or
In the east eye
whatnot.
wall.
Yeah, I mean, and it's
Getting
been
it out
like
the
even
way.
if you looked at all the models
Right.
from days ago, they always had the strongest winds in the east eye wall, so it does make sense.
what's going on here. What do you, it won't switch.
I think people on
Uh-oh,
the...
so yours is having the same
Maybe
glitch as
mine's
mine.
doing the same thing that.
Yeah,
Cool.
mine
We
won't
got
do.
we got
I think
everything
people
set up
on
pretty
the,
much, so we're cooking.
Apalachicola.
Well, chat, let me know when you guys switch to the split screen, or if you do.
Yeah,
Or
if you
cooking
switch
just
this.
about.
Now I don't know if it's gonna switch.
See, mine just won't switch. I know it won't, so I'm not even
All right,
trying.
cool. You guys are gonna see it now. This is what we're gonna be looking at. It'll look more interesting here soon, but this is what we're looking at right now. There you go. We got we got 3 of the 7, or actually I think 3 of the 8 Radar Omega mesovorts on the bottom of your screen. Again, these are inside of the Radar Omega app if you're a subscriber. So we are going to be having these on screen pretty frequently as this does get closer to landfall, as there will be a lot of impacts, and these are right along the shoreline. So these are going to be very interesting as we get closer to landfall here. There you go. All the Radar Omega mesovorts. Thank you, David, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And we'll also be...
A new tornado warning
warnings.
has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. Let's go to tornado warnings first, then we'll go back to that. We do have a tornado warning backup that just got issued in South Carolina. So you guys will see that here in a second. That's going to be again for Savannah, Georgia. So Savannah now under a new tornado warning. If you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Yeah, let's move into the north. The observed tornado warning still does continue. I don't see anything on the ground, though, at least via radar. But I would continue to stay in your safe place anyways, again, if you're in any of these tornado warnings. I'm not seeing anything via radar right now that confirms anything on the ground. But we do still have several tornado warnings across southeastern Georgia and as well as South Carolina. So again, just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those areas. Oh, we just had a power flash.
Yep.
Time to
It's like
investigate.
Connor Croft just saw a power flash. And again, they're right inside of
See what?
where the worst of the impacts are going to be felt here pretty soon.
Here, and if there's gonna be another one.
Perry, Florida. Not sure if we're going to see anything, though.
SDL right there.
Chill over here.
Yeah. Where was it? Like over here somewhere?
I can tell.
The sky just kind of lit up blue.
Yeah, the whole sky was blue. Okay, bye GoPro.
First power flash.
First of many tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna light up like a Christmas tree out here. Just gonna
The
go
wind
for
really
a little
picking up
patrol
now.
here just to make sure
Starting to
everything's good
increase.
around the hotel.
For reference, the eye wall is still like 30 or 40 miles
Just
away.
a
This
walk
is
in the
just
car.
like the beginning of it. Yeah, this isn't even hurricane force winds
Everything
yet.
should be nice and charged
Thank you, Max, for the super chat.
Yes.
by the time we head back out.
And then it'll just be pure blown chaos.
Look at there's a lot more cars here too now. They just keep coming in.
So they're obviously not getting arrested. What's that?
Or they're just being told to come
They
here.
lock the doors yet? It doesn't look like it.
No?
No. Look at all the people just standing out
A
here,
new
chat.
tornado warning has
All
been
these people
issued.
just standing out here.
We have 9 tornado warnings. We have another one in Georgia for Glenn County, Georgia. That's going to be an extension again. So the two new warnings were extensions. A new one there for Darien or just south of Darien, moving northwest at 55 miles per hour, approaching Interstate 95. And rotation would be located right over Route 17, moving to the northwest. So seek shelter if you are in this warning, as that moves to the northwest. And friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, subscribe. Again, we are 40 subscribers from 397. We just need 3,000 of you that aren't subscribed to hit 4,000 or 400,000 subscribers. It is possible. I do want to go over to the power outage map, as power outages are beginning to pick up again. We are now up to 600,000 without power in the state of Florida. Again, most of them on the west coast of Florida. We are starting to see some isolated power outages in Volusia County, Orange County, and Indian River counties. But the bulk of the power outages right now are on the west coast of Florida. So Pinellas County really has the most. They have 200,000 without power. Franklin County has almost 3,000 without power. Sarasota County currently has over 60,000 without power. So power outages are really quickly ramping up. And again, this is according to poweroutage.us as of 6 minutes ago. Thank you, Jones, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Mike and Stephanie, for the gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for them. Appreciate the gifted memberships. All right, let's go back over to... Put it on here. Put that right there. Okay. And then that way we can do this. All right, Connor's in his weird suit in the middle of your screen. Fantastic. This guy looks like... I don't know how to describe it, dude. Science fair project gone wrong. I like how Freddy just has, you know, the hair going and everything, and like Connor just has this whole outfit going for this hurricane. It's wild. Oh man. Thank you, Anna, for the super chat. And all the cameras that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen are the Radar Omega mesovorts. Again, all along the coastline of Florida. There are, again, 8 total cameras. These are just 3 of the 8 that we have right now. We'll put up other ones later. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat. Hashtag get max to 400k. Possible. It's getting possible. Number just keeps climbing. It's crazy. Thank you, Spartan, for the super chat. I'm going to take a quick glance here. We're going to jump to the wind gusts right now. I'm just going to take show you guys a quick glance of what we're talking about for wind gusts right now. An estimate, at least, across Florida. Let's go to this screen. This is what we're currently looking at for wind gusts, approximately as of about 9 p.m. So again, notice the wind gusts right now across Florida. Again, the worst of the winds still across areas near Tampa and Sarasota. We're continuing to see power outages there. Did we get another update? Or no? Wait, let me double check. Oh, we didn't. Okay. But again, the worst of the wind right now, basically, again, approaching the Big Bend of Florida. One other thing I want to point out is because of the offshore flow, we are seeing increased wind speeds here along the east coast of Florida, mainly from Palm Bay back through Jacksonville. So people along the immediate coastline can expect higher winds and perhaps even some isolated power outages. Worst of the wind will pick up around 11 and 12 o'clock tonight, mostly across areas in the Big Bend, and then by about 1 in the morning, Gainesville and Jacksonville expected to peak around 60 to 75 mile per hour winds. So we are going to see, again, very significant wind gusts. I would say this model is underdoing the wind by quite a bit when it comes to wind gusts, but again, worst of the wind really going to start to ramp up here soon for Jacksonville and Gainesville over the next few hours. As of now, most of it, again, still offshore though. But it is moving closer to the coastline. Could you lose power? I mean, there's a chance for anything, so wouldn't rule it out. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. Thank you, Ty, for the super chat. Or thank you, Larry, for becoming a member. Yeah, this hurricane's moving pretty quickly. It's moving north at 24 miles per hour. Which means we're currently about 2.5-ish hours, maybe 2 hours from landfall. Depending on where it makes landfall, we're about 2 to 2.5 hours out. Let's go to infrared. Thank you, Prescott, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Prescott. Yeah, the eye as of right now, if it were to make landfall, let's say near Perry, It's approximately an hour and a half from landfall. If it makes landfall more up into the Big Bend, though, it would make landfall in like 2.5 hours, which would be worse. It'd be better if it makes landfall sooner so it weakens a little bit faster. We got a huge eye wall right now heading right towards the Big Bend of Florida. Put Stormer Media there in the middle. How are the winds for Jacksonville? They'll probably peak near 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So some isolated to scatter power outage is possible. Could it drop to a Cat 3? I mean, anything's possible. We just need to have some sort of data to back it up, because they're not just going to drop it for nothing. Let's go to tropical weather. Let's go to the hurricane hunters. This is the latest flight. Where is this plane? Oh, alright, it's over here. So the last time this aircraft went in, they were measuring again upwards of 125 knots, I think. I think there was one of these numbers was 125. Let's check out the other Hurricane Hunter aircraft. The other one is... it's flying through right now. And they measured... this was the one that measured, I think, higher numbers, 120-ish, so... yeah, it could continue to increase as it moves to the north. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Thank you, No Name, for the super chat. Pench version 2.0. Absolutely. New Smyrna Beach. Crazy strong winds and flickering lights for hours. Yeah, it's going to be a possibility for the next few hours, for sure. I mean, especially along the coastline. Again, if you're near a beach, like even on the East Coast or on the West Coast, like the wind is going to be naturally worse because there's nothing stopping it, so power outages do become more common. Thank you, Anna, for another super chat. I don't know where Douglas, Georgia is, but again, the peak winds... oh, I see it, actually. Never mind. Douglas will probably see peak winds, like, between 2 and 4 a.m. And those wind gusts can be expected... what is this annoying beeping sound? All right, it's gone. But that area will probably peak around 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Thank you, Zachary, for the super chat. What's the millibar? The latest update has it at 941 millibars. Thank you, Scooby, for the super chat. Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat as well. I mean, this hurricane could get up to a Cat 5, but I just don't see it happening. I don't think it has enough time. But it is, right now, a Cat 4, and it's expected to make landfall again within the next couple hours. So, as long as it makes landfall within the next couple hours, there's just, I feel like, very little place, or very little time for this to actually get to anywhere near a Cat 5. But the Helene still remains very strong here in the Gulf of Mexico. There's a lot of lightning, though. Like, look at all this lightning here. Got tons of lightning in the eye wall. Never see that much lightning in an eye wall. It's very rare. Let me zoom into this. See more. Look at all that lightning. If you zoom in, it's even more. There's so much lightning in this eye wall. Thank you, Spartan, for the super chat. There's a ton of lightning in this eye wall. Tropical Tidbits is back. Here's the infrared imagery loop over the last couple of hours. Eye is still moving pretty much north, northeast, northeast, and it's going to be making landfall near Perry here very soon. Little wobbly eye. Look at the tropical storm force wind field on this thing. All that orange is that tropical storm force wind field. And then hurricane force winds right in the circle there, as of an hour ago. There's a huge wind field. Crazy stuff. All right, things are gonna be ramping up here over the next hour. Again, we got several storm chasers out there. We'll be keeping a close eye on all of them. We got Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin. All right. Thank you, XP, for the super chat. How long or how far inland will it hold hurricane strength? It'll hold hurricane strength literally all the way up into like central Georgia. Like Macon will probably still be at least a Cat 1 hurricane up until Macon. And then it will eventually weaken into a tropical storm by the time it gets near Atlanta. Like this thing's gonna be a hurricane well inland, especially with its current intensity. Do you think it's a Cat 5? I do not think it's a Cat 5. From what we've seen. Thank you, Sweet, for the super chat. Tornado threat's a little bit more elevated tomorrow in Virginia, but I would say it's a low threat for Richmond. Just have a tornado action plan ready to go. Good news is that your tornado threat will be mostly during the afternoon. So you don't have to worry as much about, you know, being asleep when there's a warning or something like that. There have been some power flashes on Homosassa, Florida. I am retweeting again videos and photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Sunflower, for the super chat. Thank you, Julian, also for the super chat. How are St. Augustine and St. Johns County, Florida tonight? There's not really much happening over there. I mean, again, it's mostly just gonna be wind. It's like the biggest thing. There will be some like outer bands that might reach you that could bring some showers, maybe a low-end tornado threat, but I'm not super concerned about that area seeing like, you know, a ton of like tornadoes or anything like that. It should be a pretty low risk. I mean, right now it's like clear across this entire part of the Florida state, Daytona back through about Jacksonville, pretty dry too. And then the southeast part of Florida, other than wind, it's pretty much, you know, you're not really going to see anything else. Hey, Vortex, for the super chat. I appreciate you backing me up on that. Thank you. All right, let's check out the Radar Omega Mesovorts. We'll dive into all of them and see what it looks like. We'll begin with Horseshoe Beach, Florida. And we are expecting storm surge here, up to 20 feet. As of now, not seeing anything. It looks like the power went out here, so we can't really see anything right now, but we should start to see storm surge here soon. If you've been watching for a while, the water's back here, like the ocean. So we should start to see that water coming inland here soon. And then this is another camera. Raining like crazy over in Dark Island. And then this is in Keaton Beach, Florida. Wind's starting to pick up here as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Lawrence County, Georgia. If you are in Lawrence County, Georgia, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And we're watching for this storm near Highway 319 or Route 319 to move towards East Dublin, you guys have already been under a warning if you're in Dublin, so you know the drill. Just get to your safe place if you're in that warning. Thank you, Josh, for the gifted member. Starting to see some big wind gusts in Cross City, Florida. This is on US 1998 and at Northeast 210 Avenue. Again, wind is starting to pick up here quite a bit. The eye wall still has not made like landfall, so the worst of the wind is yet to come. This is again just like the appetizer essentially of the wind. This is the latest on storm surge in Clearwater, Florida. Oh, actually, let's pull up Connor bottom right. But this is the latest on the storm surge in Clearwater Beach, Florida. And we've had some moderate to almost major flooding stage there in Clearwater Beach, Florida. Storm surge has been a pretty big issue already down there. That's the highest in Clearwater Beach, Florida. That's the highest actually since March of '93. A dahlia, for reference, was 3.86 feet. Wow. That's crazy. Clearwater, for reference, is down here. They had 6 feet of storm surge, and again, for reference, they only had 3.5, or a little over 3.5 with a dahlia back last year. So, again, if that gives you an idea of the magnitude of this hurricane upon landfall, I don't know what will. Thank you, Creative, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate that. 6 feet, didn't you say would be 20 feet yesterday? Well, if you look at the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, 6 feet happened right here. So, according to their forecast, that's right in the ballpark of the maximum peak storm surge. And that number's still not completely done going up. It could go up a little bit more. So, the part of Florida where that happened was Clearwater Beach. And that's where we had forecasted 5 to 8 feet of peak storm surge. And so that has happened.
I can't buckle my helmet. I can't. Yeah, can you buckle this?
And Connor Croft, this is live. Storm Chaser Connor Croft currently in Perry, Florida.
Let's go!
Wind is really starting to pick up now.
Let's go! Here we go! Already ripping! Already ripping!
I need food. I'm gonna get a snack. I'll be back in a second.
Just about to get the outer edge of the eye wall. Queuing up to talk to a podcast.
For the person that...
A new tornado warning has
Stop
been
cutting
issued.
me off when I'm trying to talk. Tornado warnings. For whoever sent me the fan mail of that snack box, that fan mail snack box, I appreciate it. I'm eating some of the pirate
Be
movie.
ready for these gusts. Good news is the car is right there. You can easily go in and out of the car.
We do have a new tornado warning in Georgia, just to the east of Statesboro. If you are in this warning, seek shelter. Rotation's right near Rincon, moving to the northwest. And we still reportedly have a tornado on the ground, but this is still a confirmed water spout moving ashore, so I don't think that's accurate. But if you're in the Henderson area, west of Georgetown, continue to stay in your safe place as there is still a tornado warning there. Again, this is the look of the tornado warnings right now. We also got one up near Dublin in Georgia. So, yeah, that's all currently ongoing in Georgia. Connor looks like he's ready to dive into a shallow pool. That's a good one. I like that. I'm gonna tell him that. I just message him that. All right. Let's go to back to this. There you can. Appreciate the report. Friendly reminder, if you are just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. And if every one of you subscribe right now, we could hit 300, or we could hit 400,000 subscribers. We could do it today, guys. Like, this would be crazy. If we hit 400,000 subscribers in today's stream, that'd be crazy. So make sure to subscribe. We're 2,400 away. We can do it. So right button down below. It's free to do. Wait, is Connor actually about to go jump in the shallow end of the pool after I just messaged him that?
This is
I
locked.
don't know. You guys got it.
Bro, he was literally about to go jump in
well,
the... He's gonna
Wait,
go
no, I
jump
think
into the shallow end of the pool,
clamped it
dude.
down right here.
I
Yeah.
think there's a lock on it, though.
Yeah, if we wanted to go swimming, we'd have to hop the fence.
I kind of wanted to go in. I literally got the swim trunks on. I'm just ready, you know.
Dude, he was actually gonna go try to
Pool's
jump into the
closed.
pool.
Here we go. We're ripping.
I messaged him that, so... That was so funny.
You dive in there?
Yeah. But you had first.
Dang it, bro. Did you jump the fence?
What is this beeping?
There's water definitely getting into mine.
Dude, there's no water in mine. It's working.
Connor looks like a scuba diver. He really does.
Extreme wind warning.
Warning in effect for this location right here.
It's a little bit wet out here, Chad. It's a little bit wet outside. It'd be in the inner eye wall.
We might have to go to the other side. Our visibility is kind of impaired here. At night, our visibility.
All right, here's the latest from the National Weather Service. The eye wall of Helene is moving onshore. Take cover now if you're in the extreme wind warning. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and immediately move to the safe room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life if you are in that extreme wind warning in the Florida Big Bend. That includes areas like Perry, Florida, for example. All of Taylor County included in that. Thank you, by the way, Mark and Savannah, for the $15 donation through the donation link. Sorry I missed that, but I appreciate the generosity. Storm surge forecast also in Fort Myers got up to 5.5, or actually got up to 4.5 feet. So storm surge was pretty significant there as well. Hey, Josh, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, let's go to Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega. Or we'll go to Connor first. Connor has the wind is really picking up where Connor is now. Look at that. Look at the wind. It is really ramping up now where Connor is. And this is not the eye wall. The eye wall is going to have the worst wind. Wind's really ramping up now. Thank you, Lindsay, for the super chat. I appreciate that.
Got other people out here. Here we go.
Yeah, the wind's really picking up now. This is going to be the hurricane. We are now getting to hurricane force winds in Perry, Florida. If you look at the bottom right of your screen. Connor's right here. Not even in the eye wall.
Oh yeah, here we go. Wow.
Look at that wind, dude. That wind has picked up so fast. Holy crap. We're not even, again, this is not even in the eye wall.
I don't even know if you guys can hear me anymore, but it's ramping up. My microphone is probably waterlogged at this point. Probably waterlogged.
I can do so much better without.
Freddie, are your goggles working? I have no water in mine at all.
I think it's a little bit.
But like,
that's Freddie McKinney, by the way, if you didn't know.
Because I did
Ben
not
Williams
have
is the other one.
this bad last year.
The
wind like swirling up.
Yeah.
That was a good gun.
For a second, that was like, that was solid. It was getting close. It was getting close. Starting to get some hurricane gusts. We got debris. Oh, got stuck in the. Oh!
Throw my
We gotta throw this away.
back in the truck.
No littering. Where's the trash can? I don't even think.
Well, that
there
was
is.
intense there for a second. Brandon Kopic's also seeing this. And Brandon Kopic's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can see the wind picking up there too.
You guys can just see.
That is the wrong thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Charleston and Colleton counties in Georgia. Or sorry, in South Carolina. That's back over near Walterboro, and as well as just west of Ravenel. That's your area of rotation, moving to the northwest. So yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. As it continues to move northwest. Bro, this guy has socks and shorts on. You guys just missed that.
Oh.
Ben Williams, he literally has shorts on.
Coming in.
And the wind is like, that wind's gonna literally give him like a leg burn or something.
Hey, hold on, chat. Look at this, chat. Look at this. He's got tennis shoes and socks on. What are those? The Rizzler!
Alright, go back to live. And this is live in Perry, Florida, where the eye is approaching. This is not the worst of the wind that we're gonna see. It's gonna get worse from here, dude. It's about to pick up. This is not even the eye wall again.
Yeah, hey, AT&T can go out. I just need Verizon.
Thank you, Survive, for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I'm telling you, it's possible. We could hit 400,000 subscribers tonight. It is a strong possibility. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. We are somehow 1,900 away. I would have never thought we would get close to this today. 850 away right now.
I just think, like, I just see that lack of convection, and maybe it's just. Maybe it's not lack of wind though.
It's proven the eastern eye wall is the strongest one.
I know.
I mean, there's no.
That's what I'm saying. If the eastern eye wall goes like 4 miles west here,
northern eye wall,
on radar it is, but on recon, it's the winds are still in the east.
that's what I'm wondering. Like,
I would say preset.
Oh yeah, preset wise.
I mean, this is beefy right here, but I think the actual eye wall's all the way down there. I think the actual eye wall's down there. So I think we're still 30 miles.
Go back to Brandon Kopic.
Thank you so much.
Brandon
Diane,
Kopic's starting to see some big wins now. Yeah, you can watch Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Guys, we're almost 500 away. We're getting so close right now to 400,000 subscribers.
Let me make sure location is updated and everything.
We get within 250. I'm gonna have to go to that screen.
Yeah, we're in Perry. Okay, it's correct.
Back to Connor.
The eye wall is less than 30 miles away. The outer eye wall is less than 15. Winds are starting to rip here. Starting to rip.
Look at the wind. Holy crap.
Ooh, it's starting to go. Ben's starting to feel the rain.
That wind is insane right now in Perry, Florida.
Yeah, that light has been going in and out.
It's literally a wind tunnel right now down this road
Over
in the
there, it's
hotel
going
complex, or that little hotel here. Thank you, Drifting, for the super chat.
Yeah, let's go.
Becoming a member, sorry. Thank you, Matthew, for the 3 months. Thank you, Max, for the $5 super chat.
That rain's starting to hurt.
Wow, this is crazy.
Feel it.
I wish we had more palm trees for the shot.
Again, this isn't even the eye wall. The eye wall is where the worst of the wind is. They are still 30 miles or so. I think 20 or 30
And now
miles
we get
just to
over
the
here and there's
northeast
no
of this
gun.
eye wall.
Over there?
Brandon Kopic. Let's go to
Got more
Brandon.
power.
Power flash just happened. Oh, we just missed Connor's power flash. I think they just like happened at the same time.
Oh! Got
Go
more
back 10
power
seconds.
flashes
Power
over there,
flash
guys.
just happened here. Look at
Oh!
that. Big power flash.
No, this is over here.
Look, another
Oh!
one. 2 big power flashes,
Oh!
3 in Perry,
Big power
Florida.
flash.
All in a row right there.
Oh!
4. huge power flashes right there.
Holy
Perry,
crap!
Florida.
Hey, our
Back to real time.
chat.
How's it
see
going,
those
Tom?
huge
Thank you
power
so much for the super
flashes?
chat.
Those were
Thank you, Jody,
insane
for the
over
super
there.
chat.
I went over there to go take a leak, and then I saw just
Just-
All right, guys, we're currently 180 or 190 subscribers.
Oh, there's another one. Another one
From
just happened over there. It was
Four-
really
or
small.
actually,
See, look
no.
at it. They're going.
We're a little.
Orange,
Never mind. We got
orange. They're
1,000 to go.
going,
All right, we got
flickering like
1,200
crazy
more to
over
go till
Flickering like
400,000. I read
crazy.
that number wrong.
Yeah, did you guys see that?
We're about
Wow.
190 from 399,000.
Those are going nuts over
New
there.
to the channel,
It's like
subscribe.
10 flashes. Yeah, what the heck? I've never seen them consistent like that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Ranakopic
I think our best bet is
and
probably gonna be
Ranakopic's live on
still.
YouTube and also on Radar Omega. You can download the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below.
Here we go. Big time gust. Record. Get
He's right there. Oh, over here.
Dude, this is one of the things about chasing at night too. Is you
The
can,
power
it's
flash.
just so much more.
It's
on
still
there.
I
flickering
don't know
over
what they're
there.
looking for.
Something is flickering.
Something's flickering like crazy over there, chat. The cops aren't out anymore.
All right, let me go back to radar real quick. Let's check in on the tornado warnings just for a second here. Still have our tornado warning in Dublin, just west of Dublin, or in Dublin, just west of Dublin and Georgia. Continue to stay your safe place there. And we still have a tornado warning back over near Springfield. So if you're in Springfield, continue to stay in that safe place. Not seeing a CC drop that's clear right now. Velocities and CC don't match up, but we may have a tornado near Springfield. It looks like a pretty classic looking supercell. So if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. And then back up near Walterboro and Hollywood, we also have a tornado warning moving northwest here in South Carolina. Yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Those are the 3 tornado warnings that we have. As a reminder, Hurricane Helene is very close to landfall. We're within a couple hours at the minimum, but probably even sooner than that. Again, the eye wall's right here. That's where the worst of the wind is going to be. This is where Connor and basically every chaser that we have is right now. It's over near Perry, Florida. For reference, they are about 25 miles to the northeast of the eye wall. And they're seeing that kind of wind, which is crazy. So the wind that we're seeing there is not even as high as what it's going to be when it comes to the eye wall. So yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. Back over on the Radar Omega Mesovorts, we got some cameras here. We're watching the potential for storm surge along the coastline. Steinhatchee is starting to ramp up a little bit with storm surge, but we can't really see it quite yet. But once it gets over that rock wall, it's going to get pretty interesting. And then also back over near Keaton Beach, things are starting to get interesting there. Just raining a lot, but we'll start to see that surge really start to rise up, I think, over the next few hours as this eventually makes a landfall here in the state of Florida. And just trying to see if we have anything going on. A lot of rain for the most part. All right. And we just officially hit 399,000 subscribers. If you are one of the 1,000 people that are not in here that are not subscribed, hit the right button down below and subscribe. We could hit 400,000 subscribers here, which is insane. We've almost gained 15,000 subscribers today.
Holes fly at us. Because the wind's gonna be coming.
All you gotta do is pull up the Radar Omega tab and then zoom in.
If we have to, we gotta be ready to go like 4 or 5 miles.
Yeah,
Hey, Thomas,
we
for the
gotta be
super
ready to
chat.
go west if we need to.
Hey, no problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Stay safe in Atlanta tomorrow.
It'd be light work.
I have it marked on my
Yeah.
map, so
Thank you, Clyde, also for the super chat.
it's just southwest of Perry.
I wonder if this mic is still good. I don't know.
Hey, Kirsten for the super chat. Check the power outage map now. Oh, it's again worse.
I'm gonna go in the car. I'm gonna go in the car for a half second. No.
Check out the power outage map here. We're gonna put 3 storm chasers there. This is the latest power outage map across the state of Florida. We currently have 650,000 people without power in Florida. Again, most of the West Coast without power, basically, or at least part of it is scattered power outages right now across the state of Florida. East Coast hanging in there for the time being. But West Coast really getting hammered. We have almost 750,000 without power now in Florida. So power outages are really ramping up right now. Thank you, Brent, also for the super chat. All right, guys, we're almost within 500 of 400,000 subscribers. Crazy. I'll pull it back up when we're within 250. The next National Hurricane Center update, by the way, is in the next 10 minutes. Okay. We're going to stay here for the moment. I'm checking some updates. We also have a video out of Perry, Florida on a camera, and conditions are quickly deteriorating here. Wind's picking up.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a confirmed tornado in Beaufort, Chatham, and Jasper counties right along the South Carolina
Went somewhere else.
Wrong thing. The South Carolina and Georgia border. This is going to be another water spout offshore that was observed, and it's going to be coming inland. That's going towards Savannah, Georgia. So if you're in Savannah, get to your safe place. Again, if you know any friends or family in Savannah, give them a call or text and make sure that they are in their safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Or their building. Again, this is moving to the northwest right now. This is an observed water spout that'll be coming ashore here. And potentially tornadic as it moves towards Savannah and Tybee Island. If you know any friends or family here, give them a call or text, make sure they're in their safe place. Feel free to share the stream with them. It's a very populated area in Savannah. Let's go to Storm Intermedia. I gotta get them up on the screen, dude. I don't know why I don't have them already on screen. Alright, let's get Storm Intermedia up in here. Looks like the hotel power is going out.
Hotel power just went out.
Hotel power is now officially out.
Wow. Hotel power just went out.
Hotel power is now officially out.
We're getting 60, 70s.
Oh, dude, what the heck? I just look, I see explosions. I didn't get them on camera. Dang it. Who's that light over there? Hey, we gotta go by that light. Oh, just kidding, it's out.
Power's now out there in the Perry, Florida area.
Oh, big power flash!
More power flashes.
Big time power flash!
The wind's super intense as well.
Power's gone! Power's gone! Oh, what the heck? Oh! We're gonna lose signal, I think, soon, guys. If it takes us... Yeah, it's 9:38.
There you go. Power's out now there in Perry, Florida.
We're in perfect position for the eastern eye wall.
And they're still not even in the eye wall yet. They're kind of in the outskirts still of this eye wall, which is crazy.
Yeah. Big time surge is probably coming into Steinhatchee.
Thank you, TJ, for becoming a moderate velocity member.
Power's gone! Power's gone! Huge power flashes! Kill the power! We're repositioning the car!
Alright, guys.
You're just tuning in! We just lost the power in
very
Perry,
close.
Florida! Huge power flashes!
We are currently
The good news is the
not
phone is
we're
fully
just
charged.
about 200 subscribers away from 400,000.
When are we at?
How are they in? Yeah. I mean, the whole town's probably out.
So real quickly, we're just gonna... We got at the top right of your screen. Very close to it. Back to that in a second. Thank you, Yana, for the super chat. Thank you, Lance, for this becoming a member. Put some W's in the chat for Lance. Appreciate the sorry, put some W's in the chat for Yana. Appreciate the generosity.
Yeah.
For how far we are away from the eyewall, big time.
Yeah.
What was that border gate, dude? Oh man, we're getting close. This thing's going up fast now. We're currently 65 away. 50. 40. 30. It's like the countdown. 20. 10. 1. We've officially hit 400,000 subscribers, and we've gained 15,000 today. Holy crap, dude, that's insane. That's just insane, dude. Holy crap. 400,000 subscribers. Absolutely insane, dude. Appreciate everybody subscribing to the channel and being here, dude. It's insane. Wow. Who would have thunk? All right, we'll do the gritty now, because why not? Get it out of the way. All right, let's get back to the hurricane. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you guys for 400,000 subscribers. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
What do they warn extreme wind?
It has to be like 100, I think. Yeah, I know.
Now onto 500K and onto the 500K march essentially now. Pressure is now down to 938 millibars according to hurricane hunters, by the way, just before landfall. Hey, Victoria for the super chat. Thank you, Jacob, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jacob. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you also, Victoria, for the super chat.
We're ripping out.
What's the wind on the storm? It's currently 140 mile per hour wind gusts. Or, sorry, wind speeds. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center will come out in a couple minutes, so we're just waiting for that update. Thank you, Anna, also for the super chat. Look at that wind tunnel, dude. It is so windy here right now. It is extraordinarily windy right now.
Guys are just tuning in. We're in Perry, Florida. Eyewall's coming in.
Thank you, Shelby, for the super chat. Thank you, Steeler, for this super chat. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's starting to whistle. It'd take a lot slower to get through.
Thank you, Young, also for the super chat. And if you're just tuning in, this is a live view from Storm Chaser Connor Croft in Perry, Florida. And wind is extremely high right now. This is also Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Look at the power line. It looks like lines down right there on the right side of your screen. Power has gone out, several power flashes. We also have Storm Runner Media watching from the comfort of their car, which I don't think that's a bad idea. And we also got Corey Gherkin out there, who's also on the Radar Omega app and on YouTube. Again, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. That's what looks like right now on radar. Hurricane Helene, very close to landfall in the state of Florida. Within an hour and a half or so until it makes landfall, eye wall is starting to come ashore right around Fish Creek, Keaton Beach, and Deckle Beach. So we are starting to see the worst of the impacts starting there. This is a live shot on the mesovort on radar Omega. Look at the tree starting to sway there on the left. That's the tree. There's also the tree on the right. It's starting to get pretty windy here. Back over in Keaton Beach, Florida. And again, if you're a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you can access these cameras as the weather is very quickly deteriorating right now. Steinhatchee, Florida, the wind's really picking up there right now. Very windy. You got horizontal rain literally going, left to right. It's basically going across your screen. And Horseshoe Beach, very windy and rainy there as well right now. And then things are really, again, going to ramp up here very soon. Even for Perry, Florida. Again, Perry, Florida, that's where a lot of the storm chasers are. I mean, again, the wind's haven't even peaked there yet. It's still ramping up. Thank you, Tyler, for the $10 super chat. How's it going, Jeremy?
He had an idea to point the maybe angle more that way, but just don't know. Cold, man.
Yeah, sorry guys about that. We cut out there for a second. We should be good now.
Chat, are you guys enjoying the stream?
It's ripping out there now.
Thank you, Noah, really for the 5 gifted members.
The latest,
Towel stuck in the door.
Gosh.
Some W's in the chat for Noah.
Yeah.
And also, thank you to whoever else gifted 5 members. Thank you, Natalie, for the 5 gifted members.
Ben is out there screaming.
Ben's out there screaming at the top of
By the way, we have a tornado warning for Savannah,
screaming,
Georgia. Just a quick reminder. Again, water spout going to be coming ashore. This is observed as a water spout coming ashore. So again, if you're in Savannah or near the coastline especially, make sure that you're in your safe place. And we still have our tornado warning for Walterboro. That's moving again to the northwest. Thank you, Nova, for becoming a member.
Dude,
this is gonna be
we are in perfect position for
Going back to Stormrunner Media. Just got out of his car. And these chasers, again, are not even in the inner eye wall. So somebody said in chat, there's no way this is a Cat 4. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Insane
this is definitely a
vortice
Cat
right
4.
there, guys.
Everything that we've seen. This is definitely a Cat 4. I don't think there's much denying it. Alright. Let's quickly put on METAR data. I do want to check out the wind speeds real quick. The wind speeds are picking up across central Florida. 30, 40 mile per hour winds. That translates usually to like 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Jacksonville, Fruit Cove picking up as well. So winds are definitely picking up right now across Florida. Thank you, Karina, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Let me turn this off.
the phone charging right now.
Maybe we'll go for a little stroll again.
Somebody in my chat says 936 millibars.
936?
Man, maybe we go for a little drive.
That's what I'm thinking.
A little drive around.
Run Ben over here real quick. A little frog!
Frog, no!
Frog. Oh, wait, someone's behind us.
Frog.
Corey Gurkin is joining in on the fun here. At least in this parking lot. This is the wind. You're going to see the wind a little bit better here in a second. Oh, the National Hurricane Center. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to go over it in a second. We do have a new National Hurricane Center update, though. Thank you, Christio, for the super chat. I appreciate that.
Some guys are making it back down to Keaton. Told Corey I'm going to take a run down there.
All right. We do have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Just came in. The new National Hurricane Center update. Eye wall of extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Helene is beginning to move ashore along the Florida coast of the Big Bend. Helene is producing catastrophic winds that will be spreading onshore in the Florida Big Bend region during the next few hours. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. People should not leave their shelters and remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. When the eye comes ashore, people are reminded to not venture out into relatively calm areas, as hazardous winds will increase very quickly when the eye passes. So once this eye moves by, the winds are going to come right back to being very strong. The University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program Tower estimates Cedar Key has wind gusts near 80 miles per hour. And then near Clearwater Beach recently reported water level of 6.18 feet above above basically sea level, which basically is the approximate forecasted inundation for that area. Maximum sustained winds are still at 140 miles per hour, and minimum pressure is now down to 939 millibars. That is the latest from the National Hurricane Center on this latest advisory. And again, as a reminder, Hurricane Helene is going to be making landfall within the hour or so, hour and a half. Large eye moving right on shore here soon. We have the eye wall, which is where the worst of the impacts are going to be felt across the Big Bend of Florida. This is another view of the infrared imagery right now, and notice that eye, very circular, going to be moving inland here over the next few minutes. And this orange box that you see on your screen here, that is your extreme wind warning that is in effect just east of Tallahassee, where we are expecting Category 3 plus winds in this area. Monticello, Madison, Perry, Florida, and also just west of Cross City. Let's go back to Connor Croft again in Perry, Florida. This is where some of the peak winds are currently happening. Hey, Wanda for the $10 super chat. Hey, Hocus for the super chat.
Yeah. What, you have your flash on?
By the way, make sure to go like my latest tweet. Would appreciate it. At Max Velocity WX on Twitter. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, by the way. We are going to be retweeting photos and videos at Max Velocity WX.
Yo, 175?
That's above ground.
Yeah, that's above ground. That's so crazy.
That's above ground.
We're at 140 now. That's what the actual NHC is.
Yeah, that was 9.
It's getting loud. The trees are ripping. You can hear them.
Getting twice as loud at least.
Storm surge. We haven't really seen much storm surge quite yet. It's been more wind so far. We are expecting that storm surge to ramp up like at any time. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning back over near Georgetown in South Carolina, or sorry, in Georgia. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. CC drop near Savannah. All right, my CC radar has not updated. It's currently 4 minutes behind. Check horseshoe cam. The rock is almost underwater. Okay, we're going to check that in a second. I'm trying to verify this storm if it's on the ground. I don't really see a CC drop. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Apparently the horseshoe camera is starting to see storm surge. Oh yeah, you can see it now. All right, it's hard to see because it's nighttime, but you can see the storm surge. The water is now almost covering the rock. So that rock is almost covered now by storm surge. It is actually about to be covered by that storm surge. The storm surge is ramping up fast in Horseshoe Beach. Look at the waves coming in right now. Storm surge is coming in quick here. It's hard to see because there's no lighting, but I mean, again, you can just see at least the rock. That storm surge really coming in now. That water went up really fast. It was not, you didn't see anything about 20 minutes ago. And now we're talking at least a few feet of storm surge. How high is the rock? I have no clue. Let's go further north to Jenna. Let's see if Jenna's getting it yet. Oh, yeah. Not seeing anything in Jenna yet, but we're getting close. Again, the water's like right about on this line. There's like a rock wall here. So Jenna hasn't seen it yet. So we are just now getting the storm surge. It's kind of coming on the backside, essentially. Look at this wind, dude. The wind in Perry, Florida is just going crazy. You can see the wind curtains on the right. All that rain and wind mixing together. Looks crazy.
Yeah, where are we at?
Like it's still way south of us. This is 10 minutes old.
Yeah,
Hold on, let it...
oh my God.
Wait. So this is,
dude.
Are we gonna get on right on the eastern edge?
Yes, we're gonna be
So
right
it'd
on
be
the
right-
Or Natalie, sorry for the
right
$20
there,
super
the
chat.
strongest.
Right there?
Some W's in the
Yeah.
chat for Natalie.
Right on
So
the
it's-
eastern side.
And it's coming like right here.
And back to the storm surge. That rock is almost gone. The storm surge has gone up so fast, you can not even really see the rock anymore. And again, this is on the Project Mesovort on the Radar Omega app. You can watch these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. For reference, I'm just going to show you guys this real quick. This is for reference. This is what it looked like before. That's what it looked like before. That was the rock. And now this is what it looks like. Or that's what it looked like tonight. And so now this is what it looks like. You can barely see it. Like trying to stay above water, but it can't. The wind is really crazy here too, but that storm surge definitely getting high. I'm not sure how high this camera's propped up, but it might be at risk of this storm surge here pretty soon.
Yeah. You guys are just tuning in and liking the stream. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. We're trying to hit 100K, chat. The eye wall is coming.
Thank you, Arlie, for the super chat.
Oh yeah, we gotta be careful.
I'm gonna move it over to this side.
Could even put like a towel over it or something.
Okay.
I don't know
we're
where
back in the
Warner
vehicle for a
Robins, Georgia is, but is it? Oh yeah, I do. Never mind. That area will probably have the potential for like 90 to
Back
100
in the
mile per hour
vehicle for a
winds.
second.
Just
Gonna do a
run.
little
intense.
patrol. Proxima, thank you for the
Right now.
50.
Thank you, Garrett, for the
Love you, Proxima.
1999.
Yeah, sorry guys, I don't have my chat up. I can't really read it.
Woo!
Let me see if I can
I don't know where Crystal River is. I'll look it up real quick.
get that up for a second.
Here we freaking go.
Here we freaking go indeed.
Oh my goodness.
Your storm surge is probably around its peak, or nearing its peak right now.
Super chat.
Oh wait, I'm not buckled. Not buckled. It's
I'm
gonna
not
be.
either.
Are you guys both
Super
both?
chat here.
No, Freddy's not.
Jay Crawfish, thank you for the super chat there.
Oh,
Whoa,
big
you
Gus,
feel that, Gus?
rocking the
We
car.
need to get a lot of rain because the rain makes the wind look a lot stronger.
Man, that
Yeah.
wind is really strong.
Remember Idalia?
I'm just gonna take
How the
this
one
off
with
for a
more rain
second.
was just-
Take off the gogglers.
Oh yeah, it's moving. It's jogging east slightly.
Yep, it's coming at us.
Here, yeah.
I think we're in a perfect.
It's coming right
I don't think
here.
us being here 4 miles is gonna make a difference. I think the
I
eye wall's
completely
big enough.
agree.
Yeah. Oh no, my focus. Sorry guys. Forgot to put it back on manual. It's better
The
if it's
Horseshoe
not. If
Beach
it's not on,
shed is
lock
gone
focus
apparently.
outside.
Oh my gosh,
I
Steinhatchee.
don't know how that. How do you even confirm that? Can't see a thing. Apparently, the Horseshoe Beach shed that was on here is gone due to the storm surge, and the rock is also disappeared. You can no longer see the rock here. The storm surge has gotten so significant, and again, what you're looking at is water that's over land now. Storm surge is really ramping up quickly. Thank you, Addy, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Man, this is just crazy. We'll go back to Connor.
Map or not, but
I just
we're so close.
DL. See you, DL. Just don't walk in front of me.
Oh yeah, my parents definitely zoomed in. I think. What a bunch of goats.
Chad.
There's a flash flood warning popped up, stuck on the stream, but that's okay. You guys are just tuning in. Things are about to get even crazier.
If you guys are just tuning in first, drop a like on the stream, subscribe
said.
if you have not already.
What he
Also, buckle up, because this
Buckle
is
up.
about to get insane.
Let's freaking go.
Freddie, as it is right now.
Hey, we're like. it's
Freddie and
the
I.
eye-
It is a
Flew into
Category 4
Atlanta
hurricane still.
yesterday.
Yes.
Exactly.
Picked up the rent.
This is still actively a Cat 4. But at this point, again, the rock is gone here. The storm surge is continuing to ramp up. Look at that water. It just keeps rising. Again, it's hard to tell at nighttime, but it's getting up there pretty quickly. It looks like there's stuff floating in the water, too. But all that water is just coming inland right now. Let's go to Brandon Kopic. Again, Brandon Kopic is on YouTube and also on the Radar Omega app. The wind is also picking up like crazy where he is as well. He's again in Perry, Florida as well.
Lights. There's gotta be something left to go on the south side or on the, just ahead of us.
That camera's in Horseshoe Beach, by the way. The camera we're just looking at. Horseshoe Beach, Florida.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Beaufort and Jasper counties in South Carolina. That is north of Savannah. If you're in this warning, seek shelter. Rotation is just to the south of Levy, approaching Hardyville. Interstate 95, west of Bluffton. Let's go back to the hurricane.
Yeah, there's one.
Guys,
Stream might just end itself. That is possible.
and
The
DL
rock must be at 4 feet. I'm not sure.
DL doesn't have a Starlink, so we can't all.
Oh, we
pile
got
on
floating
that either.
debris.
We're not even in it.
Floating debris on the right side of your screen right there. I don't know what it is, but there was just some floating debris that went across your screen. Again, this is the storm surge in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. We now have 3 fatalities from Hurricane Helene, 2 of which were in Charlotte, North Carolina, due to wet roads, and then the other one again being that one in Tampa due to the highway sign that fell on a car. And the eye is within an hour of landfall in Florida. Actually, Brandon Kopic's got some damage already. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon Kopic has some damage to, I don't know what that building is, but there is some damage right there on the right side of your screen already as the winds continue to ramp up.
Making sure my alternator stays up.
That's Corey Gherkin's view as well. They're kind of in the same place, but that's the same building.
We definitely fought. We fed them cats.
Back over to Connor. The wind has been very strong here.
That was big. We're not even in the eye wall.
The eye is getting pretty close. The eye wall's getting very
Eye wall,
close to
dude.
Perry, Florida, which is again where all these chasers are right now.
Wait, hey Freddie, we ought to back the car up to there so we can
getting very
stand out
close.
front and not have that tree come at us. Where do you want me to put it? Like back up to like this to there. So we can, yeah.
Pressure is currently down to around 938 millibars, by the way.
Yeah, Dollar General behind the, it's by the Hardys, behind McDonald's, behind Key Chevrolet. We're really
Yeah, pretty much all
blocked
these
by the
chasers
wind.
are in the
We
same
gotta give you
place.
The rain and everything, so if you need a refuge spot, a good one.
Apparently there's more power flashes.
Huge power flash.
Oh, we just... Did I miss it?
Yeah, Lynn Dixie, whatever that is.
Power flash.
There it is. Power flash, and this, and where Brandon Kopic is, that was a power flash. Power came back, though.
Power flashes are happening all around us here in Perry, Florida. We got strong winds coming in and ripping apart this side of the building. We got power flashes off behind us. These giant blue power flashes.
Seems like the lights are flickering there in that plaza.
We got strong gusts coming in right now. Ow, but those are starting to hurt.
Like, we gotta get over there.
We're going back to here. Let's do that. All right. Again, we are very close to landfall in Florida with the worst of the eye wall currently moving towards the coastline. The Keaton Beach cameras may have gone down. I'm not sure. The Keaton Beach cameras currently, neither of them online. We'll see if that's going to be temporary or not. Still got the one in Steinhatchee and the one just south of that as well. You can barely see anything in Steinhatchee. This is going to be another place where we're watching for storm surge, but it's very windy, very rainy right now. And then back over on Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Again, storm surge is really just continuing to increase here. We are seeing significant storm surge, and it's going to continue to rise. And this camera, again, might get taken out. If you look closely, you'll be able to see that water, and you can see the waves as well. All that water, there's some debris also in that water. Like, you can't really tell what it is, but there is debris there from taps buildings or trees or whatever it might be. Potentially a trampoline, like, you just never know. So there's definitely some stuff in that water, but again, an hour ago there was a rock here and there was some grass and there was nothing, and now there's just floating stuff along with the water. For some reason my pen isn't working, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Get my pen back open here so I can draw. Thank you, Keith, for the super chat. You can see all that water. Just look at it. All going in right now. Going all that water. Water's getting very high here. And that camera just came back, I think. Maybe. Or is it just on my end? Yeah, I think it's just... I don't know what's going on. They're not loading on my end. Let me, let's go to Connor. I'm gonna...
Freaking power flash. My tablet's in the hotel. I swear I turned it on.
Oh, your tablet with the radar.
Yeah, my tablet with the real-time IRL for reading.
Go to Brandon Kopic.
Well, it is strong, though. It is definitely strong right
refresh
now.
my app.
It is coming in hot. And we're not even close. We still got the eye wall still probably about 15 miles south.
All right, I think both of those are down because they're not refreshing. Dark Island has gone dark. Yeah, pretty much. All right, wind's picking up again. We'll go back to Connor. Wind's picking up again.
Go back on the other side and see if how much
the eye wall is getting very close to where all those storm chasers are, so the wind should be getting not near its peak yet, but it will start to increase even more as this eye wall moves inland.
Well, in that little
but
area we were on, the
northern and northeastern side of the eye wall has moved into southern sections there of Perry, Florida. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is, again, free to do.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm not
posting
putting my
plays on Hurricane Helene. Make sure to like the
I
stream.
don't think it dings for the backs. It just doesn't care about people.
Yeah. See, like right here, it's already ripping once
Tyler
we're
for
around
the
the
$10 super
hotel.
chat. How's it going, Steve?
Maybe we could just like.
Well, I mean,
look at these views we have of these trees.
yeah, maybe like park by this truck.
It's just getting shredded right now.
Oh, actually, we got damage. There's some that's some debris that went flying, possibly.
Yeah, it's died down.
Is that just a banner? It looks like a banner that fell down.
We're in the moat. We're in between bands.
It may have gone flying. Can't really tell.
It's gonna be the one.
Yeah, the next one.
According to the radar, this eye wall's like 17 miles wide. So I don't even know if
the crazy stuff will be
Jackson also for the super chat. Appreciate
it. That's what I'm thinking.
It's on the inner side of that.
All right, I think it's making landfall like any minute.
Yeah, it's gonna have like a Perry landfall.
I think it'd be Keaton Beach.
Yeah, literally it would be Keaton Beach again.
What are the odds it pulls towards Tampa? Well,
still doing this.
I've got to be honest. If it pulled towards Tampa, we need some serious magic involved, because I mean, at this point, it's still going north. It's going north at 25 miles per hour almost. Very fast-moving hurricane. It would have to do something that we've never seen before, and that'd be something. So yeah, at this point, there's almost no shot it makes it to Tampa. I'm positive that this is not going towards Tampa. All right, let's go back to that storm surge camera. Again, water is quickly rising here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Again, debris. You can see branches going across your screen right there. Part of a tree. You can actually identify that debris right there. Water is getting really high, though. This water's gone high really fast. Like, this was really fast. Look at all that debris. There's a lot of debris that just went across the screen on the bottom. A lot of debris just flowing out here in the open ocean. Seeing a lot of branches and stuff for sure. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Can anyone have access to these cameras? If you have the Radar Omega app and you are a subscriber on the app, you can access them. The app is $8.99, and then a subscription starts from $4.99 a month. All right, wind is ripping again in Perry, Florida. While this happens, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break.
Yep. Yeah. I know, that's gonna come off. There's no like safe spots.
I feel like if we sit next to the car. Let's go.
Yeah, right here. I don't know what's downstream though.
Yeah, I can't see anything. Never mind.
Back to Brandon Kopic as well. Again, Brandon Kopic is on YouTube and also on the Radar Omega app. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of Hurricane Helene, I highly recommend Radar Omega. It's a top link in the description below. On iOS and Android.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I am retweeting photos and videos on Twitter again at MaxVelocityWX. Quick update, we do have a tornado warning that was just issued in Franklin County, Virginia, south of Roanoke, near Rocky Mount. So a couple little couplets up here. No debris signature, but we could have a tornado at any time. If you're in Rocky Mount or Boone's Mill, seek shelter. Let's go back down to, again, the hurricane. Let's check on that storm surge again. Every minute seems like it gets a little higher. Lots of water there. Just moving across your screen there. It's definitely getting higher. It'll be interesting to see when this water gets up to the camera's height, which I think will be soon. Be very interesting to see when that happens. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Man, you can see all that water just flowing across the screen. Man, that's crazy. Storm surge is insane. Back to,
Whoa!
Look at the wind. Look at that wind.
Yeah, it's getting big time, chat!
In Perry, Florida. Wind is just surging.
Gonna have to get back in the car soon!
What?
I have to get back in the car soon.
Otherwise, we might not make
Big power flashes over there!
Another power flash right there. Look at that wind, man. That is so windy. Literally just a wind tunnel.
Here it comes!
That guy falling? That guy just fall?
Car's shaking!
Or he slip?
Careful, DL!
Or both? I don't know who that was.
Let's go, DL!
I don't know if that wasn't Stormer or Media. Who was that? That's just some other random person? Must've been another chaser or something. I think when Connor just did like the woo thing, he like absorbed water in his mouth or something. Oh man. Yeah, this is crazy. Just so windy.
Let's go!
Okay. Let's go back to Brandon. Thank you, Kai, for the super chat. I think it'll be fine going to work tomorrow in Jacksonville. I think it'll be fine. It'll be mostly just gusty winds. Brandon Kopic also seeing that increase of wind. Back over to Connor. And just look at that wind tunnel. You can see it on the bottom, obviously. Very, very windy here in Perry, Florida. They are now in the eye wall. They aren't really in the strongest part of the eye wall yet, but they are in the eye wall. The wind will probably pick up a bit more here over the next few minutes. Thank you easily for the $10 super chat. Yeah, this hurricane is not letting up at all. I mean, this is obviously pretty historic, what we're seeing right now. Quick update on power outages. Gonna be coming in here in a second.
Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Before that, we're watching this wind. It's crazy. Another tornado warning.
Whoa!
Wow, that guy's getting...
Be careful, be careful!
Whoever that person is literally getting hit very hard by the wind. Look at the wind. This is even worse than before. Another power flash.
Ready! We should face the car this way! How am I gonna get in the car?
Yeah, this is in Perry, Florida.
Yeah, that's true. No, I was just thinking, if you face
Tornado
the
warning,
car
by the way,
this
again
way,
for
we can
Pooler,
look behind
Georgia.
that
Seek
door
shelter
right
here in the
there.
morning. Radar indicated.
As the most intense part happens, and we can still see the wind because the lights are going to be facing this way.
Wow!
Oh my goodness, dude, that wind is insane.
That's what I was thinking.
This is crazy. Like this is all.
Holy shit!
This is like consistently windy. The eye wall, which again is to be expected, but. That wind, I don't know what it is, but it's at least 120, like 120 miles per hour. Thank you, Zachary, for the $10 super chat. This is just crazy, dude. Yeah, whoever that person is across like the road here, having a problem standing on their feet. They kept like slipping and falling down. I can't tell who it is. Wow, the wind's even getting more intense. It's still intensifying.
We're in the eye wall!
By the way, Connor is behind a car, just for reference, so he's, I would say, somewhat safer than just standing out in the open.
Car's whipping! You'll know when the inner eye wall hits, we won't be able to stand.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're gonna have to get in the car soon.
What's the plan when that hits, though?
I don't know.
I just want to get in, like, just before.
Oh! Huge! Get down!
Get down!
Get down! Oh my gosh, I'm in! Freddie, you gotta turn this thing around!
Absolutely bananas.
Freddie's gonna turn the car around!
I'm good. I'm riding it with Connor.
I'm going over here! We're good right here. We're good right here.
Oh, is this
Another view of the wind.
Safe spot. As long as nothing falls on us. Freddie's turning the car around so it's facing this way.
It's like a micro burst.
Oh my gosh.
Like an hour.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna make a run for that. We're
Oh,
gonna,
this is perfect.
right here it is, yeah. Holy crap. What's he doing? Holy crap.
Oh my gosh.
Shoot, we gotta get in the car.
I think we're good here. The wind's not going to touch us.
Yeah, but he's positioning it for us. Power flash!
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Go to Brandon Kopic. Watch this. Watch this. Like, watch it. Seriously, this is crazy. This just happened in front of him. Watch this. You got, like, literally, it's gonna happen in like 2 seconds.
Hello. Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look
oh my
at
gosh. I hope you guys
how
get
bright
this.
that
I
was.
just had a huge transformer blow up.
Holy crap. Again, Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega. Jeez.
Sorry, Vince is yelling run away on the radio. Yeah, I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Look how strong the wind is, too. That literally happened right in front of his face. That was like that was so bright. Even on the screen, it was bright.
And the power's back.
Let's use some other filler words for what just happened. Jeez. It's crazy.
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
I was more concerned about flipping to the other camera to catch it than I was about getting out of there.
It's still very windy here, too. By the way, we do have a tornado on the ground on that Virginia tornado warning. That is for those in Franklin County, Virginia. So that is now a confirmed tornado for Franklin County, Virginia. I think near Rocky Mount. on right of your screen. Like up here near Rocky Mount.
Jack, can you guys hear me?
That's Connor's POV right there.
Microphone,
Can you guys hear me? Type in the chat. I'm losing my voice. Type in the chat if you guys can hear me. Oh my gosh.
They're both pretty crazy. We'll go back to Brandon again. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Free to do. Red button down below.
My stream is completely down. Yeah, Starlink's really having problems here. I'm sure it'll come back. It's heavy rain, but it looks like it should start to lighten up. It's been doing better than expected, I think.
I'm pulling full HD from T-Mobile.
How are you only at 400,000 subscribers? Another one! That just happened again, or was that a replay? Is this a replay? Or no? I don't think it's a replay.
There it goes again.
Jeez, keeps happening.
Hello.
Yeah, that was a different one, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, we're keeping busy out here, buddy.
The other one went completely out that time, it didn't.
Yeah, how much longer do we have?
And this is Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna happen again, guys. Get ready. Watch. It's gonna happen again. This is unbelievable. Watch. Jeez. Again. I don't think there's any lights left in this parking lot.
I'm in Perry, Florida.
I don't think there are any lights left in this parking lot. Or was that a replay? No, it wasn't. Okay. Bro, that light just keeps coming back on. It's so weird. The light just keeps coming right back on after that happens. The light just came right back on after that. Looks like the horseshoe camera is out. Horseshoe Beach camera looks like it's out. The eye is pretty close to making landfall. It's not too far from it.
Pointer into the wind.
Yeah, definitely point.
There's Stormrunner Media's view right now. Who is that guy? Another guy just running out there.
Oh, that's, I forget his real name, but Icyclone. That's pretty cool.
And this is Stormrunner Media, by the way. Again, very high winds right now in Perry. Room service guy? Florida man. Random person. That's Bob. He's trying to get snacks. Dude, one of these answers.
Wow.
This wind is insane, dude. Just keeps going. Absolutely crazy. All right, I do want to provide a very quick update on power outages. We have over almost 1 million people without power in Florida. Basically, not surprising, by the way, but basically all of these counties are without power, and it just happened again. It just happened again.
On radar where the precip
I'm going to.
guys are about to see
It just happened again. You just missed it, but it literally this thing keeps blowing.
That are like tornadoes that are embedded within the circulation.
Unbelievable. We've seen so many transformers blow here. And guess what? The light's going to come back on, isn't it?
Of the eye wall, and that creates super intense wind fields. Obviously, I'm not saying there's tornadoes embedded in the eye wall here, but just
it's going to come back on. You ready? Abracadabra.
That are called mesovortices.
Abracadabra. It's going to come back on. There you go. Dude, that's unbelievable. Thank you, Addy, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Okay, what I was showing you though, we have 830,000 people without power now in Florida, and it just happened again. So we're gonna go back. These transformers literally just keep blowing and coming back on. It's the weirdest thing. Thank you, Stink, for the super chat. Unbelievable. That almost hit Brandon's car. I think it did.
Well, honestly, I hope you guys got
crap.
my live shot up right now. Yeah, I think we're at least hitting some 100-mile-an-hour reports at the very least, but the most intense portion, like I said, is yet to come. I think we will see some fairly
Oh my goodness, go to Connor. Dude, look at this. Look at the wind.
Debris.
And Perry, Florida, again, the wind is pretty close to its peak, probably.
Yeah. What is this, over 100 now?
Yeah, we're getting there. This is insane. Oh my goodness.
Oh, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely shaking.
Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Gotta face the wind here.
Dude, this is the highest wind we've seen, and it's this is in the eye wall. This is where Connor is, bottom right of your screen. That's the eye wall. They're in the dead center of it right now.
Hang on, chat. It's about to get even. It's about to get insane.
This is it.
We got sustained hurricane now. Sustained hurricane force.
Easily.
Those guys are nuts. I would agree.
Over 100.
Buckle the seatbelts, guys.
Chat, buckle up. Calm for a little bit. It's about to pick up.
Yeah. It's like it's intermittent.
This is Hurricane Helene.
Yep. We're gonna get into those mesovorts here soon, and guys, it's just gonna fluctuate like insane. Oh yeah, I forgot about the dude. That's gonna get insane.
Here we go.
Unbelievable.
It came back for a second. Big gust.
I'll pick up again.
And again, it's at maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. Wind gusts of around 160.
Wow.
Insane.
Wow.
Thank you, Deja, for the super chat.
Coming to you live, Perry, Florida, guys. Category.
I have no clue. Keaton Beach, though, is they're in the eye right now. The camera, one of the cameras came back online.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Connor here.
Let's go.
Here. Everybody's dominating right now. We're dialed in. Dialed in.
Storm surge, by the way, is coming in. This is in Steinhatchee, Florida. Storm surge is now rising. We are starting to see water now rising, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on this camera. The water is coming up now.
Get back out.
It's back to Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and also on Radar Omega. Oh! Big power flash. Going back a second here.
Out.
Huge power flash.
Oh, big power!
Wow. That like literally lit up the sky for like 4 seconds. We do have a new tornado warning for Roanoke, Franklin, and Roanoke counties in Virginia. If you're in Roanoke, Virginia, and you need to be in your safe place. On right of your screen. Broad circulation moving towards Roanoke, Virginia, and Cave Spring. Very strong rotation, by the way, also going towards Garnet and Scotia.
A new
South
tornado
Carolina.
warning has been issued.
This is insane, dude. This guy is actually insane. Hey, Chase with the super chat. A new tornado warning is for Allendale County, South Carolina. The wind is insane in Perry. It's another POV of what they're looking at. Connor's the one in the crazy suit on the left. Another power flash. Look at that. Look how long that power flash lasted. Another one.
Big power flash!
That's like the longest power flash I've ever seen. That was like another 5 seconds. Another one. The entire sky is lighting up blue.
Huh? Yeah.
The National Weather Service of Jacksonville just lost power, by the way. National Weather Service of Jacksonville just lost power.
Big power flash again.
Another one.
Oh! I just got the best of it. You can freaking hear him.
You can literally see the birds.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad I didn't go chasing. I would never have chased this.
Big time! Pick it up!
The sky is amazing tonight, so you just said, Chad. Thank you, Joe and Kyle, for the super chats, and also thank you, Addie, for the super chats. Appreciate it. It's a Storm Runner Media. Oh, they're not loading. All right. Back to Connor. They're right in the eye wall of Perry, Florida right now, the worst of the wind. What's the wind speed? Wind gusts are probably near 150, 160 here, would be my guess. That is the wind. It's insane. The R-Man for the super chat. It's a Storm Runner Media's view as well. Just look at that wind tunnel. Dude, there's no words that describe what's happening right now. I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, it's actually insane. somebody explain why it's so windy. Well, we had this thing in the Caribbean Sea. Started as a blob of convection. Then, decided to become a hurricane. And then today it decided to become a Cat 4 hurricane. So that's why it's windy. Or you can say my cheese curds made it windy. One of the two. Thank you, Justin, for the super chat. Tallahassee, probably going to see, I would say around 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts more than likely. Yeah, I mean, the eye's making landfall a little bit further to your east. So. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Yeah.
It has not made landfall officially, but it should be in the next 30 minutes. Thank you, April, for the super chat. Thank you, B. Smith, for the super chat. Yeah, I was watching that storm in South Carolina. It's been strong for a while. Your stream just went out. Connor's stream just went down. Don't know why. Thank you to T-Bean for the $10 super chat. Valdesto will probably have pretty significant wind gusts within the next few hours.
It might be.
Alright, I need to go to radar real quick. We need to talk about this tornado potential near Garnett in South Carolina. We are likely about to have a strong tornado on the ground near Garnett in South Dakota. Very tight velocities. Moving to the north, it's going to be going towards Scotia and Shirley. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. They're going to probably issue a warning out in front of this any time now. And that's moving north-northwest. And it will probably be on the ground at any moment, if it's not already. We're going to go back to we'll go back to...
Just a bit, just enough. Yeah.
Storm Media.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, is it on the ground? My CC might not be updating. Correlation coefficient, 1054, it's minutes behind. This is on the ground, though. We do have a debris signature on this. It just didn't update on my end. There is a tornado on the ground here now, officially, near Garnett via radar. So it's going to be right over Garnett. It's moving north right now. You need to seek shelter, again, if you're in this warning. They did issue a new warning for Hampton, Allendale, and Jasper counties, and Screven counties, South Carolina and Georgia. And there's your debris signature. It's right there. Tornado on the ground near Brighton, just north of Garnett, moving to the north. There's your new tornado warning. That's for Still, Scotia, Shirling, Martin's Landing, Briar Creek Landing, and Solomon's Crossroads. So we do have a tornado in progress there. The good news is that we have rain that's probably going to cut this thing off from really being an intense tornado for a while, but definitely on the ground, at least for the moment. This wind is just insane. Again, this is live in Perry, Florida with Storm Runner Media. The wind remains crazy out here. Go to Connor's POV as well.
It was hanging off for dear life.
storm intermediate, apparently. The Matthew and Addy for the super chats. Thank you also Q Balls for the $10 super chat. 33,000 people watching and only 16,000 likes. Yeah, make sure to like the stream. This is one of our most liked streams of all time, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we've ever had 16,000 likes on a stream. This is our most liked stream of all time. Fun fact. We do have a new National Hurricane Center update. Maximum sustained winds are at 140 miles per hour with Hurricane Helene as it is making landfall momentarily. So again, National Hurricane Center just came out with their new update. This is still a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is making landfall basically over the next 30 minutes as it moves towards Perry, Florida. And then also the pressure is down to 938 millibars, which has been consistent. So again, this is still a Category 4 hurricane. The worst of the wind right now is in this area that I just circled, just to the southeast of Tallahassee, and it's all moving currently to the north. It's going to be approaching Valdesta and Thomasville as we go into the overnight hours, but all that blue right there is where we have the worst of the wind speeds right now, moving into the Big Bend of Florida, and it is getting obviously very dangerous out there. We do have an extreme wind warning in effect again, so make sure that you are staying in an interior room of your home or building. It's essentially like a tornado warning for this entire area that's in that orange box, which is just east of Tallahassee. And we still do have our tornado warnings currently ongoing, and we'll continue to keep a close eye on these. Potentially still a tornado near Shirley, moving into, again, in South Carolina, moving northwest. Again, this is expected to make landfall very, very soon. Our Horseshoe Beach camera on Radar Omega is out. The Steinhatchee camera is still up. It is hard to see anything right now, but the storm surge is rising. You can see the water at the bottom of your screen. Storm surge is continuing to rise here. The potential for up to 20 feet of storm surge does exist in this part of Florida. And the other camera also in Keaton Beach looks like it just went. And back over in Shirley Beach, or sorry, Shell Point, looks like it's just raining right now. It's hard to see anything on these two cameras right now, but back over near Apalachicola, we are still watching for the potential for some storm surge. It sounds like the eye is going to be making landfall momentarily in the Big Bend of Florida. So, again, within the next probably 20 to 30 minutes. It might even be sooner than that. And this is Brandon Kopic. Again, you can watch him on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. He's also on YouTube. A friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We'll keep posted with the latest on Hurricane Helene. Also, make sure to like the stream. Which we're up to almost 20,000 likes. That's the most likes we've ever had in the stream. Thank you, Ren, for the super chat, and Horan. Let's go back to the South Carolina storm. I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore. Rotation did remain strong, but velocities haven't updated. But again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be moving towards a still in South Carolina. And we still have our tornado warning for Roanoke, Virginia. And that one's pretty weak in broad rotation, but be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Back into the wind tunnel in Perry, Florida with, again, Connor Croft here.
How did it become full circle and Perry was actually the play, you know? Jeez, man.
Those power flashes were ridiculous.
Insane.
It looked like
Thank you, William, for the super chat.
Like the way it flashed.
One's over there. You can hear them. Freaking hear those things, man. Frozen Rose, thank you for the super chat.
Whole river trying to form.
Yeah. Freaking river here.
Holy cow.
Spaghetti, thanks for the super chat. Wow. Yep, gotta watch out for the cops.
The wind will start to die down here soon. It's a matter of when, because they're going to be inside the eye here pretty soon.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Hamilton and Columbia counties in Florida. I don't know where those counties are. We'll see it in a second. But if you are in that tornado warning, Hamilton, both Hamilton and Columbia counties in Florida, confirmed tornado. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Go back to radar once I see the warning.
Big time gust here, guys. Look at this. Facing right into it. Facing right into it.
Ben's steady hands are coming in clutch.
Then it goes down.
Oh!
Oh!
Man, that sounds like it tore some crap up.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not out there anymore.
Yeah.
That's Lake City.
I think I stayed out there about a month ago.
Lake City, Florida has a confirmed tornado. Emergency management confirmed a tornado. What? Excuse me? What? I don't see anything. If you're in Lake City, seek shelter. Apparently there's a tornado on the ground. There's not even a storm here. It's just raining. Unless the radar sites are just tripping out. Oh, the radars are not updating. Okay, that's why. These radars are down. Both those radars are actually down. That is why. Okay, so there is a tornado on the ground. We just don't have any radar sites. They're both 30 minutes behind. Okay, never mind. This radar site would have a view of it, but we don't have any sort of, like, actual view. So if you are in Lake City, definitely get to your safe place. Both radar sites are out. The one to the north and the one over here in Jacksonville. I know Jacksonville lost power, apparently. The Jacksonville National Weather Service. And eye of Hurricane Helene is very close to landfall in Florida. Very, very close.
Jasper,
I think it's
we're getting about due east now.
It's probably like not even 5 miles offshore.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna get gusty and less rain soon.
Jasper,
Almost in the eye.
4.
We're almost in the eye, guys. We're almost in the eye.
We're right on the edge. Look at that.
Thank you,
Go
Jody.
over to
Super
Brandon
Chat. We're almost in
Kopic.
the
You'll
eye.
actually see. Look at the power or the traffic control there. It's going up and down the traffic pole, traffic light pole, whatever you want to call it.
Get back to Tallahassee, guys. It's just more of a matter of getting up to I-10. Because I-10 gets bad, but you can bomb around shit.
Very windy here in Perry, Florida.
Oh shit. Okay. Your stream's still good though, right?
Get text or anything.
They might be in the eye now. I can't tell, but they might be getting close to the eye. We'll go back to Brandon.
I'm just gonna go slowly.
Back to Connor. Wind's still going. Not yet. They're not in the eye yet. They're gonna be in the eye here soon, though.
If Verizon goes out, the stream's over.
But yeah, guys, look at our location. We are almost in the eye.
Oh, it's starting to calm down.
Wait.
Starting to calm
This is
down.
where Mesoport's
About,
gonna come.
about to be in the eye.
Mesoport's gonna come here soon. I just jump scared everybody with my face.
I don't see any Mesoport. It's over.
Look.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
We're
You can
almost
see
in
it
it,
right
guys.
there.
We still got the back.
Connor is about to be in the eye of Hurricane Helene.
Still got the back eye wall. My phone's at 40% and not charging, so.
Mike is muffed water gun.
Oh, I bet. Oh, I got
Probably
AT&T
sucks
back.
now. No clue. I don't
I
think we're
got
gonna hit
AT&T back a
500,000.
little bit.
It's the latest
That
counter,
better,
bottom
Chad,
right.
Can you hear better?
Blowing it either makes it worse or makes it completely fine.
I don't even know. Chad, can you hear better?
Oh, big. Here we go. Microburst. Mesoport.
Whoa!
Hurricane Helene has not officially made landfall yet, but we are getting very close.
Wow. Chad, can you guys hear it? Worse? No, worse. Great. Mike's cooked. Not what I like to hear.
Hate the. Freddy's mic's cooked.
As a reminder, there is a tornado on the ground near Lake City,
Freddy's
Florida,
mic is
moving
fried.
towards 441.
1 second.
It was emergency management confirmed. We cannot see it via
Wow.
radar because the radar
Here we
sites
go.
are out. But if
Hey
you're in
guys,
that
notice
warning,
the precipitation
Hamilton
dying
and Columbia
down.
counties, seek
Precipitation's
shelter.
dying down.
confirmed by emergency
Just getting
management.
more
Thank you,
windy.
Andy,
Left
for the super
precip.
chat.
We're getting close to the eye.
Oh, look at the water right there.
Oh my gosh, the wind. Oh my gosh, the wind.
Looks like we might have even some storm surge or something. At
Can't
least some
see it as
flooding
much, but
rain,
the
but
wind is
possibly
insane
storm
right
surge
now.
there in Paris. I don't know. I don't know if storm surge can reach there, but I could be wrong. It might just be flooding from the rain. There's a little like river going down the middle there,
Tried
though.
to suck the water out of you guys.
Pause.
Dude,
Pause, bro.
can you guys hear better now? Chad! I had to,
You have to take drastic
I had to
measures.
take drastic measures there. It's good. It's a little better. Thanks, Mom.
Freaking, oh, here we go. Calming
you
down.
know,
It's calming
calm.
down. It's calming down. Guys, we're about to be in the eye, guys. We're about to be in the eye.
The pressure is currently at 938
Let's go,
millibars.
Chad.
We're about to be in the
It's
eye.
very low. It looks like the wind is starting to calm down here,
Calming down.
so they're probably getting very close to the eye.
There we go. Meso
It's still
board.
going, but
Yep.
very soon they're going to be in the eye.
Wow.
Hey, Ellie for the super chat.
Wow. Insane mesovort.
Can hear it.
Oh yeah, now you can just hear it. You can't see it as much.
Brandon had a shed fly by him. There's some
Oh!
debris that just went by on the road.
Oh!
Did I miss whatever Brandon saw? There's a shed. There's literally a shed in the middle of the road. That shed should not be there. Flying sheds, I guess like slingshotting sleds or slingshotting sheds.
There we go. Strong winds.
Sundays, I guess, or Saturdays. We gotta make it a day. We got branches too. That's a literal shed in the middle of the road. Yeah, this is Brandon Kopic. He's on YouTube and Radar Omega.
We got an awning over here to get out. Hey, these carports are going, Brandon, right here. We're okay. We just gotta back off them.
That shed's not supposed to be there, sir.
Corey, if you got comms, come back down here. This is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, Brandon, I got you, but there's a carport that looked like it was about to take flight. We're just gonna turn.
We're trying to get to the other
Back to Connor in Perry, Florida. All these people are basically in Perry. Oh, actually, let's go to. Well, but we're gonna go back to Brandon in a second for that shed. Thank you, Zach, for the $5 super chat. Shed NATO.
Try to go over the other side.
Yes, so it's a shed NATO. You're gonna see the shed here in a second again. This is a better view of it. Wood picking up. Thank you, Panda, for the super chat.
I do.
Thank you, Ellie, for the super chat. I think I already said thank you, but thank you. Again, in the middle of your screen, if you look closely, that is a shed. That's upside down, and it's not supposed to be there. It is a shed. Yeah, Hunter, I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I just saw your message. Thank you, Anthony, for the gift and membership.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, let's go back to radar. I do want to give you a quick update. We have now over almost 1 million people now without power in the state of Florida. Taylor County, Lafayette County, Dixie County, Levy, Gilchrist, all those counties pretty much almost all without power at this point. The east coast of Florida has been holding up pretty well, aside from St. John's and Volusia and Nassau and Duval counties. Been some isolated power outages there. Worst of the power outages, though, again, have been in the Big Bend and then also back over here in the Tampa Bay area. So again, very significant overall. We do have, again, a confirmed tornado by emergency management in the Lake City area, so seek shelter if you're in that warning. We just got a new tornado warning back over southeast of Augusta for that couplet moving towards Jackson and New Ellington. So seek shelter if you're in any of these tornado warnings. All right. Let's go back to the displaced shed.
Those are the ones I was talking about. There is a power line.
Stormer Media actually has a view of it. Looks like some damage. I don't know what that is, but it looks like we have some damage here. He's zooming in. What is that? I don't know what that is supposed to be. There's a stop sign. Is that a fridge or is that a sign? Oh, that's another sign. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was a fridge. Yeah, the eye's coming inland, so the wind's a little bit calmer right now. That's why it looks like calm. Let's go back to Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic again has that shed in the middle of the road. Middle right of your screen. Oh, this is the tornado, guys. This was the tornado in Lake City. Right here. The power flash right there. This was when we had a tornado in Lake City, Florida. So this was actually a confirmed tornado by emergency management. But the power flash is there in the background. That's the tornado. So this was a few minutes ago. Again, not live, but this was a few minutes ago. On that confirmed tornado warning. Your prediction yesterday was right. Yeah, it was a bit bold. Worst of the wind right now, approaching Madison, Interstate 10, Greenville. Again, be in your safe place, away from windows. Treat this as if a tornado, as a tornado warning. If you're back up anywhere in the northern extent here of this, again, extreme wind warning that is currently in effect. We are still dealing with extreme winds here across much of Florida, mainly, again, up in the Big Bend. Back to some of these mesovorts on Radar Omega. And if you're a subscriber inside the app, you can watch these with the top link in the description below. What is going on here? This is storm surge. The water is up to the camera. Look at this. In Steinhatchee, Florida, this is all storm surge. You can see it. The camera keeps getting hit by the water. This is about to go out. I'm like 99% sure that's all water just hitting the camera right now. Yeah, that's all storm surge. Yeah, that's all water. That's all hitting the camera right now. There's no way this camera lasts that much longer. Thank you, Shan, and as well as Panda for the super chats. We need a flying shed graphic. Might have to. And this is live with all the storm surge in Steinhatchee, Florida. The water is up to the camera. This is crazy. The parking lot that Corey Gherkin is in right now is starting to flood. This is Corey Gherkin's view. It's starting to flood in this parking lot. Possibly from storm surge in Perry, Florida. There's also a tree branch in the middle of the road there. Definitely starting to see some of the damage from Helene. No problem, Mama. Thank you, RF, for the super chat. That's a big tree down. This is Brandon Kopic, again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. That is a large tree down on power lines. That is a huge tree.
Do I need to turn around?
No, it's on the opposing lanes. We're good.
Big debris. Oh, there they are.
Again, this is the live Radar Omega mesovort in Steinhatchee, Florida. Again, you can see the building top left of your screen occasionally, but the water and the storm surge is literally going over the camera right now. At some point, this camera is going to go out, I think. I'm surprised it's actually still up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning in Johnson and Washington counties in Georgia as radar indicated rotation. Thank you, Tommy, for the super chat. We are very close to landfall, guys. Like, we are within minutes, I think. If not, it already has made landfall. Alright, it's official. As of 11:20, Hurricane Helene has made landfall. So it is official. As of 11:20, Hurricane Helene has made landfall in the Big Bend of Florida as a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. This is the first ever, I think, Category 4 plus hurricane to make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. It made landfall at about 11:10 p.m., by the way. So it was about 10 minutes ago, but they just officially came out with that update from the National Hurricane Center. It made landfall about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry, Florida. Based on data from the Air Force Renaissance aircraft, maximum sustained winds were near 140 miles per hour, and pressure was at 938 millibars. That is kind of crazy. We have officially our first ever Cat 4 hurricane. And also Connor's now on the scene to damage here in Perry, Florida as the eye moves inland. The wind will be calm here for just a little bit before it ramps up again. And we are seeing lots of trees down so far. Those are trees on top of power lines.
Wow.
That's probably why there's no power, as Connor just said. Brandon Kopic, I think they're both in the same place here. This is the trees that are down. Thank you, Beverly, for the super chat. Rick, come in! So at this point, we're going to see probably a lot of damage here over the next, 30 minutes.
Hello.
To a podcast.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Just stop it.
That's what Ben's about to do here in a second. Alright, might flip around and go
Hey,
back
for those
the
that
other way.
know the stat, I'm just making sure I'm positive here. This is the first Cat 4 plus hurricane we've ever had in the Big Bend, right? For those that are weather geeks. I saw that stat earlier today. I'm just making sure it's true.
Just make our own roads.
Thank you, Tofu, for the $11.20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Hayes, for the super chat, or becoming a member.
I wonder if it had any damage.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
This is Brandon Kopic.
I want to ride shoulder stuff flying into my truck.
Sounds about right. Hey, I'm gonna go help Brad. I guess lost the back window to sheet metal, so I'm gonna go get him some duct tape. All right, yeah, I'm on my way over to him.
Are we, we're going in the same direction.
Here are the official stats for those that are curious. Okay, so you're just tuning in again. Helene has officially made landfall. Again, this graphic made by James Pettis. 140 mile per hour winds, Category 4 hurricane. This is the first ever Cat 4 plus hurricane to make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. Made landfall 10 miles to the southwest of Perry, which is where pretty much every storm chaser is currently located right now. Is in the Perry area. And the eye is massive. It's large, and it's pretty impressive, the winds and how strong they still are. And again, this is all approaching Valdesta here pretty soon. So we're gonna be talking about significant winds once this gets up near Valdesta. By the way, this is moving north at 24 miles per hour. It is a very fast-moving hurricane. This is one of the faster-moving hurricanes that you'll see. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Thank you also, Rick, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocity. Thank you, DBT, also. Alright, at this point, we're going to be seeing probably a lot of damage here over the next little while, so we're going to continue to watch everybody very closely.
All right, we're gonna help Brad here real quick.
And somebody's back window got blown out. Is that Brad Arnold? I think one of these people might be Brad Arnold. I think his window got blown out. Yeah, that window got blown out. sheet metal hit it. Got it. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, while that happens, we're gonna go over to Connor.
I told the Weather Channel they could use it, but
they're currently looking around for potential
they
damage
might be
and
using
stuff.
it, they might not be.
Okay,
There's a Burger King right there.
And stuff is just like that
Thing.
here.
I told him
McDonald's.
1,000, which was kind of lowball, so I regret that. But
Oh no, the McDonald's sign.
Where's the Dixie? That's probably where everybody parked over there.
yeah,
I think that's where a lot of people were.
This is again in Perry, Florida, where
Still
this just made
freaking
landfall.
windy here, man.
We are currently in the eye, so the winds are pretty calm for the time being. There's a KFC.
Oh, up here we got like
Traffic lights are out.
lines that are just like
yeah.
clear here.
Thank you, Sam, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that.
Exploring Perry, chat.
We're in the eye. We're literally gonna be in the dead center of the eye. This is freaking amazing. Is this the Winn-Dixie over here?
This is the Winn-Dixie.
All right, yeah, let's
right
pull into the
here.
Winn-Dixie.
It's so weird when there's actually something that's like
Destroyed. Coming in from this side, actually. So well, there goes
Storm River.
Stormwater's going there.
Back to them in a second. They're going to be turning around. All right, let's see. That, by the way, that storm surge camera that we're looking at in Steinhatchee, it's a goner. More than likely, at least. That camera was getting overtaken by storm surge. It is officially, it looks like, out at this point. So, yeah. All these cameras, as of right now, pretty much out. We still got the camera back up here in Shell Point Beach, Florida, which we're not seeing anything too crazy there yet, but we'll keep you posted. And we still got cameras back down near Apalachicola as well. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on those cameras as they are right along the coastline. Again, the eye has made the hurricane's made landfall. The eye wall is, again, where the worst of the wind is. We're basically seeing that all in this donut hole. It's where the worst of the wind is, and obviously the calmest part of it is right here, and that's where Perry, Florida is. So there's obviously a lot of chasers there. They're all kind of looking at the damage. This is one of the views of the damage right now. This is from, again, Connor Croft. Quite a bit of, at least, tree limbs down. Lots of just sporadic kind of damage.
It's like water here.
I know.
Lots of, this is just a whole mall outlet right here.
Just come over to
Yeah,
the
over
side.
there.
Thank you, Michael, for the super chat.
Just get out.
We'll see what they're looking at in terms of damage here, but doesn't look horrible from what we're seeing so far. There is obviously some sporadic damage. Now imagine if this hurricane was 10 miles or even 15 miles per hour slower upon landfall. This area would have even like basically two times more damage.
Chat, documents
that wind
and
would
stuff
last
on
even
foot
Oh, there's a
longer.
bunch of water. Actually, it's not that deep.
Okay. Hop out for 1 second, chat.
A new extreme wind warning was just issued. It's an important notification here. Valdesta is included in this. This is a very populated area. Brand new extreme wind warning is now in effect for those in Dawesville, Thomasville, Metcalf, Pavo, Barwick, Quitman, Baden, Valdesta, Barrett's, Dasher, and Lake Park here in southern Georgia. This is where we're expecting the potential for Category 3 plus winds. So you need to make sure if you're anywhere in this warning, including Valdosta or Valdesta, whatever you call it, Valdosta, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Treat this as if there's a tornado warning, as flying debris and possibly falling trees could hit your home. All right, so you need to make sure you're in your safe place if you're in this warning. Avoid travel, obviously, should be pretty self-explanatory there, but again, that's for Valdosta. And also, I just noticed this. If you look at the bottom of your screen, look at the bottom. There's actually water here. Like, this parking lot is flooded. It's quite a bit of water here in the parking lot. I don't know what's happening. I can hear them, though. Connor is going swimming. Excuse me. He's going in the shallow end with his wetsuit. Where's the storm surge? The storm surge is all near the beach right now. I mean, that's where the storm surge usually happens. It has gone inland to some extent. How far inland is kind of uncertain, but I think Perry has actually gotten some of the storm surge. I'm just not sure how far inland it's gone. We are now up to 5 fatalities from Hurricane Helene. 2 of them in Georgia because of a tornado in a mobile home. That's awful. 2 in North Carolina because of wet roads, hydroplaning more than likely. And then again, in Florida, there's 1 with a highway sign that fell onto a vehicle on Interstate 4. By the way, this is a quick view. Thank you, by the way, Mike, for the gifted membership. This is a view of the infrared imagery upon landfall. I forgot to show this. I'm mostly showing the radar. But this is the infrared imagery. We'll go ahead and put on 75 frames. So we'll do the last 75 minutes. There is the eye making landfall in the Big Bend of Florida near Perry. Thank you, Brian, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Shelby, for the $20 super chat. St. Petersburg is winding down in terms of most of the activity. Storm surge being the main concern at this point. Put some W's in the chat for Shelby. Appreciate the generosity. Let's get some W's in the chat for everybody here today. I really appreciate the support. It's been unbelievable. This is the most liked stream we've ever had. This is close to the most viewed stream that we've ever had on this channel. We're approaching the levels of viewership that we had with the derecho in the Midwest back in July. It's pretty crazy. We're at like 760,000 views in just this stream. It's insane. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. I mean, it's been a crazy stream. And we're going to be live probably at least for the next hour or 2. So maybe even longer. We might be live into the overnight. I don't know. I can go live for longer than 2 or 3 a.m. So we might be live here for a while. Brandon Kopic doesn't have signal. Connor signal's going in and out. Stormer Media's view again of damage in a strip mall over here in Perry, Florida. By the way, make sure to join our Discord server, link in the description. Follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Follow us on Facebook as well, at MaxVelocityWX. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. It's the red button down below. It's free to do. And as of now, we only have 1 tornado warning. The 1 tornado warning being back up here in Georgia near Sandersville and Tennell, near Wrightville, moving to the northwest. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. But aside from that, we have no other tornado warnings. We've had a lot this evening. This is a live view back up in the Baldwin County School District with the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. If you download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below for $8.99, you get access to all of these Cyclone Port cameras. And this is one of them right now. A little rainy. Also got another one over here in Jefferson County. During the daytime, obviously, they look a lot cooler, especially, you know, when you have sunlight. But we can't do anything about the sun. It is currently on the other side of the earth. Thank you, Allison, for the $10 super chat. Valdosta? Okay, Valdosta. Worcester. Worcester. Valdosta. Valdosta, Florida. Or Valdosta, Georgia. Alright. What if the Earth is a circle? It might be. Can't confirm or deny. Alright, let's see what other reports we got. By the way, this made landfall with 160 mile per hour wind gusts, so that's pretty crazy. The maximum wind gust recorded in Perry was 99 miles per hour. It was probably higher than that, honestly, but that was the highest wind gust reported so far. Thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Lisa, also for the super chat. Power outage update in the state of Florida. We have over 1 million people without power in Florida now. Screenshot this real quick and post it on Twitter. Now over 1 million customers at least without power in the state of Florida. And the posts will be on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, that's crazy. Most of it's in, again, the Big Bend. Power outage is actually increasing back over in St. Johns County. 10% without power. Nassau County as well, 10% without power. Thank you, Carrie, by the way, for the super chat. Marion County, a lot of power outages. We got power outages really stacking up in Florida right now, over 1 million. And we're going to check out Georgia here in a second, because I think Georgia's getting pretty close. Lake City is no longer in a tornado warning. We don't think there's anything on the ground there. Power just flickered in Valdesta. It's probably going to go out tonight, so definitely recommend you, you know, have flashlights ready to go and all that sort of stuff. It's your last chance to get that stuff ready before you might lose power. Alright, we have another video to show you from the storm surge. Those that are wondering about that. This is the Radar Omega cyclone port. The moments before the storm surge took it over. This was, again, probably about 15-20 minutes ago. That's it right there. This is, again, the last 38 seconds of its lifespan. Just water overtaking the camera on Steinhatchee, Florida. Right on the beach there, right on the coastline. Crazy stuff. Rip to the camera. It might still be there. It just might be underwater. There's actually still lightning. You might actually, people might see lightning. Some of these storm chasers, they might end up seeing lightning from what's left of Helene here. Hey, Twister, for this $10 super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Larry, for the super or becoming a member. Appreciate it. We have 341 new members today. That is possibly a record. I don't know for sure. I think our record was like 350 or something last time. I could be wrong. Brandon Kopic's still out. Let's see.
Perfect intercept.
Corey Gherkin is currently helping to repair Brad Arnold's blown out rear window at the auto parts store. Thank you, Regina, for the super chat as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, Connor Croft is currently driving down the road here in Perry, Florida before the wind picks up again. They are in the middle of the eye.
Wow. Shed?
Yeah, look at the shed that's just like, just got thrown in that pole.
Right in the dead center of the eye. This is exactly where they are right now. Perry, Florida. They're pretty much in the dead center of this eye. Thank you, Burrow, for the $10 super chat. I think Atlanta's going to be mostly wind gusts. Again, upwards of, you very easily will probably be in the ballpark at least of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts by probably mostly early tomorrow morning, right before sunrise and also around it. Thank you, Kevin, for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities.
You can see, but there is some clearing in the eye. Looks like.
You smell it here?
Connor and Freddie, they're currently looking in the eye of the hurricane. You can't really see it because it's nighttime, but it's probably just like clear above their heads.
The eye is not calm.
Thank you, Larry and Brad, for the $5 super chats.
Can't see.
Larry, I think so. My longest stream ever was 16 hours consistent or constantly. I think it was maybe 50, it was like 15 and a half hours.
Let's get out a little bit.
So that was our longest stream ever. Thank you, Brad,
Definitely
for the $5 super chat.
Thank
Thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. This guy is like the Scott Hansen of Red Zone, but for hurricanes, not football. That is the craziest description that I've ever gotten. Thank you, Wyatt, for the $5 super chat.
There's that gas.
Right above us.
There's the
I'm
gas.
posting that quote on Twitter, dude. That's actually
All that
funny.
gas again.
The wildest description ever. Thank you, Tabitha, for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities. Feels like not much damage in Perry at all. It's hard to gauge. I mean, again, it's nighttime. It's really hard to tell what's actually, like, you know, what kind of damage we're really dealing with. I mean, this is not going to be like a EF5 type tornado where there's literally no homes left or something like that. Like, that's not what hurricanes do.
Inside
but,
the eye.
You know, once the sun rises, I think we'll have a better idea of what has actually happened. You can see some branches down there, but I mean, I feel like there's more to the story than just this, at least in this part of the Big Bend.
Wow. I think it's even clearer back here.
Not a calm eye.
The other thing is the coastal communities are really going to be the worst hit by this hurricane. You know, especially back over here. That's where really some of the worst, you know, activity is really going to be felt. Is right up and down the coastline where the storm surge really hammered. Thank you also, Michelle, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. You have a shot before the Steinhatchee view for reference? Can somebody send me a photo of what Steinhatchee looked like before that happened? By the way, this is the probability of seeing tropical storm force winds over the next 24 hours or so. Pretty much 100% chance if you're anywhere in Georgia. Almost any part of Georgia, you're going to see tropical storm force winds. Thank you, Popcorn, for becoming a member. How will Kentucky be? Kentucky's mostly just going to be rain. Mostly just rain, a little bit of wind tomorrow afternoon. The biggest concern, I think, from here on out for inland areas is going to be wind, and then also the potential for extreme flooding. I mean, we're talking about a high risk, again, for flash flooding from the Big Bend of Florida all the way back into the higher elevations of North Carolina. This is going to be a very historic event that takes place over the next 24 hours. Is going to be the flooding threat as well. So, unfortunately, you know, these areas are at pretty serious risk tomorrow of, even tonight, of excessive rainfall that could lead to some major flooding. So that's going to transpire all the way up into Georgia tonight. It's not going to be pretty. Not going to be pretty at all. I think the wind might be starting to pick up again.
Picking up so much. What the heck?
Wind's picking up a little bit here at Perry, Florida again. We're going to start to see that second wave of wind go through Perry here over the next little while.
I think we're back in the eye wall.
Can't really tell what's going on there in the middle. Thank you, Dakota, for the super chat.
Shoot, maybe I better get in.
Max might be losing power or internet. What do you mean? I'm here. If I lost power or internet, I think everybody would know. I think we're chilling though.
Here we go.
Thank you, Pump, for the super chat.
This structure right here is having a run.
Yeah.
What's the risk of tornadoes tomorrow in Virginia? Let's pull up the graphic here. We might be live again tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but we might be live again tomorrow. Thank you, Lees, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Lees. Appreciate the generosity. What just happened? I missed something.
Oh, it's so annoying. But chat, there's just...
Oh, lightning. There was just lightning right there.
I took my phone away.
You know, just see that? That was lightning. Like, you don't ever really see lightning in an eye wall. Or you usually do, but like, you know, right there, that's another replay.
I took my phone away for 1 second.
Yep.
Thank you back.
Lightning in the eye wall. Crazy.
Oh, wow, look at this. It's almost like this. I don't have any more gogglers anymore.
Gogglers? I'm getting back in.
Imagine the northwest eye wall. Like,
Here is the SPC outlook for tomorrow. Again, we have an enhanced risk for tornadoes in South Carolina and also back into southern North Carolina. And then there's also a slight risk for tornadoes anywhere from southern Virginia back into much of North Carolina and South Carolina. And then also we have that marginal threat back up into southern Delaware, where we also could see the potential for a few tornadoes. So again, across the board tomorrow, there's an elevated risk for tornadoes. It should be mostly during the mid to late afternoon, or sorry, not mid-late afternoon. It should be mostly during the mid to late morning and into the early afternoon hours. We are going to break down the future radar for you here in just a few minutes on that. So for those that are up there, get a better idea of timing. But I think we'll be live at some point tomorrow if need be. If there's nothing happening, we won't be live. But if there's stuff, you know, popping off up there in terms of tornadoes, we'll be here. Or at least some of it. I don't know if I'll be here for all of it, but I'll be here for whatever might be needed. So again, if you are new to the channel, definitely make sure to subscribe. This is the future radar for tomorrow. So again, these outer bands here during the late morning will be moving through eastern North Carolina. These are the ones capable of tornadic activity. After lunchtime, they continue to move into eastern North Carolina. Maybe an isolated tornado threat back up into Virginia. And then after we go past 6 to 7 o'clock, everything is offshore. The updraft helicity tracks for tomorrow kind of give you an idea of what will be rotating. Most of the rotation will be back down here in southern North Carolina. There will be some rotating cells elsewhere. I'm going to be honest, though. Like, if we go live tomorrow, we'll probably go live from like 10 to 2 at the most, because I don't think that tornado risk is really going to pan out that crazy. I think the 10% was a little bit too much, but we'll see what happens. But at the minimum, we'll be ready to go live by 10 if need be tomorrow. I'll get up early just in case. Unless we're live tonight past like 2 a.m., then it'll be a different story, but see what happens. Looks like the wind is beginning to pick up again.
How strong is that next eye wall?
We're starting to see the wind pick up a little bit again. This is, again, live with Stormrunner Media. Perry, Florida. Thank you, Emmett, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity.
Here, they have another one issued north of this.
That poor fence is about to go.
Yeah, that fence has seen better days, that's for sure. Make sure chat's behaving here real quick.
I have to do a last-second transfer of the stream.
What do you mean?
Like,
oh, okay. For the person that was asking what it looked like in Steinhatchee
them.
before that happened, this is what it looked like. So this middle camera right here was the Steinhatchee camera on the Radar Omega app. That is what it looked like before the storm surge. The water level was right there. That's what the camera looked like before. So, yeah, for those that are wondering, that's what it looked like. This is the other camera further south that Rock was on, and that went out pretty quickly too. So, thank you, Storm Raven. Thank you, Jacob and Spart, for the super chats. Let me check Twitter and see if we have any other updates here. Damage coming out of... We do have a pretty good amount of damage in Perry, Florida. I did retweet the photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. One of the biggest things is that the McDonald's sign looks completely broken. Like, it's still standing, but like a lot of like the yellow and the McDonald's logo is just gone. There's also the Marathon gas station took a big hit. Trees are down, obviously. We've seen that. So there's been quite a bit of damage in that regard. So that's some of the first damage that we're seeing. And Waffle House is still not open, by the way. Guys, we've got to stop. We've got to stop with this stuff. There's no way. No shot. So far, 5 fatalities have been reported from Hurricane Helene. And again, over 1 million people without power in the state of Florida. This is the latest on power outages. So again, Florida with over 1 million without power across the state, mostly in the Big Bend of Florida. And then this is Georgia, which is starting to pick up on power outages, mainly in the southern side of the state. So we are starting to see power outages pretty quickly. Lanier County has really the most power outages. I don't vape, guys. This is not a vape for the 90th time. It is a water bottle. Goodness gracious. Like the most common thing I've been getting the last 2 days with drinking out of this water bottle. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. Joe, I don't know what your question was. I'm gonna be honest, I've not been answering many questions, even super chats. So, again, there's been a lot of super chats today, and there's a lot been happening, so. You space for the $5 super chat? What, you want me to zoom out? This person just super chatted. Matt with the $5 super chat just said 7 hours of commercial-free storm coverage starts now. Thank you, Tara, for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Oh man, that's so funny. It's funny because I actually watch Red Zone.
It's ramping up again, guys. We're about to go mobile.
7 hours of commercial-free football.
Stream phone is charging.
What does radar look like? I haven't been able to update.
There's not really like much like precip wise to this island.
No.
Oh, you want me to zoom out of my water bottle?
Oh, pure
it's
wind,
literally a water bottle.
Wind came.
Do you want me to open up my water bottle so you can see what's inside? Like,
so glad we
literally just water.
Man. Like,
that was smart.
I'm getting a new water bottle. I'm done with these. I'm done with these comments about thinking it's a vape or something.
It just gave us time to just really just figure out our plan.
Exactly.
And get a hotel and like there's even like a sign down like right there. Oh my gosh, like so many cars.
Go south a little bit. All right, chat. Back eye wall gonna be coming in. Less rain with this one, but still should pack a punch with wind. We're going mobile.
Yes, sir.
All right, we have Brandon coming
mobile.
back on the road. We're gonna have some more damage stuff coming up probably here in a few minutes.
South.
So stay tuned if you want to see that. We are again gonna see the eye wall come right back in a few minutes, as Connor just said. So we are gonna start to see that wind pick up again here in Perry, Florida.
Gas station roof.
How short am I? I'm like 8'7", dude. Thank you,
More light
low for the super chat. It's not my birthday. Thank you, Carrie, for the super chat.
Up again.
I guess this eyewall seems to have a lot of lighting.
Max is drinking vodka. I think I'd be in a much different state of mind right now if I was drinking vodka. Go back to Brandon Kopic.
Right.
Actually, no, let's go back to Connor. Look at this damage right here.
Yep.
Got power lines down right in the middle of the road.
Well,
Hey,
we're
James,
not
the
going
super
any more
chat.
south, I'll tell you that.
I'm glad you still have power in Tallahassee.
Just gonna make sure
Thank you, Joshua, for the super chat. By the way, thank you to anybody that super chatted or became a member today. I have not thanked everybody that has super chatted or become a member or even answered questions, but I do appreciate anybody that did super chat, and I do not thank. Appreciate you guys.
Very close.
And anybody that also Venmoed or
that line's down there. Are you gonna be able to get?
sent a
Are you gonna be able
donation
to
to the
get opposite?
donation
Remember
link.
the?
I may have missed a couple, but
Yeah,
I think I got most
the
of
lines are
those.
down right there.
Yeah. So we'll just.
Thank you, Timer, for the super chat.
We don't get arrested.
I just. Oh my gosh.
We
I
are
just
20
rolled
minutes
my
away
head
from a
to the
7-hour
window.
stream.
Pulled
7
7
hours of commercial-free weather
Because
coverage.
there's no rain, you can see how fast this cloud
Literally happening now.
right above us.
Oh yeah.
I remember
When will it be over for Perry?
You can get a good shot.
Probably a few hours from now. We got like 3 to 4 more hours until the worst of it's done.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, big
Look at the
time
damage
tree.
here Connor's picking up on here.
Tree down.
Another
power
large
lines
tree
there.
down here
That's
in
what
Perry.
happened there, chat.
Again, this is what I'm
Big
talking
crowd.
about. Like it's nighttime. You really can't see all the
Caused
damage,
some
but like this is some of the
explosions,
damage
that's
that
for
we're talking
sure.
about here in
Don't
Perry.
die. We'll try. Oh wow.
Thank you,
There we
Ronald,
go.
for the super chat.
Wind's whipping again, chat.
Because they're gonna be coming
Steen
from that
Hatchie,
side
thank
now.
you.
Yeah.
So try not to get boxed in from the left side, you know.
True that. Yeah, wind's coming the complete opposite direction now.
Just gonna have to be careful with that. Let's see what. Not sure if we ever made it on Ryan Hall or not. Maybe I'll ask
I
my
donate
chat.
$69.
Hey, chat.
Will you do a gritty at the end of the
Were
stream?
we
I already
ever
did
on
one
Ryan
gritty,
Hall?
but
Oh, big lightning.
I mean, if somebody donates $69, I guess we'll
curious.
do another one.
Was not able to just see any of that stuff, so. Maybe just just go.
Yeah, let's go back down this way, I guess.
Back down this way.
This is another view of that. It's another tree down from Stormrunner Media. Big time tree down on the power line. Look at that thing. That whole entire power line is actually down. You can see it. Why are you guys still on the vaping thing? It's literally a water bottle. The wages for the 12-month membership, I appreciate that. Appreciate you, thank you. Thank you, Jay, also for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jay. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate the super chat.
There's one potential exit out of town, partially sealed off.
Oh my goodness. I'm not reading chat anymore. Sounds like Monticello, Florida, starting to get hit by the winds. Monticello, Florida, by the way, this is still in the extreme wind warning. Monticello is starting to get hit by that extreme area of winds. Madison as well, just southwest of Valdosta, or Valdosta, or Valdosta, whatever it's called. The worst of the winds, again, just east of Monticello and near Madison. Those are moving north out of the eye wall. And just to the east of the eye as well, back over near Live Oak, we're still talking about some pretty high winds as well. Again, continuing to move off to the north. Thank you, Jay, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Jesse, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. Mike, I don't know what that means. I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't know what that means or who that is. We have no tornado warnings right now. That's kind of shocking. We've had a lot of tornado warnings today. Shocking that we don't have any right now. Thank you, Goose, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for helping us get to 400,000 subscribers. It's pretty crazy. Almost up to 403. We're already up to 403. This is the most subscribers that we've ever gained in a day, by the way. We gained about 18,000 today. We gained about 18,000 subscribers today, which is just absurd. This will probably go down as the most viewed day of all time as well, which is also insane. We've had well over 1 million views total across the channel today, including this live stream and also the live stream earlier today and the video today. And last night's live stream that went into like 2 a.m. There's some like ribbon in the road. Do you guys see that? Let me
It's
back
coming
for a
across
second.
here.
You guys see this like weird ribbon in the road here?
2 years in a row.
Ooh, no, look at this.
What the Sigma? Thank you, Bouncer, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for both Goose and as well as Bouncer.
Roaming the streets of Perry. There's the Winn-Dixie.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. Thank you, Rebecca, as well, for the super sticker. Appreciate that.
There's feds.
There's that bank we were talking about.
Model showing a hurricane in the Gulf next week. What are your thoughts? Let's check it out. Let's look at the NAM, or look at the not NAM, the GFS model. Let's check that out and see what it's showing. There is an area of development in the Gulf or in the Caribbean that would eventually probably go into the Gulf. So this is the latest HRRR model run. So again, we're looking at this potentially developing middle of next week and then moving into the Gulf as a very slow moving hurricane. That looks kind of crazy, not gonna lie. In Florida again. I'm not sure about this one though. It's too early to tell, but I do think there's a chance something develops. We don't know where it'll go though, if it does develop, but it is a possibility. Now, for the record, the last run that this had was going towards the Southwest Gulf. If that's stalled though, that would be kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Bro, that thing literally just stalls. And it's also a very small looking storm. This is the 12Z model run. So this was earlier today for reference. And look at how different it was. I mean, it was way back over in the Southwest Gulf. It seems like either way, whatever happens, we're going to have something that just stalls if something does develop next week. Well, I'll definitely tell you what the most recent run shows. We are on the 00Z model run, which is coming in. So I'll let you know what it looks like. Thank you, Rocket, for the super chat. Thank you, Low, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Jasmine, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. This is officially our most viewed stream of all time. Is this one. The most viewed stream before this was 810,000 views, and that was the derecho stream in the Midwest back on July 15th. Wow. That is not what I expected. This is technically still a Cat 4 hurricane, but I think they'll have a new update here in a second, which probably downgrades it to some extent. The latest update is that this is still a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are still at 140 miles per hour, and this is well over inland now. So this is still a Cat 4 hurricane. This is still actively a Category 4 hurricane. Pressure is still at 938. Thank you, Timer, for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Well, again, all the Radar Omega Project Mesoforts mostly out on the East Coast. We still have a few other cameras on the Apalachicola region. And mostly just raining right now. Thank you, Q-Balls, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you also, Joshua, for the super chat. I think the biggest concern for Valdesta is going to be wind. And again, make sure you're staying away from windows. We have the potential for upwards of 120, possibly even up to 130 for winds. That's very high, obviously. And the wind's about to start picking up again here in Perry, Florida. The worst of the wind is on the northern side of the hurricane, but we are going to still see wind in Perry here in a few minutes. So we are just going to kind of wait for that wind to pick back up, and it should be picking up here at any moment. So we'll probably see that wind pick up again here in Perry for the second round here of wind. No problem, Kevin. Thank you, Rocket, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. When is the wedding? I need to get, like, I have to talk to a girl first for that to ever happen. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. This hurricane season's ramping up, man. It's gonna be an active October, I think. Also, here's some of the damage in the parking lot at
Cars seem to fare pretty good
the hotel that they're staying at. I think we just missed it. Yeah, there's a little bit of damage here.
I actually feel bad. He like literally broke his freaking iPhone. Look at the debris here. It's probably
decent tree debris.
Good thing we didn't write it out right here.
Oh my gosh.
We would have gotten decked by
little
some
trash
branches,
can.
like right in the head.
We have a trash can meter. We should have used that today.
Yeah, nice little trash can action. Cars seem to fare pretty good here though. And this is
AT&T.
Are those
Thank you, Grant, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. It's crazy to think that you're closer to 500,000 subscribers than 250,000. It is kind of crazy. Thank you, Tina, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Max the Rizzler. Absolutely. Definitely not, actually. Thank you, Joshua, for the $5 super chat. No, it would be pretty funny, though, if my last name was Velocity. That would be kind of crazy. If I was born with that last name, too, that'd be crazy. There are now over 1.1 million people without power in Florida. It just keeps getting worse. Also, another fact, Helene's Category 4 landfall gives the United States a record of 8 Category or 4 or 5 hurricanes to make landfall in the United States in the past 8 years. Which is crazy. The last 8 years, we've had a Category 4 or 5 hurricane make landfall in the United States. That's as many Category 4 or 5 landfalls that occurred in the prior 57 years. Which makes it even crazier. Again, here's the power outage map. Over 1.1 million without power now, mostly in the Big Bend. The Big Bend's all dark red. It's basically everybody without power. All right, we got the back eye wall coming in now, so we're gonna go to Connor.
Yeah, we were driving
and probably
around
stay here for a little bit.
just like a couple minutes ago.
The winds are gonna start picking up very quickly here.
That's what I was thinking. I think it's maybe not.
Thank you,
as,
Matt,
like,
for the $20 super chat. Put some
when
W's in the
get
chat
out
for
of here,
Matt.
you know?
Appreciate
That'd be nice
that.
not to be trapped here for a day.
Yeah, I know. I might just stay in tonight
I have
though.
a feeling
Anyway,
come sunrise they're gonna block the roads.
you think
Where's the
so?
next
I
tornado?
think so.
What do you mean, out of the
Maybe
hurricane?
that's what they did with the Dahlia.
Well, maybe we could escape now.
What?
Maybe we could try to escape.
I don't know.
Talking about the hurricane or just like in
Can't stop
general?
all of us.
Talking about the hurricane, I'd probably
we
say
just,
if
like,
we had
get out
another
and
tornado,
do
it'd probably be
it.
like South Carolina or something.
But yeah. But anyway, I guess might let you guys do your
Even
thing
then, I think
and
tonight's
whatnot,
tornado
but
threat's winding
it's
down. I
good
think it's
seeing
going to
you
ramp
too,
up
bro.
again tomorrow morning.
Good seeing you. What's your name?
Might be a little
Matt, Freddie,
slow
nice to
tonight
meet
in
you.
terms of tornado warnings.
Well, be safe, guys, and
See you guys out there for the next one.
Yeah.
see you for the next one. Yeah.
All right, part 2.
Wind's starting to
Big
pick up
eye
here in
wall. Let's see
Perry.
what happens.
Still some
Oh
clarity
boy.
on this.
Yeah, well, this back eyeball's like shredded.
Gosh, I'm like tired.
I'm exhausted.
Dude,
What does that look like on
tired,
What does
chat.
that look like on a radar?
Hey, Jasmine for the
V8
$5 super chat.
V8.
Yeah, for real.
It is back to
I don't
Thoughts
wanna,
on
yeah,
Crawford?
the eye is just eroding back into.
I don't know where
like,
Crawford is.
over
What
top of us.
state?
The
We're
southern
talking about
eyeball's just
Anyway, we
Florida
could
or
just, like,
Georgia?
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, it's just dead.
Do you want a V8 there, Connor?
Another one?
I don't really see
80
Crawford.
Why
milligrams
not?
of caffeine.
Why not? Here you go. Give me a little
dusty.
boost.
Little V8 energy, guys. Here we go.
Wow, that was loud.
Back.
Well, oh my gosh, little trash can.
Well, this
My
guy
phone's hanging
looks so
steady at
funny with his helmet
30%.
Go
on.
trash can go.
Get that
man.
helmet off. Put on the max velocity hat. This guy looks like a construction worker now. Thank you, Tough, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the super chat, man. And the wind should be picking up here in a second in Perry. I'm just kind of waiting. Live Oak's gonna be dealing with the worst of the wind over the next 30 minutes.
A new tornado warning has
Wow.
been issued.
Hey, I said next tornado warning would probably be South Carolina. It is Charleston and Colleton counties in South Carolina under this new tornado warning. If you are in the new tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. That is crazy timing, I'm not going to lie. I think it's this one southwest of Charleston, yeah. And there's your new tornado warning. Going towards Jacksonboro, Adams Run, Willtown Bluff, also included in this warning. Again, if you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Check out the velocities here. And the radar site's not updating. Alrighty. Or the velocities didn't update. There's rotation offshore, just hard to see. That rotation will be approaching 174. Potential fish NATO moving inland to South Carolina. Thank you, Michelle, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Any cameras in Live Oak? I can look. Interstate 10 does have cameras. We'll give a little gander and see. I didn't really think about looking at cameras. Do a little gander. See if we have any cameras. I think we do have some up in that area. I'm not sure if they're gonna be online. We'll see. I feel like the power's gonna be out up there already, but I could be wrong. Do have some up in Tallahassee. We got one over in White Springs near Lake City. Where's Lake City? All right, that's a little bit further east, but we can see if there's anything there. Hey, PA Storm Trackers for the $10 super chat. Josh on I-10 blocked by a tree, like tractor trailer. We look. Yeah, look at this. This is PA Storm Trackers. Let me just format this to the stream. Give me 1 second.
Big time.
Papa John is going to bed. Dad, you going to bed, man?
Getting shit now.
Can't go to bed now, Dad. Oh, it is like probably
This is
11.
And they're moving them away.
probably not going to work because I didn't do it right.
I pray
Nice.
that the man is okay.
This is PA Storm Trackers. They are on the scene. It looks like
the
a
top of the tree
semi truck
hit the
with a
top
tree
of
on the road as well on
fan of the
Interstate
truck
10.
Also, that's how tall it was. So they're all working real hard. To
Thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat. Thank you,
I hope
Jenny,
people
also for the
can
$5 super chat. And thank you also, Michael, for the $5 super chat. I'm surprised you still have power in Tallahassee, but I think the worst of the wind just stayed to your east. You got lucky. The eye wall just stayed to the east. Thank you, Jenny, for the $5 super chat as well. I think winds in Atlanta will range from like 60 to 75 miles per hour.
Oh, thank you. You can hear me. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'm never quite sure. Thank you. So,
We go back over to Brandon Kopic. There are branches all over the road.
I don't know. Do you have
And
a new
leaves.
one down back
And
there?
Harry.
I don't know if you were talking to me or Corey.
Look at the
I
road.
don't
It's just
know what
littered
Corey's
in
doing.
leaves and stuff.
Well, this must be the
Branches
one
and
you
trees
had
being down.
I saw on your stream you had a tree down, so I was coming up to help, but I'm sure you're moving by now.
There was a tornado in Lake City, Florida earlier. Yeah, there was one.
You see my lights?
Yeah, I see your lights.
Again, Brandon Kopic, you can watch him on the Radar Omega app at the top, link in the description below on iOS and Android. He's also on YouTube.
I think they're just going to blow back in the road.
Copy. Well, yeah, I might end up heading north. Motherfucker, you're not wrong. I might head
It's already
north,
gusting 20 out here in
but I don't
Atlanta.
know what
Yeah, it's
Corey's
just
doing.
gonna keep
I asked
going
him
up.
if he
I
was
mean,
coming when I passed him, and I didn't hear anything from him. He's sitting
it'll be
there.
the worst really tomorrow morning,
I
early
saw
tomorrow
you
morning.
needed help, so I was just trying to get up here.
Yeah, Perry, I mean, again, we're not gonna have a great idea of damage until tomorrow morning. We have some idea, but it's too early to tell. It's just not, you know, can't really see much. But there is obviously a lot of trees, limbs, and like branches down the roadway.
It comes back to yours. Like, this wasn't directed at like you, but I just thought it was funny that two of the people that were at that congregation that told me I was kind of dumb for going north, then talk about how they often
Currently,
cut
the
trees
eye
and
is
stuff
50
would
miles
really
east of Tallahassee, by the
go
way, for
around
those that are in
a tree
Tallahassee.
that would have destroyed a sedan, and then we went out and like two of us moved it with one hand each. So I'll circle back around, but I think you're past. I think you're almost past that one that we almost hit.
All right, I'm calling Corey real quick.
Copy that.
There's also back over to PA Storm Trackers on the scene of, again, a large tree down on I-10. Max is cute. Thank you.
ooh, that's all in your twin.
By the way, actually, I forgot to show you guys this. The latest National Hurricane Center at 11 did have a new cone. I just want to show you guys real quick for those that are wondering. This is the latest cone for Hurricane Helene. So this is what it looks like. Again, tropical storm force winds again across basically the entire state of Florida, parts of Georgia, a little bit of South Carolina now. Again, tropical storm warnings in effect all the way up into North Carolina, all of Georgia, and then hurricane warnings go up through areas even north of Macon. This is still going to be a tropical storm tomorrow morning as it moves into northern Georgia, and then as we go into tomorrow afternoon, it'll move into Tennessee and back into Kentucky, where it'll just stall out into a tropical depression. It'll broaden out just with some showers, and you know that's really about it. It's not going to be much after that, just some gusty winds and rain. So that's the latest forecast. Thank you, Chris, for the $5 super chat. It's a low risk for tornadoes tonight. Thank you, Cassie, or Casey, for the $5 super chat as well. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad I can help. Thank you, Jill, also for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tara, also for the $5 super chat. I'm back over to Brandon. Look at this real quick.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna wait.
You're gonna see it here in a second. Almost looks like a little mini
oh,
leaf
well,
NATO.
good,
Look at that right there. A
up to
little
the interstate.
leaf NATO almost. Kind of
And
looked
we'll
like.
avoid most of the precip doing it this way too.
It was
and
kind of
still get
looked
the
like it a
backside
little
of the
bit there.
eyewall winds.
It's kind of spinning around.
Because I'm sure it's nice and dicey in Tallahassee right now. That's gonna be the fun part.
You just gained a new
I'm not
fan
so
with
much
my
worried
cat.
about
She is
getting
chilling
to
next to me, watching your
Tallahassee as
live
much
stream.
as
That's a
I am
W.
How intense it's going to be in Tallahassee? Because
I just saw somebody post on
trees
Twitter
are
that
down
they're
every which way
golfing
out
on their
there.
TV while watching me. Nice. You guys have any photos that you want to send me of you guys watching the stream today? Feel free to at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like, well, I want to. If you're, that's pretty much.
There's
why I'm
extreme
like, well,
storm
I'm
surge
yacht-
in
it's still
Cedar
a yacht
Key,
right
Florida,
now,
by the way. I am
max
retweeting a
so
video of that on
that's
Twitter
why I wanted to
at
check with you,
MaxVelocityWX.
but I'm like 2 or 3
You want
miles
to check that
ahead
out?
of you.
The storm
But
surge
there's a
again,
couple
very
of
significant
chasers
across
ahead
the
of us that are already
coastline
clearing
of
it, so,
Florida.
like, not necessarily clearing the road, but it looks like they're getting through without much issue.
But areas that narrowly got missed, areas that really narrowly got missed, were back over here near Apalachicola. Thank you, Oda, for the super chat. Eastman, Georgia. I'd say Eastman's probably going to be mostly going to be wind tonight. I mean, I think no matter what happens, you're probably at least going to get 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts overnight tonight. Max is tired like everybody else out in the field. Well, I only got 6 hours of sleep last night, and I usually get like at least 7, but typically 8. And so, yeah, that's kind of where the problem started. Because I went to bed at 3 last night. I got up at 9, and I had my alarm set for 11, and I basically couldn't go back to bed for like 30 minutes. I was like, all right, I'm just getting up, and then I went live at like 10:30 or something. So, still a tornado warning ongoing here for Charleston and Colleton counties in South Carolina. Again, this storm moving northwest at 55 miles per hour. Just south of Hollywood. What a crazy hurricane, though, guys. I mean, you know, it's not even done yet, but like what we've already seen, crazy stuff. I've never personally been live for a Category 3+ landfalling hurricane in the United States. This is my first ever one. We've covered Beryl, Debbie, but those were all Cat 1s tattoos in the United States. And Francine, obviously. But we covered Ian, just we didn't cover Ian on landfall. We kind of covered it like around it. So, yeah, pretty crazy. Thank you, Johnny, for the super chat. Macon's mostly going to be wind. So again, we're expecting wind gusts pretty high. 60 to 75 miles per hour, possibly a bit higher.
Gentlemen.
Now, this is on the back side of the eye wall. So far, it's not much. Near Perry, Florida.
Honored.
We'll see if it picks up. The velocities on radar look like they're pretty high, but they're not as high as the north side, that's for sure. The worst part of this hurricane, it looks like, is going to be this northern eye wall. All of that's all where the bulk of the significant wind is currently located. I haven't even had dinner tonight. I haven't eaten like anything today. I had Chipotle and that was it. And a crappy Taco Bell breakfast. I need to get food. I am hungry. No more tornadoes? No, there will be more tornadoes. It's just a lower risk in nature. The risk of tornadoes will continue to, I would say, it'll be low tonight. I think it picks up again by early tomorrow morning. Live Oak is currently getting hit right now with the worst of what you're going to be seeing. So Live Oak, if whatever's happening there right now, is pretty close to what the worst is going to be. I should order DoorDash. DoorDash is too expensive. I'm not spending $40 on DoorDash. I don't even think anything's open. It's like 12:20. I don't think really much is open. Wish Culver's was open. Need some Waffle House. I've never had Waffle House before. If I DoorDashed, I would literally just get like some IHOP or something. Thank you, Strict, for the super chat. McDonald's, Georgia. All right, McDonald's, Georgia. That's what we're gonna go with. That's southeast of Atlanta. Main concern there gonna be tropical storm force winds tomorrow morning. Upwards of maybe 65, 75 miles per hour. Pretty close to hurricane force, I think, up there. Live stream going to Buc-ee's. Absolutely. Let's do that. I should, honestly, what I should do Let's just go. Let me drive real quick over to, I don't know, Tifton, Georgia or something. Let's set up shop for a overnight coverage of wind. Be pretty funny. I've never had Waffle House. No, people say I should have it. I don't know. I'm skeptical. Here's the Steinhatchee Storm Surge. For those that are wondering about Storm Surge, this is what we're talking about. That's where that Radar Omega Mesovort was. Up to 11 feet of Storm Surge as of now, and we're still going up. Storm Surge is still going up. So up to at least 11 feet of Storm Surge. That's for Steinhatchee, Florida.
Power to trickle into the phone so I can laugh.
Yeah, this is PA Storm Trackers on I-10 with a tree down with a semi-truck as well. That's live. I didn't see any live stuff for Live Oak. From what I could see, I didn't really see anything. At least nothing that interesting. I'll definitely check Georgia, though. We're going to check Georgia and see if we have any live shots. Thank you, Perfect, for the super chat. Let me check in on Georgia. See if we got anything there. There are cameras. I'm just not sure what our look is going to be here. Okay, this is live in Georgia. This is in Valdesta. Maybe the image comes a little bit more clear. It should. Maybe. It's very windy, if you couldn't tell. But we'll try a different camera. That one's really blurry for some reason. I think I'm gonna have a good camera here in a second. Just gotta have it load. Yeah, Valdosta is getting hit pretty hard. There are power outages for sure. There's a lot of cameras already out in that area. This is a live shot right here in Valdesta. Look at the top of your screen. Traffic lights are swaying. Very windy right now. And in southern Georgia. Wind's definitely picking up here. Valdosta. Westa. Alright, we're gonna find some other cameras. There are a few in this area. We'll look it around and see if there's anything else. It was nice that today we didn't have to go live at 4 a.m. for Landfall coverage. Gotta say. Not a fan of the morning live streams. Here's another live shot. This one's actually crazier. This is in Quitman, Georgia. Even windier here. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Craig, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in, by the way, today. I really do appreciate you guys being here. The stream's definitely been way better with you guys being here. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, subscribe down below. Like the stream. Yeah, it's really windy here, though, in southern Georgia. Brandon Kopic is cutting down a tree here in the road. W. Brandon in the chat. Brandon Kopic's always out there clearing out the roadways. Yeah, there's still lightning in the eye wall right now. It's crazy. Storm surge in Sarasota County is going to be winding down. Again, the worst of it's happening now, and then after a little bit here, it's going to be winding down. This is the latest National Hurricane Center forecast for storm surge. This is their most recent forecast. Again, right now is basically, we are going away from the peak, but at least for far southwestern Florida. Further north, you are still dealing with storm surge. Like, this is still an ongoing threat. It's still increasing. So, really, anywhere north of Tampa Bay, it could still be increasing, even in Tampa Bay. But as we go into tomorrow morning, it'll start to wind down. So, we have 22,000 likes. Yeah, this is the most liked stream we've ever had. It's the most viewed stream we've ever had. We're pretty close to 1 million views total on this live stream. I don't think we'll hit it, but we're not far from it. We're at 835,000 views. It's crazy. Thank you, Burr, for the super chat. Yeah, we don't have, again, so for those that are wondering, this goes for any streamer. There are certain people that you basically will be able to get like a license from a Storm Chaser to be able to use their content on your stream. It costs money, FYI. So, you know, I don't have access to whatever that camera is. Thank you, Karaoke, for the super chat. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're referencing to either. Time to break out the gritty? I grittied earlier. Up to 1.2 million people without power in Florida. Georgia's up to 108,000 without power. Look at these power outages. According to poweroutage.us, the power outage map just keeps increasing. Southern parts of Georgia keep going up in terms of power outages. Thank you, Strict, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully you stay safe. I'll keep logging off and logging on to get you to that million, Max. Thanks. Appreciate it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning back over just to the west of Charleston. Charleston and Helene counties. It's just going to be a reassurance to the warning that we have right now. Thank you, John, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for John. Appreciate the generosity. We actually have damage bottom right of your screen. We'll go full cam to it. That's damage to the gas station there in Perry, Florida.
Oh, that surge is probably still coming.
Marathon gas station
probably
looks like.
down, right?
No, it's
tornado
still
warning
up.
bottom right of your screen.
like,
That's
I
east
think
of Walterboro, near Roundo and Jacksonboro, South Carolina.
Well, Max had a picture on X, and it was a bunch of houses like jumbled up together in the water, like a bunch of
Like they're pushed
mobile homes.
together.
Yeah, pushed together,
Jeez,
like
that's
packed in like sardines.
Not good, guys. Not good. Almost to 5,000 likes, chat. Let's see if we can hit 5K likes on the stream. You guys are incredible.
The worst
Thank
thing
you
is,
for the support,
How's school
guys.
going?
They just
It's
got pummeled,
stressful.
You know, almost.
Have I ever chased with
more than a
Connor?
year
No,
ago.
I've not.
Oh.
But I mean, I've met him. He was here for a week back in July.
171K, chat. Let's
Pretty
go.
lit.
Wow.
Gubby's in the chat. Just hit 171K. You guys are
Back
incredible.
Ryan's stream and have him raid me.
Those
That'd be kind of
W's,
crazy, not
guys.
gonna lie. That'd be I mean, we've never had a 1 million view stream before. This one's not, again, far from it. I don't think we'll hit it, but, you know, it's not far.
High tide.
Big paddle for the $10
high
super
tide
chat.
with that surge is just. What the heck is going on?
We
with
do
the
not
car?
want you, Siri.
Car, go away. It's not even serious.
It is still a Cat 4. Yeah, as of right now, it is still a Category 4 hurricane.
Oh, yeah.
It'll probably be
There you go.
downgraded to a Cat 3 in the next advisory, would be my guess.
There it goes.
Dude, where's that thing going? That's
Oh, no.
kind of scared me a little bit.
Going away from us.
Just circling around and then.
Maybe I'll go on like this side
Yeah.
of the L, just for safety measures here.
It's still a strong hurt.
Still packing a little punch in this thing, you know? be a little less.
Oh my gosh, the whole bottom part of the gas pump is just...
Thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat.
Shredded.
Look at that.
Seattle's gonna get hard, man.
gas there.
Now hear about the,
Chat, you guys
the
think we
crazy
get some
magnetic
gas?
force that's gonna bring this hurricane to Seattle. Be crazy stuff.
We're in rain now.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be.
And after all that, Brandon Kopic has got the tree out of the road. W. And then PA Storm Tracker is still dealing with that tree on I-10 with the truck as well involved. Is Cape Coral a mess? Good question. I don't
never
think
even
so.
changed,
I don't
like,
think it's
my
that bad. I think it kind of calmed down there.
Category 4, just as category 3 plus.
Yeah, I said by
You guys
accident
got
there
the
was a tornado in
gist.
South Dakota earlier.
Hey, we didn't
Yes, I
clickbait.
did.
That's for sure. Wow.
We're shaking again.
Getting a little shakeage now.
There aren't usually severe thunderstorm warnings because, I mean, again, there's hurricane warnings for a reason and tropical storm warnings. And then on top of that, there's also the extreme wind warnings, which we did have earlier.
They're probably
so.
not gonna fall unless there's trees next.
I need dinner, dude. I need food.
That's what I would
I need
assume.
to eat something.
But I tend to.
I think most of them that got knocked over were because trees fell on top of
I
the
am hungry.
transformers and then the lines and brought
I
them
agree.
down.
Oh no, Rainbow just popped up on my phone. Whoops.
Thank you, Claire, for the $5 super chat. What's up in Missouri?
Love me some good geoguessing.
Missouri's not going to really see anything. Some gusty winds tomorrow, and that's about it.
Gas, we're gonna get. We still got 206 miles on this
Plus
thing.
10 gallons.
I mean, look at this. We're almost still like, we're over 3/4 tank, and we have 10 gallons in the back. So we might have trouble getting rid of the gas.
For
that we
real.
have, to be honest. Maybe we can give it to somebody. Yeah, the Grim Reaper gave you $50.
I'm doing a mukbang stream.
Wow.
No shot.
Right here.
Cook some eggs. What a suggestion.
Listen to that.
Order some McDonald's from Valdosta. I don't think McDonald's is open up there, not gonna lie. Thank you, Cyclones, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that.
Just more gusty.
Get some pretzel bites. That sounds pretty fire. Got some beer cheese. Sounds amazing.
Oh yeah, here it comes right here. Yep.
Power outages are going to be
Yeah,
possible
about
in
it,
Atlanta.
chat.
I
You
wouldn't
should
say
be
they're
able to see it.
likely. I would say they're possible. Would say that they are possible. This is kind of crazy. I'm going to try to pull this up. This is kind of a crazy view of the hurricane. Just look at this. Look at this hurricane. And look at the amount of moisture it's surged off to the north, too. Let me get this loop to work again. To play. There we go. Unbelievable. Let's go back. Let's go back to 28 frames. Put it more in loop. Take a second to load in. It's kind of crazy to look at though on satellite or geocolor satellite. Thank you, Tracy, for the super chat. I think the main concern tomorrow for Southeast North Carolina will be tornadoes, honestly. So a few tornadoes will be possible, mainly during the mid to late morning, early afternoon. Let me check what they use for wording tomorrow for the SBC Outlook. I am curious. I'm not sure what they use for tomorrow's wording. Thank you, Wes, for the $5 super chat. Nachos? Nachos sound good, dude. Give me some nachos with cheese and we're cooking. Don't need anything else, just cheese. There is audio. You can't even hear me if I just said that, though, because you apparently have no audio. Really, Timothy? Power's out there in Jacksonville? Sheesh. Check out the power outage map again. I didn't really look into counties. Wow, look at that, actually. Yeah, look at northeastern Florida. Nassau County and Duval County actually have quite a bit of power outages up there. I'm kind of surprised, not gonna lie. It's a lot of power outages, though. We're up to 1.25 million now without power in Florida. Keeps going up. I'm out here at Jacksonville Beach. Who's out of power right now? Let me know in the chat. Who does not have power? Okay, yeah, so for tomorrow, we're gonna be on standby for a live stream. Not a guarantee, but we'll be on standby tomorrow morning if things are interesting or like, you know, needed to go live for that tornado threat. Dude, why is this tweet going so viral? This tweet I had earlier today with the word bruh in it for this has like 5,000 likes. Like, what? Bruh. Literally bruh. Why did that go viral? Power is on here in Vermont. Very comfy. I'm glad to hear in Vermont. Thank you, Daniel, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Daniel. 60-mile-per-hour winds could bring down trees on top of power lines. Only spend this money at Waffle House. All right, I'll try, man. I'll have to go to Waffle House at some point, I guess. But I appreciate the $20 super chat. We are 2 members away from 350 members. If you want to become a member, it's the join button down below or the top link, or the second top link in the description. Thank you, Hill, or K. Angela for the $4.99. Columbus, Georgia. I don't know where that is. Columbus, probably going to be, I would say, high-end tropical storm force winds. So, possibility for power outages. And then a little bit of rain. Rain threat should be the most considerable to your east. Helene is still a Category 4 hurricane. It's still a hurricane. How's it going, Militia? Militia, oh my god. Melissa, how's it going? I cannot speak. We've been live for over... I think we've been live for almost 10 hours today total, actually. What were we live for earlier? We've been live for... Yeah, we were live for 3.5 hours earlier. We've been live for over 10 hours today. Actually, over 11 hours now. Sheesh. Thank you, Houston, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thanks for tuning in, Tom. I've seen you in the chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Go eat, please. You can't tell me what to do. I do want to eat, though. I don't know what I'm going to eat. It's like 12:40. Like, I'm almost... It's getting close to bedtime. Thank you, Ulrich, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Wages, for the $5 super chat. Of course, 5,000 likes on X. You are a real influencer, for real. On Twitter, ooh. Ah, so exciting. We'll have a little rotation north of Jacksonboro in South Carolina. I'm going to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Let's get some brus in the chat. Let's just see everybody say bruh in the chat. I want to see it. Let's get a whole bruh spam going in the chat. Can I do a DoorDash? I mean, I could do a DoorDash, but one, it's too expensive, and two, there's like no options. I'd be getting probably like... I don't even know what I'd be getting. Thank you, Jake, for the becoming a member. Thank you, Patel, for the $10 super chat. This is the most bruz I've ever seen in a chat. Holy. In the middle of all these bruz, somebody said lost power in Suwannee County, and a tree took out a car. Jeez. All right, we can stop the bruh spam. Thank you. It was an experiment for really nothing. I was just kind of curious how many people would say bruh. Thank you, Butt, for the $10 super chat. Newman, Georgia forecast. Newman, California. That's not where we're going. Oh, Noonan, Georgia. Gotcha. More than anything, again, tropical storm force wind gusts. Some localized flooding possible tomorrow morning. So, main concern, tropical storm force wind gusts. I wouldn't be panicking. Just, you know, be prepared for the wind. Biggest thing. You have flash flood warnings essentially across all of where this has made landfall. We'll continue to see flash flood warnings all up into Georgia. Excuse me, jeez. As the eye continues to move north towards Tifton, Douglas, and again, yeah, the wind's still pretty high. Winds are definitely coming down just a little bit. Velocity is estimating near 100 miles per hour, so we're probably back down to like a Cat 2 or something. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Can we stop with the bras in the chat? Oh, man, please. I'm going insane. I can never get control of this chat. I don't know why. There's never control. I asked for it once. I didn't say to do it for 25 minutes. Y'all are terrible. Terrible is what somebody just said in the chat. Ugh, I can't even focus. Yeah, it's over. We're cooked. Still radar indicated rotation in South Carolina. Hey, you Classy for the super chat. When's the next National Hurricane Center update? Probably in about 15 minutes or so. What's up, brother? Yeah, it'll be in about 15 minutes or so. My mod just said, my mod literally just said, I think I have motion sickness. Any update for Tallahassee? No, Tallahassee's kind of getting past the worst of it. I mean, Tallahassee's already kind of winding down. Yeah, Tallahassee, again, really got trimmed by this. It was kind of like a Dahlia, I feel like. It really just got trimmed by the worst of it. So, yeah. It's kind of crazy, but barely got missed by the worst of this. Where's the tornado warning? It's back up in South Carolina, north of Beaufort, west of Charleston. It's currently moving off to the northwest, east of Walterboro. Will Hilton Head Island, South Carolina get hit? You're going to get some showers, some storms overnight, perhaps, again, an isolated tornado, but other than wind gusts, that's really about it. Thank you, Rachel, for the 5 gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for Rachel, and if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Rachel in the chat. Appreciate the generosity. Can we get some bruh merch? We don't have any bruh merch, but if you do go to shopmaxvelocity.net, for a limited time until tomorrow, probably, unless I forget, you can pick up the Drunkacane t-shirt. Has a bench, a beer, and a hurricane at shopmaxvelocity.net. The link will be in the chat. It's also in the description. Hashtag ad. I haven't plugged merch once today, so thank you. I get to do it once. Imagine we do bruh merch though. Bruh NATO. Bruh NATO is actually an idea that I might have to take you up on. A bra-nado. The CF for the super chat. Brandon Kopic still has a ton of leaves everywhere, dude. This, I mean, like, look at all the leaves on the ground in Perry. It's crazy. Thank you, DBT, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. How do you gift a membership? You click the money symbol, and you should have an option for gifting members. Does Brandon bring a lawnmower? What? I don't think this guy's bringing a lawnmower. That'd be a crazy thing if he brought one. Thank you, D, for the $5 super chat.
You can't really move it. It's like tangled up brush.
I think Albany will be somewhat rough, but I think the worst of the hurricane force winds will probably just be to your east. But you're still going to probably at least get some high-end winds, maybe some power outages. Thank you, Laura, for becoming a 3-month member.
I think this is all the way across the road up here.
Yeah. Sorry, I just totally blocked your ass.
Oh, it's froze. Actually, let's go to Corey Gherkin. Corey Gherkin's got some branches down. You can also watch Corey Gherkin on the Radar Omega app, just like Brandon Kopic and Corey, or as well as Connor Croft too, with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's only $8.99, comes with tons of features like live cameras and live storm chasers inside the app. Definitely recommend it. That's the weather app, by the way, we've been using the entire stream is Radar Omega. And you can download it with the top link in the description below. If you become a subscriber inside the app, you also get access to their satellites and also the computer models. So you can use all that stuff too. Pretty lit. Thank you, Natalie, for the $5 super chat. Max Velocity. Actually sounds pretty lit, not gonna lie. Mod merch? I don't know what I would do for mod merch. What model am I using right now? Myself. No, actually, this is just live radar, bro. Bruh. Me, Brian, or Bree for the 4-month membership. Appreciate that. We have a bra emoji, don't we? Yeah, we literally have a bra emoji for members. We literally have a bra emoji. That's a chainsaw. That's not a lawnmower. What? Oh, what? Lawnmower? What model lawnmower? Why would I know? Yeah, the strongest part of Hurricane Helene is over with. Yeah. This will more than likely be a retired name, it would be, I guess, after what we've seen, but we'll see. It's a Cat 4 hurricane, first ever Cat 4 to make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy, crazy day. Have a good night, Ellie. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Johnny, for the super chat. Thank you also, Hazmat, for the super chat. My sister lives in Morven, Georgia, and she says it's bad right now. Yeah, the worst of it right now is right over southern Georgia. This is where the worst of the winds are going to be, and also the worst of the rain. It's traveling right up I-75, and unfortunately, it's not going to weaken very fast. This is going to stay as a pretty intense hurricane, basically all the way up I-75. So... sent you a picture on X Max. All right, I'll look. Sharknado warning. Imagine if they issued Sharknado warnings. That'd be kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. If we got Sharknado warnings from the National Weather Service, that'd be wild. Illinois will be windy tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be windy, for sure. It will be windy up there. The rotation looks pretty strong up here in South Carolina. Looks like it's been intensifying. Velocities have been really delayed on radar, but again, if you're anywhere near the Canadas area or Round O in South Carolina, I'll be in your safe place. Going to be approaching Interstate 95 here soon. It is still a Cat 4 for the time being. The CC drop that I'm seeing looks like clear air contamination, but it's hard to line up with the actual radar here. Put it there, and that's the actual radar. It looks like clear air contamination. Yes, upsloping will create a lot of big problems for Florida tomorrow. Or sorry, for North Carolina tomorrow. For the flooding threat. Any rain gonna end, or any rain going to the drought areas? Yeah, the drought, I mean, there's a large drought in, like, Ohio, for example. We're gonna get some good beneficial rainfall up there, but it won't be enough to knock out really much of the drought, but it will be at least something. That's the current drought map. The worst of it in West Virginia and Ohio, Tennessee also, and northern Georgia. Really, the areas that are in that high risk for tomorrow that need rain are gonna be getting too much. So... yeah, unfortunately, it's not really a great thing for those areas. It's, like, good, but, you know, not great. Do you think the damage is bad? It's hard to tell. Again, by tomorrow morning, we'll have a better idea if it was bad or not. Too difficult to tell right now. How many screens do I have? I have 8. 8 monitors. How's it going, Ben? Appreciate that. Any surge cameras active? We still have 3 cameras, but this is like on the other, this is where onshore flow is coming from, so I'm not expecting any sort of storm surge, really. Not really seeing much on them. You need more monitors? I kind of do. It'd be nice if I had like 12 or something. How's it going, Christopher? Setup tour? We have a setup tour for members only. I mean, you're a member, you can go check it out. I think we do, at least. Yeah, I think we have a member. Guessing, I think we do. I think we have a members only studio tour. I could be wrong, but I think we do. What would I use an extra 4 monitors for? I don't know. There's always a use for more monitors. I mean, honestly, I don't have enough monitors as is. I have a lot of stuff split screened. I have 4 main monitors. I got one here, one there, one there, one there, and then I got one on the right, and I also got another one on the far right. I have 6 on. I technically have 8. I just only have 6 on right now. I'm planning on getting more monitors here soon. So, and I'm also planning on getting a standing desk here soon. I was gonna get it like back in like the late summer, but I'm probably actually gonna wait on that until next year because I mean I'm gonna have to move my studio at some point. So, thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. A lot of the time they do, not all the time though. We've seen some that just don't even look like they have anything to them, like in terms of hooks and stuff. If you watched our stream earlier today at any point, like if you saw any of those tornado warnings, sometimes storms just kind of looked like, you know, this, and then some actually had that hook shape to them. So, not all the time with tropical cyclones. Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. No problem, Christopher. We need an updated setup tour. Oh yeah, we technically do. I mean, this is, I would say it's a little bit different than before, but it's not a major difference, I feel like, from before. I feel like they're kind of similar. There are some upgrades, but nothing major, in my opinion. Thank you, Steve, for the $10 super chat. Just south of Athens. Mostly going to be tropical storm force winds, and that'll more than anything be like between like 4 and 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. By the way, I mean, as in tomorrow, I mean technically today. Because now we're technically on Friday. Flying Fences Friday. It is now Flying Fences Friday. Yippee. How many people do you think are sleeping right now that are watching the stream? I think we got maybe like 1,000 people watching right now that are sleeping. That are watching the stream at the same time. How many computers am I running? I have 2. I have a laptop and the main rig that I'm using, the main computer. And then I also have another another laptop, but I don't use the third one right now. Any plans to dual stream on here as well as Twitch? No. Not really. I'm near asleep. I'm dozing off watching you low-key. Nice. Just cut off work. I've fallen asleep listening to you in the past. Well, at least you admitted it. There's a lot of people that have, apparently. It's pretty crazy. Does drunk count? I don't think so. Alright, let's see. Thank you, Don, for the $5 super chat. How's the bench? We don't have a bench. I wish we had a bench camera. I'm gonna tell you guys, next year or whenever our next hurricane is, we're gonna try to get that bench whenever the next time the Big Ben gets hit. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
Any
is
concern
on the
for snow
ground.
tornadoes in
Seek
Middle
shelter
Tennessee near
immediately.
Nashville? No, I don't expect tornadoes there. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. I have, if you're asking about color tables, I do have color tables in our Discord server. If you're wondering about actual settings, I'll probably do like a members only video for that at some point. We do have a new tornado warning for Beaufort and Charleston. This is an observed tornado. So a tornado is on the ground in South Carolina near Beaufort. I'm guessing this is another one of these observed water spouts. Yeah, this is another observed water spout offshore. And that's why there is now a new observed warning here. So again, water spout moving onshore. This is currently located for Beaufort County. This is Beaufort is included in this. Marsh Hawk also included in this. Frogmore. And Port Royal, just north of Hilton Head Island. Hey, Tucker, you know, this is that area. I remember the bench cam from Beryl. It was from Debbie. It wasn't Beryl. Unless we had another bench. I don't know why the storm relative velocities haven't been updating, but this is the area of rotation. That's where our water spout's located, moving northwest. I've been to Hilton Head Island before. I went there actually to their Disney resort one time. You don't have to, Tucker. It's probably fine. $1 a.m. National Hurricane Center update. Let's check it out and see if there is one. There should be one. I'm not seeing an update yet. I don't know if they're doing a 1 a.m. update. Let me check. All right, they do have a new 1 a.m. update. It is back down to a Category 2 hurricane. It fell down pretty quickly. It's down to a Category 2 hurricane now. I'm not changing the thumbnail at this point because, I mean, you know, we're not going to be live that much longer, but it is back down to a Cat 2. 110 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. Now, after the stream, I was going to rate Storm Intermedia. They're getting off. I'm sad. Thank you, Gothic, for the £5 super chat. Thank you also, Addy, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. This is the latest radar scan. Very tight couplet coming towards Port Royal. Probably going to go right into Port Royal over the next few minutes. But northwest. Yeah, it's back down to a Cat 2. It's a high-end Cat 2 still. So, I mean, it's the highest-end Cat 2 that you can have. Pressure is at 950, by the way. So, again, it is weakening. But it is still a major, or it still is a hurricane. Not a major hurricane, but it is still a hurricane. It's not a Cat 4 anymore. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. It literally says it on the National Hurricane Center website. Do you want me to... Bruh, look at the text. Bruh. Literally says it right there. It is a 110 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. That is a, you guessed it, Category 2 hurricane. I'm scared to lay down. I'm excited to lay down. I'm excited to go to bed tonight. That's what I'm excited for. So excited to go to bed. Thank you, Jim, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. From the Emory University Department of Meteorology. Appreciate the generosity. Yeah, this water spout's moving inland at like 60 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 60 miles per hour. It's moving very fast. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's free to do. It's the red button down below. Make sure to subscribe. Again, we might be live again tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but we might. So make sure to subscribe. Click the bell icon also so you're notified if and when we do go live, because we might be live for tornado coverage and wind and stuff. Obviously, again, if you haven't already liked the stream, this is the most liked stream of all time. So if you like the stream, you're going to be part of history. Definitely recommend you subscribe to the channel. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the join button or the second to top link in the description. You can also Venmo, super chat, donate. All that really goes a long way. I do appreciate everybody that has donated today. I think we had like a record amount of super chats too. It's a lot of records have been broken today in terms of statistics on this channel. It's crazy. Oh yeah, the 00Z HRRR model run. Let's look at it. Yeah, it still has a tropical storm developing, and then it just has a hurricane intensifying in the Gulf next week. 3 straight models of showing that, so maybe something does bubble out of this, but it's too early to tell. We don't have anything developed yet, but that's a new threat they'll have to watch for in the Gulf next week, it looks like. Unfortunately, we might have another hurricane by next weekend. It's not a guarantee, but something to watch for. This isn't live. This is definitely live. We are currently live. Thank you, Addy, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Name, for the super chat. From Newport Richey, Florida. Nice. It is 1 a.m. Why are you still awake? Thoughts for Bluffton, South Carolina? Where is Bluffton? Isn't it over here somewhere? I think Bluffton's mostly just going to be gusty winds and then another isolated tornado threat. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. Appreciate it, Ian. Did our camera sink? We at least probably had 1 or 2 cameras that went under. I'm not sure if they'll be retrieved or not. We'll have to wait and see sometime tomorrow or the following day. What's the power outages? Let's check it out. Let's give it a gander. Florida's up to 1.77 million people without power now. A lot of people actually lost power up here in Nassau County. I'm surprised. Duval County also lost a lot of power. A lot of people lost power up there. And then Georgia is at almost 200,000 without power. Mostly the southern side of the state. All right. No power in Atlanta? I don't know what county Atlanta's in, but if you're one of the, I don't know, 64 people maybe in Atlanta that are without power, that might be the number. I don't know which county Atlanta is though. Maybe it's this one. No, 7,600 maybe. Some isolated power outages up there. Fulton County, gotcha. Well, still have a water spout offshore, approaching Beaufort in South Carolina. We're 8 minutes, or about 7 minutes away from a 8-hour live stream today. Crazy. We were live for 3.5 hours earlier, and then 8 hours now. Almost 12 hours of streaming today. Sheesh. No other cameras? Yeah, not really. I mean, there are other cameras. It's just, at this point, I mean, like, the worst of what we've already seen has happened. And, in terms of wind, I mean, it's mostly over here in southern Georgia. And we're still watching this potential water spout that might come inland, but... yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the biggest thing is just gonna be wind, some flooding, obviously, tomorrow, and then the potential for a few tornadoes. And so, I mean, it's also nighttime. So, I mean, even finding cameras, like, even if we get something at nighttime, it's just hard to see stuff. So. About to doze myself. Nice. How's it going, DL? That was pretty crazy. The peak of this hurricane was crazy, dude. It was wild. I've never been live for a major hurricane before, other than Ian, which I was live for Ian, but like I wasn't like live for like when it made landfall, so it was crazy to watch. KF, if you're donating through the donation link, you can use PayPal. I think you can use regular, or you can use like the credit card feature. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. Stingjet. I don't even know what that means. I've never heard of that phrase before. Stingjet weather. It's a type of low-level jet stream associated with some rapidly developing mid-latitude storms. It's the term stingjet describes the storm's most damaging winds, which sometimes reaches speeds of more than 100 knots. I've never heard that term used before, surprisingly. Any reports of injuries? We've had 5 fatalities reported so far. I don't know about injuries. It's probably not going to be known until tomorrow. Oh, that's Garrett? Oh, dude. I was literally just texting DL, so that's why, dude. I was literally just texting him. I was like, oh, that must be DL. My bad. How's it going, Garrett? The tornado warning is back down to radar indicated for Beaufort. So no longer a observed tornado, but we are back down to radar indicated on this tornado warning. Good news there. Yeah, Valdosta or Valdosta or whatever you call it, that place is getting hit pretty hard right now. Thank you, Nicholas, for the super chat. Tag me on Twitter. I didn't see that. No. You've blown up since I watched you last. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, we're up to over 400,000 subscribers now. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm talking about the statistics of this live stream, but like literally we've gained 18,000 subscribers today. 18,000. It's like unfathomable. If we get 100 more subscribers now, so if you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. If we get 100 more subscribers, we've gained exactly 18,000 subscribers. It's crazy. And just today, like, it's never happened before. It's literally insane. Thank you, Dingle, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We've also had over 1 million total views today, which is also crazy. We've never had that in a day. Thank you, Nicholas, for another super chat. All right, I'll check it out in a second. Thank you also, Sandy, for the super chat. Fish Nader has a large debris signature. I'm not seeing any debris here. I don't know why, but this like radar site, for whatever reason, just does not want to update today. Like this radar site in southern South Carolina. It's like the velocities and the CC and stuff are all off for some reason. Thank you, Tanisha, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right, let me check Twitter again. Let me see what you were talking about here. Thank you, Bo, also for the super chat. I don't think severe weather is going to happen in Tennessee tomorrow. I highly doubt it. I don't see this tweet. Unless you're Car Cat Trolling. Was that your name? Oh, okay, it was. All right. Oh, yeah. I saw that video earlier. I scrolled by it on Twitter earlier. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on there. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. has almost 10,000 likes, dude. That's crazy. All right. So, thank you, Backwoods, for the super chat. All right, so let's see how many subscribers we're at. Did we get there? I don't think we did. Unfortunate. All right. Well, today's been a crazy stream. Today's been a crazy day. Hurricane Helene's been crazy. But we've gone over everything I think that we need to go over.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Timing's crazy. We have a new tornado warning for Orangeburg County. So if you're in Orangeburg, this is going to be this storm here moving northeast or northwest. If you're in Orangeburg, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. But yeah, we've accomplished a lot today, obviously. This is, again, the most subscribers that we've ever gained in a day, but obviously we helped over 1 million people today in terms of, you know, people that have watched either the stream we had earlier or this stream. So seriously do appreciate everybody that's tuned in today. Thank you, Luke, for the super chat, and also Java for the super chat. But yeah, I really do appreciate everybody tuning in today. It's been a crazy, you know, stream, and I'm glad we can help so many people. I mean, I've never reached this many people before on one live stream, so really do appreciate you guys all tuning in. I need to get food. I need to make a video for tomorrow too, so and we might be live again tomorrow. So again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live tomorrow. We are going to go ahead and raid Corey Gherkin, so stay on the stream and put some max raids in his chat. He's going to be so excited when you guys get over there, so make sure to stay tuned. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. If you need a weather app, download Radar Omega, top link in the description. Join our Discord server, link in the description. Follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and follow us on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. And again, huge shout out to anybody that became a member today or subscribed or whatever you might have done, Venmo, donated, anything like that. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys all so much for watching. It's been a fantastic pleasure helping so many of you guys out today. And we'll see you guys all again in the next live stream, which may be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, our next live stream might not be till our next hurricane. All right, so I'll see you guys all again in the next one, and we'll see you guys all again later.